The countdown to a world-altering announcement begins in the heavy silence of the office. Every second feels like an eternity as the digital clock ticks toward the deadline. A crushing weight settles over the room while power returns to the entire nation. With trembling hands, the leader prepares to unveil a truth that cannot be retracted. President Wantek Jiang steps into the light to make one final, chilling request. Fear spreads through the streets as families huddle together before their flickering screens. His face looms over the city, commanding the attention of every living soul. A state of emergency is declared as a terrifying hunger glints in his eyes. Total control is seized while the man at the center struggles with his nerves. The political fallout matters little when the world is already on the brink. With trembling hands, the leader admits he triggered a nationwide state of emergency. He exhales a heavy breath, knowing the world as they know it is over. Standing before the microphones, he confesses his desperate attempt to maintain a dying order. The video game survival life has become reality as a massive asteroid approaches Earth. Despair fills the command center as the military fails to intercept the cosmic threat. The impact shatters the coast, unleashing a wave of fire and absolute destruction. From the smoking crater, alien spores begin twisting survivors into mindless, hungry zombies. With a weary sigh, he confirms the toxic spores will reach them today. The president reveals that only powerful hunters possess the strength to resist the plague. Hidden time shelters offer a chance at life, but only for those who endure. The government releases survival guides as the first wave of monsters begins to swarm. President Jiang delivers his final address, warning that the nation will soon go dark. A solemn bow marks the end of an era before the broadcast cuts out. Static screams from the monitor as he acknowledges the informant who saw this coming. He switches off the television, lamenting the tragedy he knew was inevitable. Clad in tactical gear, a seasoned veteran of the end times steps forward. Months ago, the world was a chaotic playground for those trapped in the game. Eccentric survivors debated their losing streak while surrounded by the growing undead horde. Strange costumes and odd strategies were the only things keeping their spirits alive. The bet was set, and the hunt began with a cocky 1-minute head start. He lunges into the fray, determined to make them swallow their insults. This is the brutal reality of a game where zombies are just the beginning. Warriors slash through fantasy monsters while the world crumbles around them. Even the strongest veterans find themselves cornered by massive, unstoppable ogres. A sudden, massive explosion turns the tide of the entire lopsided battle. Entrusting the final strike to a friend, the archer draws his bow. A devastating beam of light proves why this game earned its deadly reputation. Resting atop the ruins, the survivors realize they have conquered everything. They are desperate for a challenge in a world that has become empty. Despite the silence, they are far too addicted to ever leave this nightmare. A notification pings, signaling a miracle in this desolate, empty digital wasteland. The veterans swarm the screen, desperate to welcome the first newbie in ages. They joyfully guide the recruit, hoping to finally grow their dwindling numbers. 2 hours later, the crushing reality sets in as the beginner quits forever. Frustrated by the lack of players, she vents her lethal rage on the undead. The veterans curse the developers for keeping the game impossibly difficult for newcomers. Losing all hope for their future, the warrior decides to log off early. A somber farewell echoes through the ruins as another survivor leaves the world. Fear flickers in his eyes as he desperately wonders if anyone will return. Silence falls over the broken city as the last few legends remain alone. The veteran players share a final, somber look as the crushing reality sets in. One by one, the last legends vanish into pixels, leaving the world forever behind. Alone against the endless horde, he refuses to let this dying world fade away. Night after night, he streams his desperate struggle, hoping his friends might return. Months pass as the developers finally lower the difficulty to save their failing game. But new, mechanical nightmares emerge, turning the simple survival into a hellish war. Despite the massive updates, the ghosts of his comrades are all that remain. The weight of being the world's solitary survivor finally breaks his iron will. Just as he prepares to quit, a sudden notice announces the game's permanent shutdown. With one last look at an unkillable god, he removes his gear and returns. He severs his last tie to the digital world, deleting everything he once built. Thousands of hours of memories are locked away in cold, silent hard drives. 3 months later, the legendary survivor has traded his blade for a cooking spatula. The high-stakes battles of the game are replaced by the sizzle of street food. Precision that once felled gods now meticulously prepares simple rolls for hungry customers. His snack bar thrives as he finally embraces a quiet, ordinary life among people. In the home his parents left behind, he builds a future from the past. But the peace he fought so hard to find is about to be shattered. A beautiful regular customer arrives, carrying news that threatens his hard-earned normalcy. Viral rumors of status windows appearing in reality signal that his retirement is over. Migyong dismisses the viral rumors, convinced that reality hasn't actually become a game. Seong-ho laughs at the idea, certain that his days of fighting are long gone. Alone in the dark, he decides to test the impossible with one final shout. He stands in absolute silence, waiting for a miracle that refuses to appear. Suddenly, the air begins to vibrate with a violent surge of blue electricity. Reality tears open as a familiar holographic interface manifests right before his eyes. His legendary stats return, revealing a hidden power he never possessed before. He stares in disbelief, realizing the nightmare he escaped has finally found him. With a hesitant command, he unleashes a torrent of swirling dimensional energy. A massive gateway erupts in his room, bridging the world to a forgotten apocalypse. He trembles as the impossible truth of the game system finally sinks in. Cold sweat pours down his face as he desperately tries to deny reality. He frantically checks the news, hoping his memories are just a coincidence. There it is, the harbinger of death currently drifting through the silent void. He clutches his head, praying this isn't the start of the nightmare. His grip tightens as the weight of the coming catastrophe crushes his spirit. He turns his gaze toward the pulsating rift tearing through his room. The gateway hums with a power that promises answers and absolute destruction. A silent clock begins to tick toward the inevitable end of the world. He reaches into the abyss, searching for proof before the world starts burning. He hesitates, knowing that stepping through without a plan is a death sentence. Using a simple kitchen ladle, he tests the floor of the unknown dimension. The soil he retrieves confirms this isn't a labyrinth, but somewhere on Earth. With a heavy pack and grim determination, he finally crosses the threshold. The blinding light fades to reveal a vibrant world he never expected to see. Even the birds seem strange in this unnervingly quiet and lush wilderness. His only connection to the old world is dead, leaving him completely isolated. He carves markers into the bark to ensure he can find his way back. Hours of trekking through the endless greenery begin to sap his remaining strength. As he begs for a sign of life, predatory eyes watch from the shadows. A lethal strike narrowly misses him, signaling a danger he didn't see coming. Instead of a monster, a majestic creature from another world reveals itself. Its eyes hold a terrifying intelligence that no normal animal should possess. Relieved that it isn't hostile, he realizes he is no longer on Earth. He compares this place to the nightmare realms where monsters hunt without mercy. Even so, he reaches for his blade, gripped by a chilling realization. Every step forward confirms that his survival skills are his only hope. He wants to believe he is safe, but his instincts scream otherwise. Then, he finds a mythical object that proves this world is a game. Holding the glowing prize, he wonders if he can truly survive the coming disaster. He takes a bite, feeling the forbidden power of the legendary sun apple. The system confirms his suspicion as a surge of digital energy fills him. Reality has fractured, leaving him stranded inside the very game he once played. Discovering signs of monsters nearby proves that nowhere is safe anymore. He forces himself to stop trembling and face the impossible truth of his situation. A chilling realization hits him that the world as he knows it is ending. Returning to his room, he begins a frantic search for any tactical advantage. He scours his old game footage, desperate to remember every exploit and secret. The clock is ticking with only 32 days left until the final impact. He must master these brutal mechanics or perish when the apocalypse finally arrives. The Iron Death disease arrives, a supernatural plague that causes all metal to instantly crumble. Zombie spores choke the sky, threatening to reset human civilization back to the Stone Age. Survivors are forced to fight for their lives until the metal-eating atmosphere finally clears. But he holds a secret weapon, a private portal that ignores the laws of reality. He spends every cent on tactical gear and medicine to survive the coming Dark Age. While others joke online, he watches the digital world ignore the signs of its demise. He raids the local markets, stockpiling enough resources to outlast the initial collapse. A secret transaction provides him with a silent hunting bow for the coming hunts. He smiles at the sky, questioning if his desperate preparations are actually enough to survive. He locks his shop for the last time, ready to face the end of everything. Seong-ho barely has time to process the chaos unfolding around him overnight. A concerned neighbor asks about his shop, but he hides the terrifying truth. He forces a fake smile, pretending his frantic preparations are just simple remodeling. Desperate to keep his secrets, he cuts the conversation short to escape. She lingers for a moment, her unspoken warning hanging heavy in the air. As she walks away, he wonders if he should have shared the coming nightmare. But he keeps his mouth shut, knowing some burdens must be carried alone. Back in isolation, he activates the forbidden portal that defies all logic. While others rely on luck, he uses his tactical mind to calculate survival. He remembers the monsters who thrive in blood, far surpassing his own strength. In this world, strength isn't given. It is forged through hunting and exploration. He steadies his breathing, feeling the weight of the weapon in his hands. Following the expert's lead, he finds the bow unexpectedly easy to control. A sharp signal confirms that he is ready to take the final shot. He pulls back the string repeatedly, refining his form with every single motion. His eyes lock onto the target with the cold intensity of a predator. The arrow screams through the forest, obliterating the mark with terrifying power. He stares at his hands, wondering if he was a legendary marksman before. Though his body screams in pain, he vows to train even more intensely. Now fully equipped, he prepares to face the 2 remaining hurdles ahead. He must first determine if his current power is enough to slay monsters. Constructing a secret hideout is the only way to protect his growing stockpile. He knows better than to rush into a nest before his weapons arrive. Suddenly, his insane luck rewards him with a cluster of rare golden fruit. Every calculated preparation is fueled by the harsh lessons of his past life. His veteran instincts guide him through the brush to find a hidden trail. A grim discovery on the forest floor confirms that his prey is near. These monsters usually hunt in massive hordes, making this lone sign abnormal. By inspecting the remains, he realizes he is tracking a weak, starving outcast. As night falls, he finally spots the creature for his first real battle. The system identifies the first threat as a low-tier, sadistic goblin species. From the shadows, he watches the creature drink, waiting for the perfect opening. Steadying his breath, he draws his bow and prepares for the first strike. A single arrow of light pierces the silence and finds its mark. The wounded beast is a veteran, managing to deflect his follow-up shot. Forced into a brutal melee, he draws his blade to finish the job. A desperate counterattack leaves him reeling from a sudden, agonizing blow. Refusing to die, he tackles the monster and delivers a series of lethal stabs. As the system confirms his victory, he finally tastes the reality of survival. His first successful hunt rewards him with a mysterious loot bag. He loots rare ingredients to craft a vital healing ointment from his game knowledge. Desperate to avoid detection, he frantically begins digging a grave for his fallen foe. Leaving the corpse exposed would only invite the arrival of a terrifying bone creeper. A sudden flash of red in the water reveals the presence of rare trout nearby. The realization hits him like a physical blow as he remembers what hunts these waters. A monstrous predator looms behind him, its glowing red eyes signaling certain death. The final countdown begins as the world inches closer toward its inevitable destruction. A popular streamer greets his fans, unaware that his gaming tips are actually prophecies. He shares forbidden knowledge about forest monsters while viewers mock his seemingly boring content. In his darkened room, Seong-ho watches closely, knowing these digital tips are literal lifesavers. The streamer laughs along with his chat, reminiscing about his loyal digital community. He shifts focus back to the guide, warning everyone to avoid bone creepers. But even deadlier threats like werewolves and massive owlbears lurk within the forest. He explains that an owlbear claiming territory signifies a perfectly balanced monster ecosystem. Those peaceful streaming days were filled with quirky fans and lighthearted banter. Even the most bizarre viewers brought a sense of normalcy to his digital world. Suddenly, the memory of his combat tips collides with Seong-ho's terrifying current reality. A massive predator with glowing red eyes towers over him, ready to strike. Seong-ho realizes the beast isn't hungry, but his old friend's advice saves him. He has unknowingly trespassed into the sacred territory, where the rare red trout spawn. Desperate and cornered, Seong-ho realizes there is only one way to survive this nightmare. Though his mind holds a veteran's knowledge, his body is still just an ordinary man's. He bellows a challenge to the apex predator as it prepares to tear him apart. The massive beast strikes with lethal precision, but its patterns were memorized long ago. Timing his move perfectly, he maneuvers behind the monster to exploit its greatest weakness. A blinding flash erupts as he weaponizes the light against the creature's sensitive night vision. Suddenly, the terrifying forest vanishes, replaced by the persistent ringing of a morning alarm. He wakes up in a cold sweat, his body aching from the intensity of survival. The memory of the owlbear's claws feels far too real for a mere game. Exhausted and starving, he realizes the true cost of his desperate struggle for life. Seong-ho collapses to the floor, his body shattered from the weight of his survival. He desperately eyes the glowing sun apples, the only items capable of saving him. One quick bite of the mystical fruit begins the process of total physical restoration. A surge of power returns as the system confirms his stamina has been replenished. Now fully revitalized, he heads out to satisfy a very human hunger for food. However, his quiet meal is interrupted by a girl who shouldn't be there. She cheerfully forces her way into his dinner, claiming they are now meal buddies. He tests her awareness by asking if she has ever seen a status window. Her eyes sparkle with excitement, hoping she has finally found someone like her. She reveals news of impossible crimes while he carefully maintains his civilian facade. Deception is necessary when your skills are built for a solitary path. In a world without guarantees, revealing your hand is a death sentence. He notices her sudden shift in tone as she offers a sincere apology. She admits that she has been hiding a secret of her own. He gently stops her, deciding that trust doesn't need to be forced. There is still time for the truth once they are both ready. He heads back to his sanctuary where the first shipments are arriving. The delivery is massive, filled with the gear he needs to survive. Moving the heavy crates into position, he prepares for the long haul. He breaks the seal on the first box to begin his final preparations. Every tool is chosen for a specific, lethal purpose in today's operation. Entering the forest, he searches for the ultimate sanctuary to survive the coming end. He remembers a suspicious cave he discovered while hunting for the old goblin. Hidden in the brush, he confirms this secluded spot is the perfect hideout. But first, he must identify the monsters currently claiming this dark territory. The telescope reveals distinct tracks belonging to a pack of sleeping kobolds. A cold smile creeps across his face as he realizes his incredible luck. He carefully tests the wind direction to ensure his presence remains undetected. Inside the shadows, the nocturnal beasts remain completely unaware of their impending doom. He begins gathering firewood to execute a plan that will turn their home into a tomb. He carefully stacks the final pile of wood at the cave's dark mouth. Drenching the fuel in gasoline, he prepares to turn this den into a furnace. Just as he reaches for his lighter, a guttural grunt echoes from the shadows. Two groggy kobolds emerge, completely unaware that their executioner is standing right there. He offers a mock greeting before the monsters even realize they are in danger. In a flash of movement, he swings his heavy fire axe with predatory precision. A single, blinding blue arc cleaves through the air, ending the fight instantly. With the monsters dead, a system notification confirms his first official level up. He casually drops the flame, letting the gasoline ignite into a roaring blaze. Thick smoke billows inward, sealing the fate of every beast trapped inside that cave. Outside the cave, he waits for the smoke to do its work. The monsters inside wake up to a suffocating nightmare they cannot escape. Blinded and coughing, the pack descends into a state of absolute chaos. Desperation drives the first few to bolt directly toward the waiting hunter. He watches the entrance, counting every head to ensure no one slips away. A flash of blue steel greets the first beast before it can even scream. He stands over the fallen, his mask hiding the face of a cold executioner. The last three survivors charge together, hoping to overwhelm him with pure numbers. His axe carves a lethal arc, ending the first of the trio instantly. Sliding beneath their claws, he prepares to finish this one-sided slaughter. He unleashes a blinding spray to paralyze the beast in mid-air. A single brutal strike sends toxic green blood spraying across the forest floor. Only the pathetic leader remains, trembling before the cold gaze of his executioner. He promises to claim their hideout before delivering the final merciless blow. Exhaustion finally sets in, as the hunter catches his breath amidst the carnage. Reaching level 1 brings power, but the weight of his physical limits remains. New convenience systems unlock, offering a glimmer of hope in this dying world. He steps into the shadows of the cave to claim his hard-earned sanctuary. The nest is a total disaster, demanding one last grueling effort before rest. Armed with a mop, he begins transforming this filthy hole into a fortress. The filth left behind by the monsters is deeper and more disgusting than anticipated. After a brutal slaughter, the hunter is forced into the most grueling labor imaginable. To survive the coming end, he must transform this vile nest into a sanctuary. He bridges the dimensions, dragging modern tools into a world ruled by primitive chaos. Even with his newfound power, the weight of physical exhaustion begins to take hold. A brilliant plan forms as he tests the limits of his rare dimensional gateway. Reality bends as a torrent of water blasts through the portal to purge the cave. Slowly, the dark and blood-soaked den begins to resemble a true base of operations. His mind races with future upgrades, knowing a solid foundation is required for survival. Hidden within the stone, glowing treasures reveal the secret to light and warmth. He realizes the cave is a literal gold mine filled with essential newbie items. Only 29 days remain before the world, as he knows it finally ends. The physical toll of bridging two dimensions leaves his body aching and utterly broken. Small battle scars now map out the brutal reality of his secret life. He surveys the legendary loot he managed to drag back into the modern world. Using his culinary skills, he prepares to craft a remedy for his growing injuries. He carefully mixes simple ingredients to create a healing salve from another realm. The system confirms his success, granting him a useful ointment to mend his flesh. A soothing warmth spreads as the mystical cream begins closing his fresh wounds. He wonders if this constant cycle of pain and recovery is truly sustainable. To survive the coming disaster, he must push his body to its absolute limits. Conventional weapons like bows or guns might not be enough to stop the monsters. Suddenly, a forgotten detail from the game's lore resurfaces in his mind. He questions if the game's background story will actually manifest in the real world. Rummaging through his belongings, he searches for a critical piece of lost information. His fingers brush against a device containing the secrets of the world's collapse. This data could be the key to staying one step ahead of the apocalypse. With his plan set, he hauls massive supplies to the rooftop for construction. Using his system powers, he effortlessly teleports the heavy mortar bags into place. Now he heads downstairs to collect the rest of his essential survival gear. While hauling supplies, Seong-ho is suddenly interrupted by a familiar voice from behind. His neighbor greets him with a warmth that suggests they are growing much closer. He mentions seeing her often, causing her to reveal her daily tteokbokki habit. Seong-ho excuses his absence by claiming he is busy remodeling his new store. She reminds him of his old routine, specifically his regular 3-month haircut schedule. Realizing he needs to look the part for his upcoming survival mission, he agrees. Seated in the chair, he demands she remove every last lock of hair. She is stunned by the request, but he views it as a necessary rebirth. While prepping him, she notices his physique is becoming far more powerful and imposing. She then drops a bombshell about the game system that could change everything forever. The girl reveals the terrifying link between game players and those who recently awakened. Seong-ho grows suspicious of her source as an unexpected visitor suddenly interrupts their conversation. A tattooed thug from Seong-ho's past enters the shop to share his twisted information. This newcomer claims a mysterious player is hoarding secrets to monopolize power for himself. The group is now desperately hunting for the person they believe deleted the crucial guides. With a cold glare, he warns that survival requires making deals with the devil. Seong-ho realizes with a sinking feeling that he is the target they are hunting. The arrogant man pressures the girl to join his team for the coming apocalypse. He remembers deleting those videos out of pure frustration, never intending to cause chaos. Watching the thug manipulate her, Seong-ho can barely contain his disgust for the man's arrogance. The tattooed thug blames a ghost for the chaos he is about to cause. He pressures the terrified girl to make a choice before his patience vanishes. Suddenly, a cold voice cuts through his arrogance, demanding he leave the shop. Seong-ho's eyes burn with a lethal intensity that freezes the thug in place. Realizing he is outclassed by a monster, the bully's confidence shatters into terror. He flees the shop like a beaten dog, promising this is not the end. The girl finally exhales her trembling heart, slowly finding peace in the silence. Warning her of the coming storm, Seong-ho ensures they stay connected for survival. Returning home, he dives into the digital abyss to face his own past. He finds the world screaming for his head, fueled by a deep toxic hatred. The person leaking crucial survival secrets is now the internet's most hated target. He tracks down a familiar ID that foolishly used a real name verification. Toxic comments flood the screen, including vile threats against the innocent hairdresser. Disgusted by the human filth online, he finally shuts down the glowing monitor. Silence returns to the room, but the weight of the coming apocalypse lingers. With a single command, he tears open a swirling blue rift through space. For 2 days, he vents his mounting stress by mining glowing stones underground. He meticulously pours wet mortar to reinforce the foundations of his secret sanctuary. Stepping past the camouflaging vines, he leaves the finished work behind to dry. Under the cold light of the moon, a dark realization begins to dawn. He clenches his fist, rejecting the burden of being a world-saving hero. Survival is his only objective, as he stares into the cold night sky. But a sudden clattering sound forces him to abandon his quiet contemplation. From the shadows, a monstrous bone creeper emerges with a terrifying rattle. The undead creature's eyes burn with a malicious, soul-piercing glowing light. Suddenly, the world erupts into a blinding, hellish inferno of pure destruction. Only 27 days remain as a freezing wind sweeps through the forest. He falls to the earth, his body broken and still amidst the chaos. Then, a single finger twitches, as life stubbornly refuses to fade away. Gasping for air, he jolts awake, realizing the true nightmare has just started. He awakens in the silent forest, surrounded by the remains of a nightmare. Confusion grips him as he questions how his fragile body survived the encounter. He remembers the bone creeper reaching its critical limit, ready to erupt in light. A massive explosion tore through the clearing, nearly ending his journey forever. Sharp bone fragments are embedded in his flesh, proving the lethal intensity of impact. With trembling hands, he summons the status window to assess his deteriorating condition. His health is critical, and every physical stat has been severely weakened. Yet, the system rewards his survival, confirming the monster's death and granting levels. Exhaustion takes its toll as his mind begins to fracture under the immense pressure. Despite the pain, he activates a dimensional gate to escape the closing darkness. Back in safety, He prepares the medical supplies needed for his survival. He grit his teeth, agonizingly pulling lethal bone shards from his chest. Special ointment begins to seal the wounds, though the pain remains unbearable. Every movement is a struggle as he tightly wraps his battered body. Pushed beyond his physical limits, he finally collapses into a deep, heavy sleep. The morning sun rises on a man who narrowly cheated certain death. He wakes with a yawn, immediately checking the system to verify his growth. Despite the level up, his health remains critical, and his body dangerously weakened. A burning thirst takes hold as he reflects on the monster's sudden ambush. He realizes he must evolve his perception to survive the forest's hidden terrors. There are several ways to grow stronger in this lethal survival game. You can either earn experience through combat or find items with stat boosts. However, this hardcore world is designed to crush anyone who lacks absolute resolve. Slaying high-level monsters grants unique skills, even if they seem useless at first. He decides to exploit his knowledge by digging into the game's hidden history. The lore contains secrets about items appearing before the actual apocalypse begins. If these anomalies are manifesting in reality, he must be the first to act. He carefully identifies the specific incidents that will trigger the world's end. A suppressed news report reveals a monster corpse was found in the wilderness. He plans to intercept the creature while it is still alive and dangerous. Time is running out, as Seong-ho frantically prepares for the coming apocalypse. A sudden late-night call from a familiar face disrupts his focus. He heads out to meet her at a quiet, dimly lit local cafe. Mikyoung stares at him with deep concern, sensing something has fundamentally changed. He laughs off her questions about his strange behavior and heavy clothing. She wonders if his recent run-in with a local thug caused this shift. A wave of relief washes over her when he confirms his safety. He recalls the thug's history of senseless violence against the weak and elderly. Seong-ho explains that the man has always been a monster in the dark. She leans in close as he asks for the real reason they met. She leans in close, whispering the shocking secret that she has finally awakened. He masks his true strength with a smile, pretending to be envious. The heavy tension finally breaks as she apologizes for hiding the truth. Standing to leave, he expresses his gratitude for her unexpected honesty. A sense of relief washes over him as he clears his mind. He bids her farewell, determined to master the secrets within survival life. Retiring to his room, he acknowledges the importance of finding trustworthy allies. He burns through his cash to secure high-tech drones and tactical vehicles. Exhausted from the preparations, he falls into a deep, restorative sleep. At sunrise, he begins forging the lethal tools needed for the orc hunt. Crushing volatile ignition stones requires absolute focus to avoid a sudden, deadly explosion. A single mistake would send a wave of searing fire through the workshop. Next, he retrieves the rare luminous stones essential for his upcoming monster hunt. Blinding sparks erupt with every strike, testing his endurance as he works. With the fundamental setup finished, he prepares the final ingredients for the raid. He meticulously blends gasoline and solvents with a hardener to create powerful explosives. After securing the dimensional gate coordinates, he transitions back into the real world. Stepping out, he is immediately impressed by the tactical utility of his vehicle. He grins with confidence, glad he didn't hold back when renting this car. His arsenal is finally ready, packed away, and waiting for the hunt to begin. He races toward Jirasan, knowing exactly where the first orc will soon strike. Reaching the campsite before midnight, the heavy rain effectively masks his arrival. He studies combat footage, mentally rehearsing every lethal move against the coming beast. Every piece of equipment is checked twice because one mistake means certain death. The countdown finally ends as the clock strikes midnight under a weeping sky. Stepping into the freezing downpour, he officially begins his hunt for the nightmare. Hours pass as the storm intensifies, turning the woods into a treacherous maze. Blinding mist rolls in, swallowing the path ahead while the tension reaches its peak. Frustration grows as he tracks a monster that refuses to show itself. He recalls the layout perfectly, wondering if the timeline is already shifting. The reality of the apocalypse finally manifests through the freezing midnight rain. A bone-chilling roar shatters the silence, signaling the arrival of a true nightmare. Towering through the mist, the silhouette of a legendary beast emerges to hunt. This is no ordinary monster. A rare red orc subspecies stands before him. Steel nerves are his only weapon as he ignites a desperate signal flare. He perfectly executes the bait, drawing the creature's murderous aggression toward the light. The beast takes the bait, blinded by a primal rage for its prey. A massive axe cleaves the earth where the hunter stood just seconds ago. He dives through a spatial rift, appearing directly beneath the monster's guard. Detonating a flash can, he blinds the titan to deliver the final, lethal blow. He has exactly 20 seconds before the titan's vision returns to the battlefield. The hunter lunges forward, aiming to tear through the monster's massive, relaxed muscles. A precise strike severs the beast's mobility. pinning the giant to the earth. The orc roars in agony, swinging its blade in a blind, desperate frenzy. He weaves through the chaos, delivering another lethal cut to the creature's leg. Paralyzed and bleeding, the towering predator collapses under the weight of its injuries. Eye to eye with the monster, he prepares his final, explosive masterstroke. With a cold gaze, he readies the flame can for its ultimate purpose. He ruthlessly shoves the burning explosive deep into the titan's gaping maw. A deafening blast erupts, turning the legendary beast's head into a pillar of fire. He laughs, certain that no creature survives a point-blank explosion to the face. But the beast's final, desperate strike hits with the force of a falling mountain. The violent impact throws him backward, sending him tumbling through the cold mud. From the flames, the towering predator stands tall like a demon born of hell. Staring death in the eye, he wonders if his journey ends in this forest. Suddenly, the system rings out, granting him a level up and a powerful skill. He catches his breath, exhausted by the sheer intensity of the life-or-death struggle. With the threat gone, he begins searching the area for his hard-earned rewards. A mysterious watch transforms on his wrist, significantly increasing his perception and awareness. He stands over the fallen predator, wondering what to do with the massive body. Seong-ho realizes the government is desperately hiding the truth about lethal monster attacks. He remembers a warning that everyone who played the game has already awakened. Thousands of hidden players are lurking in the shadows, waiting for the collapse. He looks through the crowd, spotting the faces of those who crave violence. Ruthless predators like Inhak will destroy every law for their own personal gain. Total anarchy is coming as the world burns under the weight of riots. Abandoning this carcass means creating a bone creeper that hunts the innocent tomorrow. But a terrifying realization hits him as he stares at the infected blood. Even an elite player isn't safe from turning into a mindless, rotting zombie. Paralyzed in the freezing rain, he faces a choice that could end everything. He knows the only way to save the future is to open the gate. To ensure an orderly end, he must prepare for the inevitable collapse. But his first task is far more gruesome than any glorious battle. He begins digging a massive grave to hide the evidence of his kill. His battered body screams in pain as he struggles with the heavy soil. Suddenly, his survival instinct triggers, flooding his veins with raw, desperate power. With supernatural speed, he buries the remains before the sun can rise. Even a broken skill can turn a dying man into a god. He vanishes through a portal and races home before the effect wears off. Back at his sanctuary, the calm before the storm finally begins to settle. He stands alone, realizing the clock is ticking faster than he ever imagined. His meticulously planned defensive lines should have been under construction by this very hour. News of abnormal weather confirms the traces of his gruesome kill are finally erased. With the deadline approaching, he turns his focus toward the survival gear he ordered. The heavy crate creaks open, revealing a lethal arsenal forged for the coming end. Though most are restricted, this primitive war club is all he needs for now. A sudden chill takes hold as he realizes several key weapons are missing. Customs intercepted the most dangerous tools, labeling his life-saving gear as illegal contraband. A sudden chime at the door interrupts his thoughts, signaling an unexpected visitor's arrival. Silence follows his request, leaving him staring at the door with growing, deadly suspicion. He reaches for the latch, expecting a simple delivery at his front door. The door swings open, revealing a visitor who shouldn't be there tonight. His neighbor stands trembling, her face flushed with a sudden, nervous confession. She clutches a bag of warm food, her fingers tight against the plastic. With only 24 days left, she offers a final moment of peace. He stands frozen as she steps inside his heavily fortified survival sanctuary. A flicker of hope rises, making him wonder if romance survives the end. She smiles brightly, urging him to eat before the world falls apart. But as they sit together, the true reason for her visit surfaces. She speaks of the game, instantly shattering his brief dream of normalcy. He chooses to share his knowledge, believing good souls are essential for the apocalypse. They prepare in silence, a temporary calm before the inevitable storm hits their world. He logs onto the community, leaking survival secrets while hiding his true awakened identity. He describes the metal plague and the lethal monsters hunting those who travel alone. She meticulously records every detail, realizing that survival depends on more than just strength. Searching deeper into the web, he uncovers the growing chaos surrounding a famous player. She mentions the backlash against Kimbaplover, unaware the man beside her is the target. He plays the fool, masking his secrets as she questions the informant's mysterious silence. Turning the question back on her, he tests her intuition about the world's hidden players. She smiles knowingly, believing everyone has a desperate reason for the secrets they keep. She reveals a chilling recording, having narrowly escaped a trap set by a predator. He listens intently as the evidence of a sinister plot plays out before him. The recording exposes a group of thugs plotting to kidnap her for their gain. Fury boils beneath his calm exterior as he realizes the true nature of these villains. He warns her that the coming apocalypse will strip away every mask of humanity. Amidst his grim warnings, she turns the question back on her mysterious neighbor. With desperate hope in her eyes, she asks to join his journey for survival. He remains silent, his fist clenching as he weighs the heavy burden of partnership. To unlock the legendary shop, he must face monsters that evolve with his level. Taking her along would only lead to a brutal and meaningless death in the darkness. Seong-ho laughs off the grim possibility of his neighbor turning into a mindless monster. Suddenly, the girl vanishes into a shimmering haze of purple light right before him. She reappears across the room, revealing her secret ability to blink through space. This display of power is a rare sign of absolute trust in this dying world. She smiles brightly, hoping they can at least cooperate to survive the coming nightmare. Later, Seong-ho begins the grueling task of fortifying his territory against the undead. He hammers heavy steel posts deep into the earth with relentless focused intensity. Thick coils of razor-sharp barbed wire are meticulously strung between the metal supports. Every knot is tightened with precision to ensure no creature can breach his perimeter. With sensors active, his lethal defensive line is finally ready for the inevitable slaughter. Seong-ho finally finishes moving his essential supplies into the hidden mountain bunker. But a sudden violent sneeze reminds him that nature is a relentless enemy. The freezing draft of the other world cuts through his clothes like a blade. Without proper heating countermeasures, he will never survive a single night in this tomb. A simple blackout curtain is useless against the biting wind and incoming threats. His list of survival tasks grows longer as the pressure of the apocalypse mounts. He secures a deal at a local woodworking shop for custom defensive structures. Walking through the quiet streets, he maps out locations for his final looting run. Every second counts as he calculates the time remaining before the death plague hits. Suddenly he crosses paths with a massive gym director known as the Protein Monster. Seong-ho meets a massive gym director whose presence dominates the quiet street. The giant notes Seong-ho's sudden physical change, sensing the strength of a survivor. The mood shifts as the director warns that the end is finally here. Rumors of status windows and the Walking Dead are spreading through the city's shadows. Skepticism is a luxury they can no longer afford in this dying world. He recounts witnessing impossible feats of levitation that defy every law of nature. Despite the chaos, both men realize they are still waiting for their own awakening. Desperate survivors are already trying to sell their secrets to the highest bidder. A meeting at a broadcasting station threatens to expose the truth to everyone. The era of secrets is over, as the world prepares for a terrifying new reality. The gym director reveals a chilling secret about a massive shootout in the city. Seong-ho freezes in disbelief as he realizes he missed the morning's breaking news. He frantically checks his phone while being directed to a hidden online petition board. A desperate cry for truth exposes how the government is silencing every witness. The realization hits hard, as evidence vanishes from the internet in real time. Silence falls between them while they ponder why no follow-up reports ever surfaced. Armed military forces have already locked down the entire district under total secrecy. Sensing a deeper conspiracy, Seong-ho suddenly stands up with a look of pure determination. He sprints away into the sunset, leaving his confused friend behind in the alleyway. Back home, he connects the dots between the monster attacks and a government cover-up. He uncovers a digital trail of files that shouldn't even exist yet. Footage of an orc corpse proves the nightmare has already begun in secret. He knows that monster was buried where no human could ever find it. The suspicious timing of a government shootout confirms his worst fears. A classified file reveals the state is preparing for the first warning sign. Other survivors with non-combat traits are likely hiding in the shadows. He realizes he isn't the only player who carried secrets back home. Even the president himself is caught in the web of this grand deception. A sinister shadow pulls the strings as the countdown to the apocalypse begins. The mastermind treats every survivor like a pawn on a deadly chessboard. The game board is set with 3 veterans who survived the digital nightmare. He took control of destiny by shattering the bust of the system architect. The true villains are the ones who built this world to serve their agenda. If the government pulled the strings, he never could have survived this long. He maps out the 3 most likely suspects from his past life. One particular survivor is circled as the key to this entire mystery. Keeping his information hidden from the authorities is now his only strategy. The mental strain of these dark secrets begins to take a heavy toll. He finds himself missing the simple days spent fighting alongside his old comrades. He chooses to wait in the shadows until the apocalypse finally arrives. 2 days pass as the hidden mountain sanctuary finally begins to take shape. Seong-ho successfully organizes the massive food stockpile required for the coming collapse. The initial base setup is finished just in time for the heavy equipment arrival. He plans to reinforce the walls with steel to withstand any external breach. However, the limited space within these stone walls presents a frustrating tactical challenge. Essential waterproofing is underway to protect the underground levels from the elements. The next phase of construction must proceed quickly to ensure total survival. He turns his attention to a more critical task for securing his perimeter. Launching a high-tech drone allows him to scout the vast, dense wilderness nearby. This eye in the sky gives him the ultimate advantage over any approaching threats. Using high-tech gear ensures he never walks blindly into a lethal ambush. This premium equipment grants him a god-tier tactical advantage over the world. He launches the drone to map every inch of the surrounding wilderness. To the northwest, frozen peaks loom as signal interference begins to flicker. Sweeping toward the southern coast reveals a massive ocean teeming with life. While nature's predators clash below, he identifies a sustainable source of food. He carefully scans the valley, relieved to find no sign of monstrous creatures. Suddenly, the camera lens locks onto a specific and highly disturbing location. He reaches the previous battlefield only to find the massive corpse has vanished. A chilling realization strikes as he remembers the terrifying monsters lurking nearby. Fresh footprints scattered across the earth reveal a terrifying new presence in the valley. These goblin tracks suggest a threat far more organized than mindless monsters. His drone maps the lethal distance, separating his sanctuary from this infested territory. Watching through the lens, he realizes his hidden shelter is no longer safe. He immediately initiates the return, refusing to lose his most valuable survival tool. As the machine flies back, he meticulously documents every swamp and hunting ground. A hand-drawn map now dictates the thin line between life and certain death. Preparing for the worst, he gathers his weapons to scout the terrain personally. Fully armed and ready for war, a sudden high-pitched alarm shatters the silence. His blood runs cold as the detector confirms something has breached his perimeter. The monsters have finally arrived, leaving a trail of disrespect right at his doorstep. Kneeling in the dirt, he counts a small hunting party of 6 to 8. This isn't a threat to him. It's the perfect opportunity he was waiting for. He follows the muddy footprints, watching the prey walk straight into their own graves. His senses feel sharper than ever, as if his perception stats have finally evolved. The rustle of the grass and the chirping of insects scream with unnatural clarity. Then, the silence is broken by the guttural snarls of the beasts nearby. From the shadows, he watches the mindless creatures turn on each other in rage. They are distracted, brawling like animals over a single, terrified rabbit in a cage. Hidden behind the timber, he draws his bow for a flawless, cold-blooded ambush. He releases a single arrow, striking the lead monster with lethal precision. The projectile tears through the creature's skull before it can even blink. As the first body hits the dirt, the remaining pack freezes in terror. Their shocked silence quickly turns into a chorus of bloodthirsty, guttural screams. A second strike finds its mark, silencing another beast in an instant. Blinded by rage, the survivors charge forward, brandishing their rusted blades. But he is already waiting, trading his bow for a razor-sharp axe. With a single, fluid motion, he carves through the next monster's throat. He moves like a shadow, ending the fourth creature with cold efficiency. Standing amidst the carnage, he calmly tallies his kills in the growing darkness. He stares down the remaining pack, mocking their next desperate move. Lethal darts clatter against his armor, proving their primitive weapons are completely useless. Driven by primal rage, the green-skinned monsters launch a frantic, all-out assault. They circle him like vultures, realizing their only hope lies in a bloody melee. He welcomes the challenge, watching as they lunge into his predetermined kill zone. Hidden within his grip, a crimson orb begins to glow with a blinding light. A sudden explosion of brilliance shatters their senses, leaving the monsters utterly defenseless. The status effect takes hold, forcing the once vicious hunters to collapse in agonizing confusion. With a single, devastating sweep of his blade, he ends the one-sided massacre instantly. Standing amidst the corpses, he collects his rewards as the system announces his ascension. With only 21 days left, the countdown to the total apocalypse begins. Suddenly, his survival instinct triggers with a golden glow during a routine task. Moving with supernatural speed, he carves through the earth with terrifying efficiency. This unexpected boost proves that every action now contributes to his ultimate survival. He checks his vitals, relieved that the skill's recoil is surprisingly light. Standing over a fresh grave, he finishes the somber duty of burying the dead. The battlefield is cleared, leaving only the spoils of war for him to claim. He inspects a rare medicinal fruit, a treasure that restores his depleted health instantly. The presence of these supplies suggests a much larger harvest is waiting nearby. Finally, he reaches for the boss's personal pouch to uncover its hidden contents. His eyes widen as he discovers a bizarre secret hidden within the boss's pouch. He carefully cradles a vibrant blue toad, wondering why such a creature exists here. Carrying a living creature into battle seems like a massive risk for any monster. A pungent smell fills the air as a strange green liquid leaks from it. He suddenly realizes he is holding the source of the goblin's deadly paralysis poison. He plans to use the creature to cultivate poison resistance and lethal weapon coatings. After putting on his helmet, he names the toad and forces a system bond. Blue windows flicker to life, confirming the venomous beast is now his personal property. The sudden appearance of this taming mechanic suggests the world's rules are rapidly changing. A shocking notification reveals a massive game update happened while he was logged out. He scoffs at the developer's audacity for updating a game right before total shutdown. Activating his dimensional gate, he begins a risky loop of resource gathering and reorganization. Deep in the uncharted woods, he stumbles upon a hidden spring invisible to drones. Testing the clear stream, he breathes a sigh of relief as the water is pure. Securing his survival, he meticulously logs the location of this vital liquid gold. The area is a literal treasure trove teeming with rare trees and valuable oil buds. He moves with surgical precision, harvesting exotic fruits into his advanced digital inventory. Thinking ahead, he leaves a portion of the crop to ensure future harvests remain sustainable. He carves distinct markers into the surrounding trees to navigate this treacherous, shifting landscape. With his pack full and the perimeter secured, it is finally time to head back. Morning breaks over the city as a new high-stakes project finally begins. Seong-ho carefully feeds his most dangerous asset, a lethal blue poison toad. One strike is all it takes for the creature to claim its prey. Success brings a rare moment of relief in this brutal, unforgiving world. Every detail of the habitat must be perfect to keep the specimen alive. He carefully administers the specialized nutrients required to refine its deadly toxins. The real work starts as he begins distilling the creature's potent paralysis venom. Rows of glowing green chemicals represent the ultimate edge in his survival arsenal. But his efficiency backfires, leaving him with an overwhelming surplus of lethal ointment. Now he faces a new dilemma: how to hide this power from others. Seong-ho decides to share his dangerous surplus with a trusted ally from his past. He approaches the gym as the shadows of the apocalypse stretch over the city. Inside, a mountain of a man drinks deeply, unaware of the coming storm. The director erupts in laughter, thrilled by the unexpected gift of high-grade protein. Seong-ho maintains his mask of normalcy, while the world outside begins to crumble. A simple bag of supplements hides the true power he is slowly distributing. Suspicion flashes in the director's eyes as he finds a strange, unlabeled jar. Seong-ho plays it off as a common mistake to hide his lethal secret. They trade whispers of rising violence, realizing the peace they knew is dead. The haunting silence of the deserted gym confirms that everyone is already preparing. Seong-ho questions the director's reckless plans as they move through the facility. The director reveals his desperate ambition to transform the gym into a survivor base. Panic sets in as Seong-ho learns exactly how many people are gathering here. He warns that a group this large is a death sentence in this new world. Despite the danger, the director refuses to abandon those who look to him for protection. Seong-ho remains silent, hiding his own survival secrets while weighing his next move. A blood-curdling scream shatters the tense conversation, signaling that the end has arrived early. Without hesitation, Seong-ho sprints toward the window to witness the unfolding chaos outside. He throws the glass open, his face pale as he gazes at the tragedy below. His trusted ally lies broken on the cold pavement while a desperate cry echoes out. Mi-kyung finally opens her eyes as the world slowly stops spinning around her. Seong-ho and the director loom over her, desperate for answers about the attack. Still trembling, she reveals a mysterious assailant struck her down from the shadows. Fueled by rage, the director charges into the night to hunt the culprit. Seong-ho presses for details, but the memory of the attacker remains a blur. She describes a terrifying void that swallowed her vision before she could react. The realization hits Seong-ho hard as he suspects a dangerous group has arrived. He commands her to use her teleportation at the slightest hint of danger. With only 20 days left, the shadows are already crawling with human predators. In any gathering of survivors, a monster in human skin is always hiding. Every society has its parasites, monsters who live only to watch everything burn down. Despite the desperate pleas for help, the moderators could never catch these digital ghosts. These trollers pose as allies, leading unsuspecting victims deep into the point of no return. The false guide vanishes as a swarm of nightmares consumes the terrified party members. With a kind mask and a hidden knife, they target the most vulnerable newcomers. A single strike ends a life, allowing the predator to scavenge every last item. They manipulate survivors into bloody civil wars, laughing at the carnage from above. A massive player base evaporated in months, leaving the server a desolate, empty wasteland. The last true warriors finally cornered the coward who ruined their beautiful world. Seong-ho pieces the horror together, knowing the real monsters are finally coming for him. The digital underworld unites as humanity prepares for an inevitable, soul-crushing end. Hidden forums now buzz with dark schemes and invitations for psychic-powered bank heists. Seong-ho stares in shock as he discovers scammers are profiting off his legendary reputation. He instantly recognizes the profile of a spineless troller masquerading as a helpless victim. This coward is peddling fake videos claiming the world's elite warrior once carried him. It is a calculated trap using spliced footage to lure the desperate into a nightmare. The sheer audacity of the scheme is almost enough to make him applaud their madness. Knowing the true monsters are coming, he prepares to push his body past its limits. Raw power begins to overflow as he hones his magic for the battles ahead. Every waking moment is spent mastering lethal combat styles to ensure his absolute survival. Most hunters only cared about raiding monster dens before the world truly ended. But standard gear is worthless against the nightmare known as the wire disease. From this moment on, the legendary Kimbapshua must evolve or face certain death. He needs a weapon that functions perfectly even when the system finally collapses. Searching through his stash, he looks for a tool optimized for absolute slaughter. The choices look pathetic, consisting of nothing but primitive wood and jagged stone. He starts with a basic slingshot, testing if mana can bridge the power gap. A surge of energy erupts into a beam of light that pierces the clearing. Yet, the destructive output is still too weak to kill the monsters coming next. He picks up a heavy war club, the only weapon that guarantees his survival. To survive the coming plague, you must crush the spores inside their skulls. He targets the ebony wood club as his first essential weapon purchase. Every swing with this primitive tool is a step toward absolute mastery. He obliterates the training dummies with a single, devastating horizontal strike. But even with this strength, a psychic awakener could still paralyze him. He refuses to stand by and wait for death to claim him. Memories of past player killings haunt him as a lethal challenger appears. He flawlessly parries a heavy blade, proving his instincts are still sharp. A massive surge of mana erupts, crushing everything in his immediate path. Standing amidst the wreckage, he realizes his evolution has only just begun. Exhausted from the grind, he knows survival means staying ahead of the competition. A blood-curdling scream shatters his focus, signaling that danger has finally arrived. He ventures into the dense woods, tracking a sound that shouldn't exist here. Panic sets in as his proximity sensors alert him to an intruder near home. Geared up for combat, he stares in disbelief at the scene before him. A massive predator lies defeated. A beast far too powerful for any normal survivor. The creature is cold and lifeless, killed by something even more terrifying. He realizes this wasn't a random death, but a warning from a hidden predator. Investigating the lethal wounds, he tries to identify the monster responsible for this slaughter. But as he reaches out, a sudden movement in the shadows proves he isn't alone. Out of nowhere, a tiny white cub lunges at him with desperate energy. He stares at the fallen beast, realizing the tragic truth behind this scene. The cub guards its lifeless mother, barking at the only human around. Seeing the orphan lick its mother's fur, he hesitates to tear them apart. Despite the pity, he knows the body must be dealt with immediately. Leaving a monster corpse out is a death sentence that invites true nightmares. He finishes digging a massive grave to hide the scent of death. The cub refuses to leave, clinging to the warmth of its mother one last time. Looking at the orphan, memories of his childhood dog flood back into his mind. Abandoning his cold logic, he decides to take the little predator with him. He holds the small creature close, asking the orphan to trust his guidance. He gently explains that its mother must stay behind in her final resting place. The legendary player promises to create a way for it to visit her often. Searching through his gear, he prepares a tribute to earn the cub's loyalty. He presents a rare treat, swearing the little predator will never go hungry again. This kindness comes with a price, as he requires its powerful nose for survival. The beast stares in wonder, tasting the first bit of hope in this wasteland. With a genuine smile, he extends an invitation for it to follow him. The cub barks its approval, forging an alliance in the face of certain doom. He names the wolf Dingo as the system formalizes their bond before the collapse. Seong-ho begins the ultimate training session for his new, otherworldly companion. He beams with pride as the cub displays a terrifyingly high intelligence. Every command is met with instant obedience during their intense practice session. The small predator moves with a precision that defies its adorable appearance. Even the command for absolute silence is followed with perfect, disciplined restraint. Testing its patience, he orders it to stay during a high-stakes trial. Reaching into his bag, he prepares the ultimate reward for its loyalty. With a sudden shout, he launches the bone high into the sky. Dingo leaps with explosive power, snatching the prize with predatory grace. These incredible instincts prove this cub truly belongs to another world entirely. He realizes the cub is a blessing, possessing tracking skills far beyond normal animals. Amidst their peaceful bonding, a sudden vibration from his pocket shatters the quiet moment. An unexpected message arrives from an old contact, urging him to check the internet. The cryptic instruction to search for levitation signals that the hidden world is surfacing. He watches in disbelief as a man publicly demonstrates supernatural power before a crowd. News of the first superhuman and the coming apocalypse instantly dominates the global rankings. While the masses mock the warning, he watches the world remain blissfully unaware. Even the awakened ones are lashing out, terrified that their secret is finally out. With a heavy sigh, he sets the tablet aside, disgusted by the unfolding chaos. Humanity's hypocrisy is exhausting, yet the countdown to the collapse has officially begun. While the masses spiral into chaos, he knows the government has already lost control. Digging any deeper into the mystery is a death sentence he cannot afford yet. The second omen is approaching, and even his loyal companion senses the coming storm. Visions of the Hobgoblin massacre remind him that humanity is running out of time. Every second wasted is a life lost, forcing him to begin the final phase. Preparation is the only path to survival in a world that will soon burn. They vanish into the wilderness, leaving the doomed civilization far behind them. To face the monsters, he must first teach his partner the scent of death. The hunt for the interdimensional invaders starts here, in the shadows of the forest. Deep among the trees, the legendary player readies himself for the first true slaughter. The young cub proves his tracking instincts are sharper than any human hunter. To survive the coming collapse, every command must be followed without a second's hesitation. With a sudden burst of speed, the beast launches into his first real trial. An unsuspecting prey waits in the grass, completely unaware that death is closing in. Dingo strikes with lethal precision, successfully securing his very first kill in the wild. This is more than a simple hunt. It is the birth of a legendary predator. These are no ordinary animals, possessing evolved traits and deadly glowing mana claws. Even the smallest creatures here are far stronger than the modern world remembers. Together, they vanish deeper into the woods to continue their brutal phase of training. He wonders just how powerful this companion will become once the system fully awakens. Seong-ho sets his sights on the valley to test his newfound limits. A sudden notification reveals his base stats are climbing at an impossible rate. Even with his memories as Kimbap Joa, he cannot believe this rapid growth. He calls out to his companion who has wandered deep into the dangerous woods. The poor beast is panting in pain after eating something it should not have. Seong-ho realizes the creature accidentally consumed a spicy pepper hidden in the grass. He identifies the rare bull pepper, which is a massive find for their journey. After securing the harvest, he promises his loyal partner a massive reward later. They arrive at the riverbank to begin one final hunt before the end. A giant red trout erupts from the water, challenging the young predator's instincts. The massive trout is finally caught, proving the training was a total success. With the hunt over, they prepare for the next phase of their plan. By the following morning, the demolition of his old life is nearly complete. He thanks the crew for their work while finalizing the heavy renovations. The hollowed-out space serves as a grim reminder of the coming end. He returns to the site, knowing this sacrifice was necessary for survival. Touching the cold walls, he prepares for the day the infection finally spreads. Desperate survivors will loot every shop just to stay alive one more day. He accepts this brutal reality, ready to do whatever it takes to endure. As he cleans the empty room, a mysterious shadow suddenly appears. An unexpected visitor interrupts his preparations, demanding to know if he's still breathing. A playful flick to the forehead hides the genuine concern of a loyal comrade. But the arrival of a fierce new companion suggests things are changing fast. Even a hardened warrior can't help but admire the spirit of this small beast. Suspicion grows as he questions the real motive behind this sudden, unexpected meeting. A hesitant confession confirms that something far more serious is weighing on them. The conversation takes a dark turn as the truth finally starts to spill out. With only 17 days left, the man who attacked their ally is finally identified. Pieces of a dangerous puzzle fall into place over a simple outdoor meal. Now they know exactly which enemies are hunting them from the shadows. Seong-ho identifies the enemy base hidden deep within the mountain redevelopment site. His ally watches in disbelief as the impossible puzzle finally begins to click. A reality show star with levitation powers provided the final piece of evidence. Dark secrets emerge about a violent party that previously crossed their path. A lone man once faced a mob of thugs in a completely one-sided encounter. Fury erupts as the leader realizes his group is being dismantled from within. Predatory awakeners are poaching survivors with promises of power and absolute safety. Seong-ho deduces that his former allies were seduced by a dangerous new offer. The screen glows with betrayal as every ally abandons the sinking ship. With only 2 awakened warriors left, they are now walking into a trap. Seong-ho realizes that in this dying world, people only look out for themselves. Family ties begin to fray as he stares at a photo of his daughter. Under the gaze of a crumbling statue, he questions the weight of his morality. If anyone threatens his survival, he is prepared to become a cold-blooded killer. His companion agrees that in a lawless disaster, absolute evil must be purged. The heavy tension breaks for a moment as they share a rare, human laugh. Suddenly, the piercing sound of a child safety alarm shatters the brief silence. A blood-red warning on his screen signals a nightmare he never expected to face. He grips the glowing device, realizing a loved one is in immediate, mortal danger. Standing in his way is Oh In-hak, a ruthless thug looking for a fight. A terrified girl finds herself cornered on a ledge by a persistent predator. The blonde thug mocks her pleas, deciding to take what he wants by force. Backed by his ruthless crew, the leader declares this lawless zone their personal playground. He levels his weapon, warning his victim that resistance is a complete waste of energy. Hidden in the shadows, a mysterious figure in a helmet prepares a silent, deadly strike. As the thug begins his final countdown, a glowing projectile tears through the air. The strike connects with lethal precision, instantly shattering the leader's arrogant confidence. Panic erupts among the thugs as they scramble to find their unseen attacker. Like a ghost, the helmeted warrior lunges forward, delivering a bone-crushing blow. Even as a dark ability manifests, the mysterious savior moves too fast to be stopped. The street thug collapses as the weight of the ambush finally takes its toll. Seong-ho gasps for air, his lungs burning from the intensity of the sudden clash. A desperate scream from above shatters the silence, warning him of a hidden danger. A brutal, crimson strike explodes against his helmet, nearly shattering his very consciousness. Staggering back in pain, the legendary player realizes even a glancing blow is lethal. A new predator emerges from the group, threatening to cripple the exhausted warrior. The fallen leader rises with a twisted grin, signaling his crew to finish the job. Pure electrical energy surges through the thug's veins as he awakens his terrifying power. With lightning crackling at his fingertips, the predator closes in for the final kill. Backed into a corner, Seong-ho realizes his only escape lies within a dimensional gate. The lightning predator's final strike is brutally interrupted by a sudden, feral counterattack. Shock ripples through the thugs as a small beast humbles their arrogant leader. Tensions boil over until a calculated threat of authority forces a desperate standoff. Reluctantly, the defeated gang retreats, leaving their pride shattered in the dirt. The survivor leader watches them leave, mocking the weakness of those who talk big. Amidst the chaos, a familiar ally descends to check on the battered warrior. She frantically inspects his shattered helmet, terrified by the sheer force he endured. Looking through the cracks, he sees her worry but remains haunted by the past. A ghostly vision of legendary players reminds him of the true scale of power. Pushing through the pain, he refuses to rest while the world continues to crumble. The survivor leader asks the warrior to take the girl under his wing. Without a second thought, he turns his back and walks into the unknown. They stare in silence, realizing the gap between them and this strange man. Returning to his sanctuary, he begins the grueling work of his secret project. His cold gaze through the cracked helmet reveals a mind focused only on survival. He briefly considers sharing his strength, but the risk to them is too great. To survive the coming storm, he must reach a level beyond human comprehension. Every modification to his base is a step toward outlasting the inevitable collapse. He knows that staying together now would only lead to their certain deaths. Time disappears as he pushes his body to the limit before the world ends. The final piece of the sanctuary is set to keep the freezing darkness out. Even the loyal dingo finds comfort as the world begins to freeze over. Generators and surveillance are the only things standing between him and certain death. With only 16 days left, every second spent working is a second bought later. But across the airwaves, a different kind of storm is brewing in the stars. A massive celestial threat fragments in deep space, hidden from the public's terrified eyes. Thomas Chandler assures the world they are safe, while the countdown to extinction accelerates. He watches the lies unfold, knowing the true nightmare is already on its way. The fragment strikes with the force of 1,000 suns, birthing a deadly tsunami. From the wreckage of the deep, the first wave of the undead finally arrives. Seong-ho watches the news as the president goes into hiding after the chaos. The Blue House remains silent while rumors of a deadly shooting sweep the nation. Political rivals demand the truth as the government loses its grip on the situation. Whispers of the awakened begin to spread while the world edges toward the end. He knows the media spotlight is the only thing keeping superpowered criminals in check. But the digital world is a cesspool of fear and unchecked bloodlust. High-level players are already making their moves, turning the streets into their playground. As society crumbles, people realize the nightmare of the undead is finally real. Scrolling through the madness, a single name catches his eye and stops his heart. A legendary veteran from the old days is still active and calling for help. He remembers a legendary veteran who was always a hero to the new players. A secret message reveals a hidden bunker stocked for years of survival in Busan. He considers joining them but hesitates because his old comrades haven't surfaced yet. For now, he bookmarks the location as a final contingency for the coming collapse. Standing before his own glowing gate, he prepares to finalize his personal sanctuary. By dawn, he stands with his companion before a massive, reinforced hillside fortress. High-tech solar arrays and surveillance eyes now guard the perimeter of his new home. Exhausted but focused, he knows the true struggle for survival is only just beginning. Setting up an independent power grid proves far more difficult than he initially expected. Complex wiring ensures every electronic device will function when the world finally goes dark. He holds his breath, praying the connection finally holds this time. Success flashes on the screen as the power grid finally roars to life. A wave of pure relief washes over him after months of grueling labor. Standing in his high-tech fortress, he has finally secured his future survival. The rush of dopamine hits harder than any victory in the virtual world. Memories of digging through the earth lead him to a secure, hidden safe. Unlocking the vault reveals a mineral far sharper and harder than obsidian. This glowing green treasure might be useless now, but its potential is limitless. Every resource gathered brings him one step closer to absolute dominance. As he heads to bed, a sudden, sharp bark interrupts the silence. Seong-ho freezes as a familiar sound echoes through the silence of his fortress. His loyal companion Dingo barks with a ferocity that signals immediate danger. He rushes outside only to find the creature growling at the shadows. The blood drains from his face as he realizes something is horribly wrong. Emerging from the tree line are direwolves, high-level monsters that shouldn't be here. Panic sets in as he wonders why these mountain beasts have descended. He realizes with horror that these might be the ones who killed Dingo's mother. He frantically tries to keep his pet quiet before the pack closes in. Surrounded and outmatched, one wrong move means being torn to shreds instantly. His only hope is to force the massive alpha to lead the pack away. The predators prowl forward, their primal caution the only thing holding them back. Seong-ho waits for the alpha to move, knowing the pack follows its lead. He realizes these beasts possess a heightened sense of smell that could be exploited. The red alpha snarls, completely unaware of the chemical trap waiting for it. Reaching for his belt, he prepares the spray salvaged from his last hunt. If he can blind the leader, the rest of the pack will flee. Tension rises as he realizes a single mistake will cost him his life. He calculates the distance, desperate for a way to stop the beast's charge. Suddenly a flash of inspiration hits him like a bolt of lightning. Tightening his grip, he prepares to execute a gamble that has to work. Seong-ho issues a desperate challenge to protect the sanctuary he worked so hard constructing. The massive red beast skids across the dirt, narrowly avoiding his initial strike. Its glowing yellow eyes burn with a predatory hunger that would paralyze any normal man. The apex predator launches its lethal assault, closing the distance in a single heartbeat. Timing his movements perfectly, the survivor reaches for the hidden weapon at his hip. He unleashes a blinding cloud of chemical spray directly into the monster's sensitive face. As the beast chokes and falters, he draws his blade to finish the job. With surgical precision, he drives the cold steel deep into the creature's vulnerable eye. He kicks the wounded leader back, showing the pack who truly rules this territory. Terrified by his overwhelming dominance, the bloodthirsty pack retreats into the dark forest shadows. After the brutal fight, Seong-ho finally catches his breath on the cold earth. A tiny companion greets him, offering a brief moment of peace amidst the chaos. He comforts the small creature, promising that their struggle is only the beginning. A chilling vow of revenge marks the final 15 days before the world ends. Weeks earlier, he moved through the unsuspecting city to gather essential survival gear. Running on nearly 70 hours of no sleep, he prepared for the coming nightmare. He reflects on the predators he faced, knowing far worse monsters are coming. Looking back at the ticking timer, he realizes his early plans were too simple. He mapped out known threats while ignoring the deadly variables lurking in the shadows. To survive the coming storm, he must now build a fortress that cannot fall. Seong-ho watches from the shadows, calculating every square inch needed for his massive stockpile. He knows a single wall won't hold, already planning a secondary line of defense. Even as he designs a communication network, a familiar voice cuts through his deep concentration. His old allies appear in the open, questioning why he's out here all alone. He masks his dark premonitions with a smile, claiming he's just gathering simple supplies. The leader reveals he isn't the one looking for tools of war this time. All eyes turn to the girl who is desperately seeking weapons to protect herself. Seong-ho clutches his supplies as the conversation turns toward the coming inevitable chaos. They argue over the necessity of violence, while the world outside slowly begins to rot. She cannot accept the nightmare of the wire disease despite the evidence he provides. Seong-ho freezes as the girl suddenly recognizes his face from the past. She realizes he was once a simple restaurant owner before the world ended. Reaching into her bag, she pulls out a small card to prove her identity. She hands the document over, bridging the gap between their two worlds. A wave of pure shock washes over him as he reads the truth. This young woman is actually a professional doctor from a prestigious hospital. Despite the absurdity, he begins teaching her the brutal laws of their new reality. She remains skeptical, finding it impossible to believe the world follows game logic. Trying to find a scientific answer, she struggles to accept this digital nightmare. She prepares to ask one final question that could change everything they know. Mi-kyung confronts Seong-ho, suspecting he possesses the hidden powers of an awakener. She notices his eerie certainty, while Seong-ho realizes this woman is dangerously observant. Expressing her gratitude, she finds a rare sense of security in his presence. She bluntly reminds her leader that he lacks the profound depth Seong-ho holds. With a sudden shift in tone, she approaches him for a personal request. She reaches out her hand, offering an alliance that could change their fate. By the following morning, Seong-ho focuses entirely on perfecting his new lethal weapon. He raises the finished spear, finally ready to face the horrors lurking outside. Calling his loyal companion forward, the time for preparation has finally come to an end. He comforts the beast, swearing they will finally get revenge for its fallen mother. To protect his sanctuary, Seong-ho must eliminate anyone who dares to discover it. Geared for war, he prepares his loyal companion for their most dangerous hunt yet. Deep in the woods, he spots a pack of maned wolves stalking the clearing. But something is wrong. The lethal alpha of the pack is nowhere to be found. Crouching low, he realizes a much more terrifying predator has already claimed this territory. A monstrous neighbor looms over the forest, feasting on the remains of the weak. Without their leader, the remaining wolves are nothing more than disorganized, mindless beasts. Their coordination has crumbled into chaos, making them the perfect targets for an ambush. As the first beast lunges forward, Seong-ho lures it exactly where he wants it. With a single calculated move, the hunter becomes the trapper, ensnaring his prey effortlessly. The trapped beast whimpers in terror, realizing its life is finally at its end. With a cold promise of mercy, Seong-ho plunges his spear into the helpless monster. The scent of fresh blood immediately draws the rest of the pack into a frenzy. He doesn't stand and fight, choosing instead to lead them into a deadly chase. Driven by primal rage, the wolves launch a synchronized assault on the lone hunter. As the first predator leaps from the shadows, Seong-ho remains perfectly calm and composed. He unleashes a blinding chemical spray, turning the beast's superior senses against itself. Disoriented and vulnerable, the pack's coordination completely shatters in an instant of chaos. He strikes with surgical precision, reaping points as the monsters fall one by one. Even as another jaw snaps at his neck, the legendary player is already moving. With his loyal companion's help, the hunter prepares to finish the last predator. A precise strike secures the kill and more points for the legendary player. He knows that in this world, absolute lethality is the only path forward. Reaching level 5 triggers a massive evolution in his most powerful hidden trait. The gateway now grants total invisibility while allowing him to see anywhere. He reaches out to manifest the door, eager to test these new limits. The sheer potential of this upgrade leaves even a master survivalist in awe. Looking through the rift, he sees directly into the safety of his home. He realizes this hidden passage can now remain completely undetected by any enemy. This game-breaking power finally eliminates the last remaining weakness in his survival plan. The evolution of his 5th-level power promises even more game-breaking additions soon. He realizes that ignoring his level was a mistake he can no longer afford. But before he can ascend further, a mountain of preparation still remains. With only 2 weeks left until the end, he cleans up the battlefield. The following days vanish in a blur of relentless work and strategic fortification. He deploys a drone to scout the dangerous ecosystem of the parallel dimension. Initial scans show a peaceful landscape, but he knows better than to trust appearances. He meticulously crosses off known threats, ensuring no monsters lurk in his immediate vicinity. A massive goblin nest appears in the distance, far too dangerous to infiltrate alone. Armed with a chainsaw and his loyal companion, the real work finally begins. He clears the perimeter, turning a simple hideout into a fortified death trap. His loyal companion works tirelessly to mark the boundaries of their new sanctuary. A massive moat and razor-sharp wire create an impenetrable wall against the coming tide. Through the rift, He monitors a crumbling world where governments begin hunting the gifted. He stockpiles raw materials from the old world, preparing for a long, brutal siege. Every tool and commercial-grade weapon is secured to ensure his survival during the collapse. He shadows his enemies from the darkness, documenting every weakness of the local thugs. Heavy machinery and high-speed transport are ready for the day the corrosion curse hits. Venom is harvested daily to poison his blades and build a lethal chemical resistance. But a sudden discovery on the web leaves him questioning if everything is real. A shocking online post claims a legendary top-tier player has finally been recruited. Martial law tightens as the government silences the truth with cold steel. Behind locked gates, the nation's leader hides, while the world outside burns. He suspects a secret alliance was forged between the state and a survivor. A massive arsenal traded for classified intel would create an unstoppable force. In this game of shadows, even the most powerful men are chess pieces. But the math doesn't add up for a player known for being honorable. He brushes off the confusion, knowing he cannot afford to hesitate now. If these rumors are actually true, every one of his plans must change. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure watches the digital chaos unfold from the dark. Seong-ho secures his digital identity to infiltrate the hidden underworld of elite players. A simple message is sent into the dark, baiting a powerful, unknown target. The sudden chime of a response signals that the high-stakes hunt has finally begun. An elite veteran accepts the meeting, completely unaware of who he is actually facing. Diving into the virtual realm, Seong-ho prepares to unmask a potentially dangerous liar. Two shadows meet within a sterile white void where deadly secrets are traded. The stranger grows impatient, his arrogance clashing with the heavy silence of the room. From behind a ridiculous mask, Seong-ho demands absolute respect from his mysterious guest. A chilling question about his veteran status hangs heavy in the digital air. To prove his worth, the masked player initiates a high-stakes survival knowledge test. The stranger answers instantly, projecting a beast that only a true veteran would recognize. Every weakness is exposed as the mysterious guest continues to pass each deadly trial. Seong-ho explains the horrific evolution of monsters that now haunt the ruined world. A cunning trap question is thrown, but the masked survivor refuses to be played. Impressed by the display, the man in the shadows finally acknowledges his opponent's status. Demanding the ultimate proof, Seong-ho calls for a meeting with their top-tier leader. The request is denied, leaving a heavy tension between two powerful players in the void. With a cryptic warning about the coming storm, the stranger's true intentions remain hidden. Seong-ho suspects his mysterious opponent is merely stalling for time with empty words. A sudden realization strikes him as the true nature of the trap becomes clear. The stranger vanishes into digital static after successfully tracking Seong-ho's real-world location. Meanwhile, the nation's president storms into the very internet cafe where Seong-ho hides. With cold authority, Jang orders his elite guards to lock down every single exit. This is no social visit as the leader prepares for a violent confrontation. He discards all subtlety, physically demanding information from the terrified staff member. His eyes burn red as he unleashes a terrifying mind control ability to force cooperation. Trapped and exposed, Seong-ho must find a way to escape before he is caught. Seong-ho realizes that one wrong move means falling under the president's absolute control. Desperate to escape, he activates his dimensional gate within the narrow bathroom stall. Outside, the predator closes in as a heavy hand drops onto a witness's shoulder. Jang unleashes his terrifying mind control ability, forcing the truth from a helpless victim. With the cafe cleared, the president realizes there is only one place left to hide. He storms into the silent bathroom, demanding the mysterious player reveal himself immediately. Suspecting a stealth ability, Jang checks every corner with cold, calculating precision. He fills a bucket with water, preparing a simple but effective trap for invisibility. A massive splash erupts as he tries to drench the man who shouldn't exist. The president taps the wall, certain that his prey has finally run out of room. Little does he know, a dimensional barrier is the only thing keeping him alive. As Jang turns his back, the man who shouldn't exist watches from the shimmering rift. He broadcasts a chilling order to sweep the area and capture the target alive. Standing amidst the silence, the predator remains blind to the danger looming just inches away. Seong-ho carefully coats his spear in a deadly toxin, preparing for the final strike. Memories of past struggles fuel his resolve to finally discard his mercy and strike back. The dimensional gate flickers as the hunter becomes the hunted in a single, silent step. With only 12 days left, the legendary player chooses to meet injustice with pure violence. An arrogant hunter searches for the legendary player, who remains a complete mystery. He believes no matter the skill, a mere veteran cannot escape his reach. Retreating to the shadows, he remains blissfully unaware that the predator has arrived. A chilling greeting echoes as the legendary Kimbapjoa manifests directly behind his target. Panic strikes the official as a lethal, glowing spear lunges from the darkness. The toxic blade finds its mark, sending a paralyzing poison coursing through his veins. Realization dawns on the dying man as he identifies his silent, terrifying executioner. Before he can scream, Seong-ho ruthlessly slams his head into the shattering glass. Behind the cold visor, the hunter asks his prey how the agony feels. With a final warning, the legendary player ensures this secret dies in the room. As the apocalypse looms, the hunter draws his steel for a silent execution. Without a system to punish him, the predator is free to kill without consequence. Seong-ho suppresses his target, his eyes cold behind the visor of his helmet. A true veteran moves with surgical precision to strip his enemy of everything. Paralyzed by a lethal poison, the man can only stare into his own grave. In this lawless reality, the fallen official is nothing more than lootable monster data. He seizes the traitor's weapon and personal belongings as a tax for betrayal. One final strike ensures the message is received before the hunter vanishes. Escaping into the dimensional rift, he prepares to study the secrets he stole. The hunter now knows the name of the man who targeted him for death. A powerful golf club owner hides 3 secret bunkers beneath his feet. But his true terror lies in a mind control ability that grows every game. Seong-ho finishes gathering intel on this dangerous player, ending the surveillance. He realizes that in this world, simple playtime never guarantees absolute strength. For a veteran like him, survival is a game where his traits are cheat codes. He prepares for the coming storm by silencing his weapon for the hunt. As the apocalypse draws near, every awakening pushes his physical limits higher. Each shot he fires proves that brutal training is the only path to survival. Suddenly, a mysterious notification rings out as a shimmering portal tears the air. A strange digital window appears, revealing a secret that changes everything. Seong-ho stares in disbelief as his screen explodes with urgent emergency alerts. His eyes sharpen as he realizes the peace he fought for is ending. The second omen has finally arrived, bringing monsters into the real world. He wastes no time, tearing through the dark mountain roads at lethal speeds. The clock is ticking toward a midnight that humanity might not survive. Gayasan is the last place he expected the nightmare to begin so soon. Reports of goblin sightings flood his phone, confirming his worst fears are real. Every second counts as he pushes his vehicle to the absolute limit. He reaches the edge of the abyss and pulls over into the shadows. With his loyal companion by his side, the legendary player begins the hunt. The police have already cordoned off the area to keep the truth hidden. Deep in the woods, a lethal hobgoblin prepares his pack for a bloody slaughter. The legendary player moves in silence as his loyal companion catches a scent. He asks the beast if it has truly found the monsters lurking nearby. The small creature freezes as its senses sharpen on a nearby threat. Confirmation comes instantly as they sprint deeper into the heart of the forest. There is no turning back now that the hunt has officially begun. They tear through the undergrowth at a pace no normal human could match. Every second lost means more lives at risk from the impending goblin raid. Exhaustion sets in while he wonders if there is a faster way to win. He stumbles upon a gruesome scene where law enforcement and monsters lay fallen. Panic flares as he desperately checks the vitals of the downed officers. Relief washes over him when he realizes their hearts are still beating. There are no fatal wounds, only the terrifying glow of paralyzing neurotoxin. But a chilling discovery reveals that their sidearms have been systematically stripped away. They will recover soon, but the missing weapons point to a darker threat. Turning his attention to the monsters, he begins a grim forensic examination. The goblin corpses are riddled with bullet holes, proving the officers fought back. If the monsters did not kill them, who stole the guns mid-chaos? A horrifying realization strikes him as the true culprit finally comes to light. A legendary treasure known as a gold goblin has appeared in the woods. Seong-ho realizes this rare monster is the key to his next power spike. He seizes a fallen officer's phone to summon emergency help to the scene. Leaving the authorities to handle the cleanup, he vanishes into the dark forest. The secret is out as horrifying footage of the monsters goes viral everywhere. With only 11 days left until the world ends, every second now counts. Elsewhere, a desperate struggle for survival erupts as shields clash against bone-crushing clubs. Unprepared survivors find themselves trapped in a nightmare they cannot possibly hope to win. Surrounded by bloodthirsty creatures, a terrified subordinate begs his leader for a way out. Pushed to the brink, the veteran warrior prepares to unleash his true hidden strength. A hidden power awakens as stones begin to levitate around the veteran warrior. With a single thought, he launches a lethal barrage to protect his struggling ally. The shield-bearer desperately hopes for reinforcements that are still miles away from them. Meanwhile, the authorities find themselves completely cut off from the unfolding mountain massacre. Despite the overwhelming terror, They must seize this moment as their only opportunity. Vicious monsters jump from the darkness, looking exactly like the creatures from the game. He crushes their skulls with telekinetic force before they can land a single blow. Pushed to his limit, the exhausted subordinate is ordered to maintain his defensive position. A massive hobgoblin emerges from the woods, leading a squad of high-level threats. There is no time for complaints when survival depends on absolute, unwavering focus. The leader is caught off guard by a creature that shouldn't be this smart. He falls to his knees, realizing even low-level monsters have evolved to counter him. Surrounded in the suffocating darkness, the survivors prepare for a final, desperate stand. His subordinate raises a shield, willing to die to protect his fallen commander. Suddenly, a streak of light tears through the air, piercing a monster's skull. A barrage of lethal projectiles rains down, wiping out the entire pack instantly. Stunned silence fills the woods as the predators become the prey of a ghost. High above, the legendary player wonders if saving them was a mistake. But every action has a price, and he's already calculated the cost of mercy. From behind a dimensional rift, he watches the weak struggle in his new world. The legendary hunter identifies a weakened pack of goblins ripe for the picking. He grabs a simple soda can, prepared to move with lethal speed. A calculated plan forms as he prepares his dimensional gate for the slaughter. A single well-placed stone draws the attention of the mindless monsters. Lured by the fizzing bait, the creatures march toward their invisible doom. From the safety of another dimension, the first strike pierces through reality. He impales his prey, letting their agonized screams echo through the dark woods. The portal acts as an unbreakable shield while he delivers a fatal thrust. He retracts the weapon, leaving no physical evidence of his presence behind. But the commotion finally alerts the high-insight leader of the pack. The pack leader gazes in fury at the mangled remains of his fallen soldier. He barks savage commands, forcing the survivors to flush out the hidden killer. Paralyzed by fear, the remaining monsters creep forward into the suffocating darkness. Suddenly, the hunter erupts from a dimensional rift like a vengeful ghost. A single, blinding arc of steel severs their heads in one fluid motion. With the small fry eliminated, he prepares to handle the main threat ahead. A sudden realization hits as he watches the creatures through his tactical visor. He watches in disbelief as the monsters engage in a heated, desperate argument. The monster lunges with a club heavy enough to shatter solid stone. Steel clashes against wood as he braces for a strike that decides everything. The impact shatters the silence as he is slammed violently against a tree. Blood drips from his mask as the weight of the blow nearly crushes him. Consciousness fades while the towering beast prepares a final, bone-shattering strike. Just as darkness takes him, a surge of primal energy erupts from within. A hidden survival skill awakens, igniting a golden fire in his desperate eyes. The monster unleashes a devastating swing that would have pulverized any ordinary man. He becomes a blur of lethal motion, dancing through chaos with impossible speed. Swapping steel for lead, he levels a suppressed pistol at his hulking executioner. He secures the loot through a rift before the enraged leader can strike. Silent that even gods can bleed. He mocks the beast, knowing the tide of battle has finally turned. With blinding speed, he unleashes a flurry of strikes that carve through the air. The monster's final roar is cut short as its life force spills away. Victory brings power as the system grants him a massive level up and new skills. And this newfound perception allows him to read every detail of the environment instantly. Just as he claims his spoils, an alarm echoes through the dark forest. He realizes the hunters have arrived, their flashlights cutting through the dense trees. To survive the coming sweep, he rips open a portal to his secret sanctuary. Waking up, bandaged and broken, he finds comfort in a loyal companion's presence. His watch reveals the high cost of victory as he loses an entire day. To survive the coming storm, he must master his own lethal survival cravings. With only 9 days remaining before the apocalypse, every second is a lifeline. He gathers his hard-earned spoils while his companion rests by the warm fire. Among the simple firearms, one particular blade catches his keen, experienced eyes. He uncovers a legendary mithril knife, an indestructible weapon immune to the plague. Confusion sets in as he wonders how a lowly goblin possessed such treasure. Examining the uneven, bumpy texture reveals a secret hidden within the metal's surface. A sudden, chilling realization strikes him as the pieces finally fall into place. Low-level monsters shouldn't possess the civilization required to forge such advanced steel. Terrifying visions of mutated blacksmiths suggest the enemy is evolving faster than imagined. He laughs off the impossible theory as a massive stretch of the imagination. Turning his attention back to reality, he begins sorting through his massive haul. He pulls out rare shadow grapes that grant the user supernatural night vision. Suddenly it makes sense why the diurnal monsters were hunting freely at night. His status window confirms a growth rate far deadlier than any virtual game. With the loot secured, he tears open a portal to return to Earth. Stepping back into the world, his phone erupts with a flood of notifications. Everyone is searching for him, desperate to know where he has been hiding. He decides his first stop back in civilization must be the fitness center. Little does he know, the world he left behind is no longer the same. Seong-ho finally arrives at the gym, greeted by the familiar faces he once knew. His friends rush forward, their faces filled with relief, after his long, mysterious disappearance. The atmosphere is light as they introduce the newest members of their growing party. New survivors join the ranks, unaware of the godlike power standing right before them. Questions arise about a missing comrade who left to scavenge for high-end survival gear. They speak of a modern facility nearby, oblivious to the chaos brewing outside. The conversation shifts to the terrifying news reports that have paralyzed the entire nation. Scientists are already losing hope after dissecting the monstrous creatures invading their reality. High-level officials gather in shadows, desperate to regain control over a collapsing world. President Jiang declares a manhunt for the creator while seeking the strength of the awakened. The survivors gather in their sanctuary to discuss their next move. One survivor seeks guidance from the man who has seen the most combat. Another warns that hunting low-level goblins is a waste of precious time. He insists that gathering supplies is more important than gaining a few levels. But the battle-hardened warrior immediately calls out his dangerous misinformation. He questions if their self-proclaimed expert has even played the game of survival. The tension rises as the false leader warns against trusting online communities. A desperate girl asks the chilling truth about who survives the zombie plague. He claims that merely standing near an awakened grants total immunity to infection. He stands tall, demanding to know why they doubt his godlike status. He boldly claims his gaming experience granted him direct contact with the system. The survivors listen intently as he promises they are finally safe from infection. Desperate for salvation, the others cling to him like he is a living god. A new arrival questions if anyone actually managed to clear the hidden tutorial. While the fake leader flexes his muscles, one man sees through the pathetic charade. He knows there is zero evidence that being awakened grants immunity to the spores. Looking at the brainwashed crowd, he realizes this entire situation is utterly hopeless. His companion realizes that trusting a troll will only lead to a swift death. Refusing to waste another second, the true warrior prepares to leave them all behind. He has a deadly schedule to keep and no time for their suicidal delusions. Seong-ho calculates his next move, mapping out resources before the metal plague descends. His preparations are interrupted by a woman waiting with a mysterious, lingering smile. She approaches with an offer that feels far too generous for this dying world. A rare kit of prescription drugs is offered, a literal lifesaver in this apocalypse. He questions her motives, but she dismisses the value of such priceless medical supplies. Revealing her hidden sanctuary, she hands him the keys to a potential future alliance. Survival in this hellscape requires mutual trust and knowing exactly where to find allies. With a casual wave, she departs to continue her secret mission across the city. She demands he keeps his promise, her eyes reflecting a strange, intense urgency. Watching her vanish, he realizes this woman is a force he simply cannot ignore. Time is a luxury he no longer has while stockpiling weapons and fuel. In a hidden dimension, he builds a fortress stocked with every necessity. Digging a massive moat is the only way to keep the monsters out. Civilization begins to crumble as the streets erupt in a desperate, violent panic. While experts scream at each other on television, the real threat draws closer. World leaders scramble for a solution that simply does not exist anymore. At the HSA, the monitors scream a warning that their predictions were wrong. Cosmic terrors known as Nzombi, Alpha, and Beta are hurtling toward the planet. 4 days of agonizing silence pass as humanity waits for the end. He finds a derelict sanctuary at the port to finalize his ultimate plan. He risks everything to open a portal and scavenge weapons from a cursed vessel. With no family left to protect, the looming infection feels like a distant secondary concern. Retreating to another world is an option, but he refuses to abandon his humanity. Surviving alone in a void would mean losing the very essence of being human. Every piece of gear is meticulously packed because he has no intention of dying tonight. He embraces the high-risk gamble, knowing the return is the only way to stay ahead. A cold smile crosses his face as he realizes this chaos is what life is. New patch notes reveal the horrifying evolution of the monsters and the tools for survival. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shatters the silence, signaling that the admin's twisted game is real. As his eyes reflect the digital warning, he realizes the true apocalypse has finally begun. The smartphone screen flashes a terrifying warning that the third omen has finally arrived. Sirens scream across the coastline, signaling a disaster that no one was prepared for. Nature reacts first as the sea life frantically flees from the impending doom. The tide vanishes completely, leaving massive ships stranded on a barren, eerie seafloor. From above, the retreating ocean reveals a haunting silence before the coming storm. Suddenly, the horizon shifts as a monstrous wall of water rises to swallow everything. A colossal vessel is tossed like a toy atop the devastating tsunami. Seong-ho watches in pure disbelief as the liquid apocalypse rushes toward him. The city vanishes beneath the surge, making him wish for simple zombies instead. Through his binoculars, he realizes that even monsters are better than this nightmare. Watching the world end makes even the strongest survivors feel completely powerless. But standing still is a death sentence, so he prepares for a desperate gamble. Every second counts as he hauls his gear through the chaotic remains of society. He plunges toward the rising tide before government agents can intercept his path. The small vessel hits the churning water right beneath a massive, iron giant. He secures his lifeline, knowing one slip means being swallowed by the abyss. Masked and ready, he prepares to face the unknown horrors lurking above. The colossal hull is stained with a sickening, glowing infection that defies all logic. Remarkably, the viral corruption does not take hold of his body as he hoped. With a silent resolve, he begins the long climb into the heart of danger. Blood-soaked monsters roam the deck, their hunger echoing through the silent, iron halls. These undead sailors have no idea that their long-awaited meal has finally arrived. Seong-ho stands ready, greeting the nightmares with a weapon forged for total annihilation. These aren't mindless walkers, but evolved predators designed to hunt every living soul. They grow stronger with every kill, but Seong-ho refuses to become their next meal. With a heavy swing, he warns them to brace for the impact of steel. A blue flash erupts as his mace shatters their skulls in one fluid motion. He looks down at the remains, surprised by how easily these monsters fell. System notifications confirm his dominance as he claims the rewards of a one-sided slaughter. He tightly grips his weapon, remembering that overconfidence is the quickest way to die. Seong-ho knows that in this world, a single veteran's mistake means certain death. He surveys the carnage, realizing the scale of the nightmare he has just entered. Evolved predators watch from every corner, hungry for the flesh of the last survivor. To reach his goal, he must first purge the hallway of these lingering shadows. He strikes with lethal precision, carving a path toward the ship's hidden armory. A sudden explosion of gunfire echoes through the narrow corridors, shattering the silence. Hope flickers as he realizes another soul might still be fighting for their life. If an unawakened human survived the spores, the rules of this apocalypse just changed. He sprints toward the source of the noise, desperate to secure a living witness. The sight of a fallen survivor proves he was just a moment too late. A trembling hand holds a blood-stained photograph, a final link to a lost life. The wounded survivor gasps out his thanks, knowing his journey ends right here. Seong-ho accepts the heavy ammo crate, the price of survival paid in blood. With a final sigh, the light fades from the young man's tired eyes. He steps out from the metal depths, carrying the weight of a dead man's hope. The stench of purple blood fills the air, marking a fallen, inhuman predator. There is no time for mourning when every second brings a new threat. He severs the lines and readies his boat for the dangerous journey ahead. A mysterious rival appears on the horizon, just as obsessed with gathering resources. Two shadows now race across the waves, driven by a desperate hunger to endure. Two survivors race across the waves, leaving the blood-soaked ship far behind. Seong-ho pushes his boat to the limit as he prepares for the coming storm. He refuses to play the hero, disgusted by the nauseating hypocrisy of the world. As dawn breaks over the silent city, the countdown to extinction truly begins. The media frantically demands the whereabouts of the man who predicted this nightmare. President Jang seizes total control, using the chaos to consolidate his absolute authority. Seong-ho realizes the president is playing the same ruthless game he is. It is time to provide the final justification by leaking the ultimate truth. He contacts the headquarters, claiming he knows the exact moment everything ends. The administrator freezes as Seong-ho reveals secrets that no ordinary man should know. The administrator reels in shock as the mystery caller reveals his impossible identity. He frantically records the terrifying countdown and the promise of a mysterious package. Seong-ho coldly warns him to use the coming gift before everything burns down. With a final wish for luck, the countdown to the end officially begins. President Jang moves with lethal efficiency as social media explodes with rumors of war. High above the streets, Seong-ho watches the first waves of total government mobilization. Armed soldiers flood the districts, ordering every citizen to stockpile resources and hide. Panic spreads through the crowds as the final deadline for humanity is broadcasted. Observing the chaos, Seong-ho realizes the authorities are reacting much faster than expected. He clenches his fist, wondering if he should have trusted them from the start. He accepts the inevitable, casting aside useless regrets as the world begins to crumble. Under the cold moonlight, he remembers the vow that changed his destiny forever. Though a legendary hunter stands behind him, he insists he is just an ordinary man. Trapped by the global lockdown, he chooses to build his sanctuary in another world. With the clock ticking down, he spends his final days fortifying his secret mountain base. Every piece of human knowledge is preserved on these drives for the dark age ahead. Deep within the magical forest, he and his loyal companion find a hidden treasure. These glowing solar apples prove this land is more fertile than he ever imagined. But just as the final day arrives, a chilling realization strikes at his bunker door. His supplies have been tampered with, meaning someone else is already hiding inside with him. He stares at the strange, shriveled object left behind in his high-tech sanctuary. Suspecting a betrayal from within, he confronts his only loyal companion about the theft. The innocent creature whimpers under the weight of an accusation he cannot possibly understand. A chilling realization settles in as he realizes his initial suspicion was completely wrong. His companion barks frantically toward the monitors, demanding he witness the truth for himself. He checks the security archives, only for his blood to run cold at the screen. The footage reveals tiny, mechanical invaders infiltrating his base through the smallest of gaps. These creatures aren't just scavengers, they are performing a calculated trade for his supplies. Watching their leaders' eerily human expressions, he realizes these monsters are actually self-aware. Frustration boils over as he struggles to decide whether to hunt these impossible intruders down. He secures the perimeter while his companion watches for any sign of mechanical spies. With a focused command, he tears open a portal to summon his secret allies. Despite the nationwide martial law, his team successfully gathers within their hidden sanctuary. He immediately notices an unfamiliar face and learns he is the final gym member. The newcomer introduces himself as a survivor who turned the game off early. He reveals his background in electrical engineering, proving himself a vital asset for survival. He reveals he is unawakened before sealing their alliance with a firm handshake. With introductions complete, he prepares to exchange critical information to ensure their collective survival. The veteran player is caught off guard when asked to share his story first. He describes the haunting moment his world shattered when all communications suddenly went dark. Driven by a father's instinct, he raced toward his daughter before the world ended. But the road back was already being swallowed by an eerie, growing silence. Armed blockades suddenly choked the highways, turning regular citizens into potential enemies. Massive industrial complexes became chaotic evacuation zones as the government moved in secret. Back in the present, Suyeon reveals she holds a single, chilling piece of information. A massive, hidden fortress has been constructed right under the public's nose. The veteran survivor finds the existence of such a shelter almost impossible to believe. Next, Mi-kyung steps forward to share a dark rumor whispered in the shadows. Any official who dared to oppose the president's absolute authority has been purged. Seong-ho realizes the puzzle is finally coming together as the true apocalypse looms. Seong-ho gathers his allies, carefully hiding that he already knows the full truth. He understands that simple warnings won't be enough to convince them of the end. Revealing his identity as a legendary veteran player is a risk he cannot take. The room goes cold as he explains the president's plan for an orderly apocalypse. He highlights the suspicious timing of the government's sudden and absolute nationwide restrictions. With all state facilities paralyzed, the entire population has been left completely vulnerable. A heavy silence falls as they finally realize the world is about to burn. By tracking the lockdown patterns, Seong-ho pinpoints the exact date the nightmare begins. Panic nearly consumes the group as the reality of the coming extinction hits home. Seong-ho presents the ultimate survival guide to prepare them for the bloody tutorial. The legendary veteran realizes his secret identity was exposed through leaked online footage. Mi-kyung admits she was also keeping secrets to protect herself during the chaos. She clutches the vital information close, knowing it holds the key to survival. Seong-ho issues a final, stern warning to strictly follow the survival manual provided. Standing alone on a rooftop at midnight, he watches the world fall silent. Memories of his grueling preparation and every brutal battle flash through his mind. He clenches his fist, accepting the weight of his selfish choices in this apocalypse. Looking toward the horizon, he faces the end of the world with no regrets. Suddenly, the sky ignites as the predicted asteroids begin their catastrophic descent. The tutorial officially begins as massive explosions tear through the city below. He watches from the shadows, knowing the end of the world is finally here. The realization hits that there is no escape from the coming nightmare. As dawn breaks, the city falls silent, and the final countdown begins. He has turned his home into an impenetrable fortress against the coming horde. To survive the impossible, he endures the agony of self-inflicted paralysis poison. Every agonizing rep builds the immunity he needs to withstand the coming plague. Draping himself in combat steel, the survivor prepares for a one-sided slaughter. a final meal shared with his loyal companion before the world burns. In the heavy silence of his living room, he waits for the clock. The signal flickers to life, marking the official start of the global apocalypse. President Jang Won-tek's face flickers on screen, commanding the nation's final, desperate attention. Seong-ho listens as absolute martial law is declared, freezing the world in its tracks. Behind the leader's calm facade, a flaming death hurtles toward a helpless planet. With a heavy click of the remote, the time for talk is officially over. Facing the screen, the survivor accepts that his quiet life has finally ended. Armed and accompanied by his loyal beast, he stands ready for the coming slaughter. In his secret training grounds, he stockpiles the essentials needed to outlast the end. Beyond his walls, the city instantly descends into a blood-soaked, lawless living hell. Civilians tear each other apart as the thin veil of civilization completely evaporates. Some even embrace the madness, discarding their humanity as the sky begins to fall. In this new world, some monsters do not have rotting flesh or empty eyes. Ruthless killers run down innocent civilians just to clear a path for their escape. To these psychopaths, the coming plague is just an excuse for a bloody sport. From the streets below, a cold-blooded murderer spots a witness watching from the rooftop. He issues a chilling ultimatum: stay human, or become a source of easy points. High above the carnage, Seong-ho realizes the government has made its final move. Thousands of leaflets rain from the sky like snow over a dying civilization. The military is broadcasting the locations of secret shelters to every panicked survivor. For a brief moment, it looks like humanity might actually try to save itself. But Seong-ho knows the truth and crushes the false hope in his fist. With the clock ticking down, Seong-ho descends to make his final preparations. Only 3 minutes remain before the toxic zombie spores blanket the entire nation. He double-checks his specialized gear, wondering if it can withstand the metal death plague. Every farming route is memorized to ensure he never misses a single vital target. He worries if any forgotten items will interfere with the coming magic metal. Despite his intense paranoia, a cold smile creeps across the survivalist's face. He seals his fate behind a helmet as the final hour of peace expires. One final click signals the beginning of his journey through the end of days. He prays his desperate plan holds together as the engine roars to life. The spores land and instantly transform the pleas of civilians into a waking nightmare. The infection takes hold as he gasps for air that no longer sustains him. Across the city, the living are replaced by glowing eyes and twisted, gray flesh. Screams of agony morph into the guttural roars of a predator's hunger. Amidst the chaos, Seong-ho tears through the street on his heavy motorcycle. He observes the carnage, noting that the horde is smaller than he anticipated. Beneath his helmet, a cold realization dawns as he analyzes the thinning crowds. Entire families are trapped behind glass, now nothing more than monsters in a cage. The side mirror reflects a world that has finally reached its point of no return. With a sharp twist of the throttle, he prepares to accelerate into the nightmare. The real hunt begins as he speeds toward his next vital farming location. Seong-ho guns his engine, leaving those who would only slow him down behind. He arrives at a pharmacy, finding the entrance unexpectedly clear and ripe for looting. A single massive swing of his sledgehammer shatters the glass into 1,000 shards. Within the dark interior, he summons a swirling portal to bridge the two worlds. Moving with predatory speed, he vaults the counter to begin his systematic harvest. He grabs every bottle of medicine before the encroaching spores can corrupt the city. He hurls the supplies into the blue rift, bypassing the need for heavy bags. Back at the safe house, a small white wolf watches the portal with growing curiosity. The curiosity turns to shock as a mountain of medicine falls directly onto him. With the pharmacy stripped bare, Seong-ho checks his watch to maintain his pace. Seong-ho checks his timing, confident that this mission will be over in no time. But his arrogance quickly fades as he realizes he underestimated the building's defenses. A massive steel shutter blocks his path, requiring much more than simple brute force. He reaches for his specialized gear, prepared for this exact type of high-security obstruction. The oxygen cutter ignites with a fierce blue flame, ready to tear through solid metal. However, the roaring torch is far louder than he anticipated in the silent, dead city. He freezes as a chilling realization hits him. The noise has invited unwanted guests. Dark shadows emerge from the periphery, drawn to the sound of his desperate work. A pack of glowing-eyed monsters begins to swarm, hungry for the only living soul. Surrounded in the open street, Seong-ho must now fight through a localized zombie apocalypse. The starving undead are pathetic remnants of humanity, far weaker than they appear. Seong-ho strikes with lethal precision, taking advantage of their diminished state. A well-placed blow shatters bone, proving even a novice could survive this. But the horde is relentless, closing in from every corner of the dark street. He realizes reality is actually easier than the brutal games he once played. System notifications chime as he harvests easy points from the fallen monsters. More shadows emerge from the gloom, forcing him to reconsider his next move. While the standard tactic is luring them away, he has no time to waste. The heavy equipment on his back limits his mobility in this life-or-death race. He eyes the oxygen cutter, ready to turn a tool into a devastating weapon. He stands his ground as the undead swarm him from every direction. He warns the bastards that he is done playing games with them. His grip tightens on the tool that will soon become their demise. With a brutal swing, he proves why he was a top-tier player. The street turns blood red as he dives deeper into the relentless horde. He tells them to think carefully before facing a man of his experience. 5,000 hours of hellish gaming have prepared him for this nightmare. These low-level ghouls are nothing compared to the horrors he has already conquered. Surveying the carnage, he admits that this massacre was actually quite fun. Now, he ignites the flame to offer them one final, burning repayment. He promises to send the remaining ghouls off with one final, explosive farewell. With his trailer overflowing with hardware supplies, he speeds toward the police substation. To his frustration, the armory stands completely empty, stripped clean by earlier looters. But hope isn't lost as he surveys the carnage scattered across the parking lot. Among the fallen, a specific corpse catches his eye, still clutching a massive bag. He slowly pulls the zipper back, praying the contents are worth the risk. High-grade firearms and communication gear wait inside, the perfect haul for this apocalypse. Revving his engine, he pushes forward to secure the fourth and final farming location. A massive swarm begins to close in, hungry for the man on the motorcycle. His eyes ignite with power, proving that even 1,000 monsters cannot stop him. His superhuman perception now maps out every digital threat within this decaying urban wasteland. Weaving through the undead, he relies on a stolen skill to navigate the chaos. Reaching the shop, he realizes he isn't the only one hunting for heavy transport. A heavy-duty ATV becomes his next prize, vanished instantly into a private dimension. Checking his stats reveals a warrior evolving far beyond any normal human limit. Within the sanctuary of the otherworld, he recovers while the real world burns. Stepping back into reality, the hunter is ready to continue his ultimate grind. But the sudden roar of an engine signals that his solitude is finally over. Armed scavengers have finally tracked him down, eyes burning with murderous intent. They mistake him for easy prey, unaware they are facing a true monster. The blonde scavenger unleashes a lethal surge of electricity, demanding to know his location. Seong-ho reacts with inhuman speed, narrowly avoiding the explosive blast that tears the ground. He leaps through the air, mocking his pursuers for their relentless and desperate obsession. With a single command, the hunter activates his portal skill to escape the closing trap. The scavengers dismount, preparing to execute their target while keeping a lookout for zombies. The leader kicks forward with murderous intent, certain that the system won't punish him yet. His confidence shatters instantly when he realizes his prey has vanished into thin air. Standing alone in the silence, the confused attacker frantically searches for any sign of life. A cold realization washes over him as he wonders if he miscalculated the situation entirely. Suddenly, the space behind him warps as the true monster prepares to strike back. The predator becomes the prey, as Seong-ho grips his throat with terrifying strength. Desperate for answers, he demands to know why this scum is hunting him. The scavenger sneers, throwing out a vile insult to mask his growing fear. A brutal kick sends the trash flying, silencing his pathetic attempts at humor. Standing over the broken man, Seong-ho offers one final chance for redemption. But the villain just laughs, mocking the idea of mercy in this cruel world. Hidden in the shadows, a treacherous hand reaches for a lethal concealed weapon. He fires a bolt point blank, screaming that everyone is just as selfish as him. With superhuman reflexes, the helmeted warrior tilts his head as the projectile misses. Looking down with cold eyes, Seong-ho finally accepts his own dark nature. Seong-ho thanks the scavenger for finally clearing his clouded mind and resolve. He acknowledges they are both trash before crushing the life out of him. The sickening sound of bone breaking echoes through the cold, dark room. A system message confirms the kill as he earns 50 blood-soaked points. Despite his survivalist training, the weight of taking a life feels revolting. Suddenly, another survivor enters the room, clutching a weapon in sheer terror. Seong-ho watches the reflection in his visor, warning the newcomer of impending doom. Behind the man, a swarm of red-eyed monsters emerges from the shadows. The hunter remains cold and motionless as the screaming man is swarmed. He watches without pity as the greedy scavenger is torn apart by beasts. Blood stains the floor as another soul fades into the cruel abyss. Seong-ho watches coldly, believing these scavengers deserve their grim fate. To curb the chaos, a ruthless murderer system was once introduced. While intended for order, the regulations quickly spiraled into absolute madness. A single kill only brought a warning from the ever-watchful system. But by the third strike, there were no more chances for mercy. The scales of judgment weighed every action to determine true complicity. Killers hunted for points, stat boosts, and the chance to steal skills. For the truly twisted, murder became the only way to enjoy survival. Now, a terrifying new territory unfolds as the death field finally opens. When three players collide, a mandatory barrier forces a lethal deathmatch to begin. These veterans toy with their prey, deciding which cruel skill to bestow upon him. But entering this cage as a marked murderer is a death sentence against professionals. The floor becomes a graveyard of those who thought they could survive the slaughter. Yet, as he checks his pulse, the expected system warning remains eerily silent. This ruthless scavenger is dead, but the penalty for murder has not yet triggered. In these final hours before the tutorial, the laws of the system don't exist. He realizes that to survive this lawless world, he must become truly insane himself. No more hesitation remains as he steps over the carnage to follow his plan. Standing amidst the fallen, his iron rule remains the only thing left to follow. From now on, he will answer every act of injustice with absolute brutality. He stashes his heavy weaponry into a dimensional rift before the real hunt. Closing the gate, he discards his conscience to become the ultimate predator. Scouting from the rooftop, he realizes his carefully laid plans are facing delays. A massive horde of zombies has completely surrounded a nearby industrial building. He watches through his binoculars as the trapped survivors begin to fracture. A projectile suddenly shatters the window, ending any hope for a peaceful resolution. Inside the warehouse, two desperate factions face off with makeshift weapons and rage. One arrogant man mocks the danger, thinking he is the strongest in the room. He taunts his opponent to shoot, completely unaware that his life is over. Seong-ho pulls the trigger, proving he has finally discarded his remaining conscience. A metal bolt pierces the leader's shoulder, turning his arrogance into a scream. The terrified survivors realize they are trapped with a cold-blooded predator. Seong-ho smiles, reminding them that the apocalypse honors only the strongest. The wounded man yields, choosing a slow death outside over execution here. The defeated faction retreats in shame, leaving the ultimate survivor behind. A moment of satisfaction returns, but the peace is suddenly shattered. The fleeing group freezes as they find themselves face to face with the undead. In a desperate act of spite, the victim bangs his bat against the door. The ringing echoes everywhere, acting as a dinner bell for the hungry horde. Through the sniper's lens, a desperate hero buys time for his fleeing allies. High above the chaos, a silent predator watches the world fall into ruin. Seong-ho lowers his binoculars, acknowledging a rare display of true human courage. Through the shimmering portal, his secret sanctuary stands ready for the coming slaughter. The clock is ticking down, leaving him with only 1 hour to finish. He calls for his loyal wolf pup, Dingo, as the next phase begins. Together, they step through the rift and vanish into the heart of danger. He carries the fuel, knowing the monsters always gather where life was easiest. They reach the outskirts of the massive mart, a silent tomb for the living. Inside, the ravenous horde waits in the shadows for their next easy meal. Seong-ho douses the asphalt in fuel, turning a simple parking lot into a death trap. Every drop of gasoline is a calculated investment for the bloodbath about to begin. He tightens his gear, knowing the difference between a survivor and a corpse is preparation. Reaching level 10 is the only way to unlock the system's ultimate arsenal. Standing amidst his handiwork, a cold sense of reality finally starts to sink in. Soon, the world will be soaked in oil and blood from the coming plague. With a surge of mana, he triggers the shimmering rift to his hidden sanctuary. One last look at the battlefield before the tutorial officially plunges the world into hell. He checks on his loyal companion, ensuring Dingo is ready for their first hunt. The stage is set, and with a single signal, the massacre will finally commence. Seong-ho gives the command, sending his loyal companion into the heart of the swarm. The undead are distracted by their gruesome feast until a sharp bark pierces the air. Confusion turns to primal rage as the monsters realize they are no longer alone. Dingo becomes a white blur, striking with precision before the creatures can even react. Screams of agony echo through the aisles as the small predator leaps into action. It is a completely one-sided slaughter as the pup tears through the rotting ranks. The trap is working perfectly as the entire horde begins to give chase. Hundreds of mindless corpses surge forward, following the bait out into the open street. Even in the face of death, the majestic wolf pup remains calm and untouchable. Seong-ho sparks the flame, dropping the lighter to ignite the final explosive trap. The lighter falls, turning the mindless horde into a sea of agonizing screams. A genius strategy ignites, consuming the undead in a flash of blinding heat. A massive explosion rocks the city as the trap reaches its violent climax. Leveling up to 11 unlocks a powerful new trait known as the dimensional slot. As evening falls over the neighborhood, the real work begins for the survivor. He moves quickly, scavenging vital electronics before the world truly collapses into ruin. Every second counts while navigating empty streets as the looming destruction draws near. With a focused mind, he summons a shimmering blue portal to bridge the worlds. The motorcycle disappears through the gateway, leaving the dying city far behind him. Now back at the training grounds, he suits up in advanced tactical gear, laying out the tools of survival before the world ends. He dons the tactical gear, stripping away every piece of vulnerable metal. Only 3 minutes remain until the final countdown hits 0. Even a master survivor feels the cold weight of uncertainty. The system confirms his loyal companions are bound to his soul. He studied the plague, realizing the spores and decay share one source. While humans turn into monsters, the world itself begins to rot. He retreats to a wooden sanctuary where the metal-eating plague cannot reach. There is no time left for doubt or hesitation. He grips the volatile orb, prepared to seal any breach instantly. He narrows his focus, knowing one mistake means the end for everyone he protects. He forces the gateway open, desperate to anchor his sanctuary before the collapse starts. The final seconds tick away until the promised hour of total global destruction arrives. The invisible plague finally lands, signaling the end of modern humanity's golden age. In an instant, the heart of Korea begins to wither under a parasitic rot. Massive steel towers buckle and snap as the metal-eating plague devours the city's heart. This digital nightmare has escaped the game to dismantle the very foundations of civilization. Decades of human achievement turn into worthless piles of rust and crumbling iron dust. Every circuit sparks and dies as the infection ruthlessly consumes the global power supply. The gateway reveals a world transformed into a decaying graveyard of rusted steel. A shimmering gateway tears through the silence of a world already lost to ruin. Civilization has been violently reset, leaving nothing but a graveyard of twisted metal. Even with all his preparation, the scale of this devastation exceeds his darkest fears. A thunderous blast erupts in the distance, signaling the collapse of the military stronghold. He watches the horizon burn, realizing the sheer force required to trigger such infernos. His focus shifts to the vital assets that determine survival in this lawless reality. Relieved to find his most precious resource intact, he grips the cold steel tightly. But a chilling realization settles in, turning his brief moment of relief into dread. Standing between two worlds, he gazes at the hellscape he must now navigate alone. With a final command, he seals the rift to face the uncertain future ahead. Focus on the cold preparation required for a world that has gone completely mad. Returning home, the silence of his bunker is broken by something truly impossible. Tiny creatures gather at his gate, carrying treasures that simply should not exist. They present rare, wild ginseng, their eyes sparkling with a strange and desperate hope. He wonders why these monsters are suddenly offering him such a legendary resource. Is this a peace offering or a trap set by nature itself? He realizes they do not want blood, they only want a taste of sweetness. Even a battle-hardened survivor cannot resist the overwhelming charm of these tiny invaders. He quickly composes himself, realizing this is the perfect chance to gain an edge. To survive the end, he needs more than food. He needs rare power. Looking at the tiny creatures, he initially doubts any meaningful connection could ever exist. He realizes that, despite his gaming expertise, communicating with monsters should be totally impossible. Suddenly, the small red leader begins scratching complex symbols into the dirt with precision. The sight leaves him speechless as he witnesses intelligence where there should be none. These creatures aren't just pests, they are proposing a high-stakes trade for rare resources. Sensing a massive advantage, he eagerly reaches out to finalize this unprecedented tactical alliance. But the tiny leader quickly rebuffs his advance, reminding him who holds the power. The swarm huddles together in a secretive meeting, whispering in a language he cannot understand. Finally, the beetle signals its approval, confirming that the legendary deal is officially on. A system notification flashes, revealing a contract that will change the rules of survival forever. He realizes that in this world, even intelligent monsters can be claimed as property. A system window reveals a contract between a human and a legendary beetle swarm. With a single touch, the deal is sealed, and the alliance is officially forged. The tiny leader buzzes around him, displaying intelligence that shouldn't exist in nature. He watches in disbelief as the creature prepares to hunt for rare materials. Rushing back to his sanctuary, he prepares to pay the first installment of debt. He emerges with bags of sweet potato jelly, the swarm's most desired treasure. To the insects, this simple snack is more valuable than any gold or gear. The beetles cheer in their strange language, clutching their prizes with pure joy. He watches them fly toward the sunset, hoping his bizarre investment pays off. He vows to hunt down his targets, even if the world itself ends first. Retreating to his dark sanctuary, he reflects on the brutal beginning of the tutorial. With only hours left to spare, he begins sorting through his scavenged equipment. Choosing action over rest, he prepares his gear for a dangerous night mission. The previous owners were surprisingly well supplied with essential survival tools and weapons. He discovers a rare ceramic knife, a perfect tool for bypassing modern security. He knows he must infiltrate the enemy hideout to eliminate any remaining threats. After looting the gang, he begins extracting valuable hard drives from their servers. Every piece of data stolen from the apartment complex could hold a vital secret. He docks the drives to sift through a mountain of digital media and intel. While sifting through the stolen hard drives, he stumbles upon a shocking secret. The stolen digital files reveal Mi Kyung lived a secret life as a famous idol. Her stunning appearance finally makes sense now that her hidden past is exposed. He immediately chooses to permanently erase the footage to protect her dignity. Reflecting on their journey, he realizes some memories are better left in the past. With the digital search concluded, he prepares to move on to his next objective. He decides it is time to claim his hard-earned level 10 system rewards. He whispers the command to manifest the system shop within his sanctuary. The interface looks identical to the game he mastered before the world collapsed. However, the post-apocalyptic economy has driven the prices of legendary gear sky high. Scanning the shop, he identifies the exact items needed to break the world's balance. Ethereal energy surges as gear manifests, proving the system still follows his rules. He discovers a game-breaking tutorial glitch that provides a terrifyingly unfair advantage. Activating a hidden dimensional trait, he gains access to a private subspace inventory. Multiple quick slots materialize around him, allowing for instantaneous weapon swapping in combat. Witnessing the floating cubes, he realizes his combat potential has reached insane levels. He effortlessly reaches into the void, retrieving a quiver with lethal, supernatural precision. His entire arsenal now floats within reach, prepared for the slaughter that awaits. With his registration complete, he has secured the ultimate late-game carry ability. He commands his loyal companion to guard their home while he is away. He steps through the shimmering gate, leaving the safety of his world behind. The ruins are swallowed by a darkness so thick even the moon feels distant. Relying on basic skills isn't enough to survive this suffocating, pitch-black nightmare. To navigate the abyss, he reaches into his hidden inventory for a desperate solution. Conserving rare resources is a luxury he can no longer afford in this hellscape. These mystical shade grapes are the only way to pierce through the absolute gloom. As the fruit takes effect, his eyes ignite with a piercing, supernatural yellow glow. Suddenly, the hidden monsters lurking in the shadows are laid bare before him. With his vision restored, he prepares to move toward the nearest safe zone. In this broken world, even the system fails to warn him of the coming slaughter. The tutorial begins with a literal wall of flesh and rotting screams. Seong-ho watches the horizon, knowing exactly when the nightmare will trigger. Step 1 to disaster is letting those glowing red eyes lock onto you. But the real danger starts the moment you try to claim your gear. He knows the secret rhythm required to pull weapons from the void. By focusing on the empty air, he forces the system to manifest reality. He prepares to exploit a glitch that shouldn't exist in this broken world. His hand snaps shut around the hilt before the code can even finish. The result is a perfect, impossible duplicate of a high-tier shop item. With this illegal weapon in hand, the tutorial balance has officially shattered. He discovers a god-tier patch that finally tilts the scales in his favor. The guttural screams of the undead grow louder as the real trial begins. He moves with calculated precision, refusing to rush into certain death. Even if he hates their faces, he will keep crushing skulls until satisfied. There are many ways to clear the tutorial, but he chooses the bloodiest path. He begins a relentless cycle of killing that leaves no room for mercy. His glowing eyes signal a total massacre of every monster in the area. If simple slaughter is not enough, he considers a different tactical approach. He sprints toward the horizon, seeking a method to break through the horde. He dives into the closing zombie wall, smashing through the meat with force. He hits the ground hard, realizing his flashy move just failed miserably. He admits he isn't quite on the level of the legendary players yet. But he doesn't need style when he has a much more brutal plan. He reaches for his weapons, ready to execute his original tutorial strategy. The goal is simple: ignore the small fry and hunt the boss. He sprints through the ruins of the city without stopping for a breath. Charging directly into the heart of the undead horde requires absolute precision. A hidden checkpoint is buried somewhere deep within this concrete graveyard. Only by reaching that spot will the true nightmare finally reveal itself. He frantically searches for the location as his power-up begins to fade. Seong-ho identifies the critical checkpoint hidden within a 3-kilometer radius of the start. Narrowly evading death, He weaves through the relentless horde to reach his destination. The target building finally appears amidst the suffocating ruins of the fallen city. He dives into the darkness of the wreckage before the monsters can corner him. His invisibility skill expires just as he finds a brief moment to catch breath. Exhausted and drained, he prepares to climb higher while recovering his dwindling strength. He stays alert for the next enhanced threat while moving toward the rooftop. A familiar face suddenly emerges from the shadows, calling out his name in shock. They find a moment of peace together while confirming the survival of their allies. He questions her presence while she insists she followed his survival instructions perfectly. Memories of a fatal argument resurface as the undead horde finally closes in. He curses the incompetence of those who wasted the perfect survival intel. The weight of the situation forces him to lay out the cold, hard truth. Maintaining his cover as a weakling is becoming impossible with a boss approaching. She stares in disbelief as he reveals they were mere pawns in a larger game. The realization sinks in that they were intentionally dumped into this living nightmare. Everything depends on killing the boss to reset the mindless aggression of the swarm. They recall the legendary player's advice on how to survive the tutorial's final moments. Standing on the edge of oblivion, they wait for the monster to reveal itself. Suddenly, the sky shatters as a terrifying surge of electrical power consumes the city. The creature crackles with lethal electricity, signaling a threat unlike any they have faced. High above, they spot a grotesque mutant with strange, fleshy antennae growing from its skull. Seong-ho turns to her, his voice cold as he asks if she feels changes. These enhanced monsters possess a terrifying secret power capable of sealing a player's abilities. Panic surges through her as she frantically summons her system window to check the damage. The notification confirms her worst fears. Her core trait has been completely locked down. Despite the danger, he asks if she still trusts him to lead them through this. She reaches into her bag, revealing the flares he sent for this exact suicide mission. He issues a final command for her to draw their attention from the rooftop. Donning his helmet, the expert hunter charges into the fray to slay the enhanced beast. The dramatic entrance is ruined, as a terrifying enhanced zombie blocks his path forward. A blood-red system notification confirms the nightmare scenario. His core survival traits are sealed. Stripped of his powers, the expert hunter is forced to rely on cold, hard steel. This monster possesses the specialized ability to lock down every advantage a player has. Regret sinks in as he realizes a single tactical error could cost him his life. Confusion strikes when his dimensional inventory flickers to life despite the monster's oppressive seal. He realizes his higher level might be the only thing keeping his secondary traits active. With a desperate reach, he attempts to pull his most powerful weapons from the system. Fighting a lower-level beast means high risks for almost no reward in this cruel world. Gripping his bow, he prepares for a grueling battle that feels like a losing trade. Seong-ho looks down from the heights as his partner prepares a suicidal distraction. Seong-ho draws his bow as a sudden shout rings out across the battlefield. Mi-kyung ignites a burning red flare to draw every monster in the vicinity. She leads the massive horde away, her footsteps echoing against the crumbling concrete. High above the chaos, the expert marksman locks onto his primary target. His physical stats surge as the system recognizes his unwavering focus and intent. A glowing blue arrow whistles through the night, carrying the weight of certain death. The projectile slams into an enhanced zombie, ripping through its mutated, gray flesh. It was a direct hit, yet the pitch-black darkness saved the monster from execution. Abandoning his range, he grips a heavy spiked mace to crush what remains. Seong-ho dives from the skyscraper, finally engaging his first true boss monster hunt. He slams into the beast, determined to feel the impact with his own hands. Pinning the creature down, he coldly whispers a final goodbye to the nightmare. A single, brutal strike with the spiked mace paints the ground in dark blood. The threat is neutralized, but the system rewards him with points instead of skills. He scans the debris, searching for any rare loot the monster might have dropped. 2 mysterious bracelets appear, granting him a significant boost to his insight stat. As he questions the strange double drop, a familiar voice calls his name. Mi-kyung successfully returns, having survived the horde to claim her tutorial clear reward. New system patches are already changing the rules of survival in this dying world. Seong-ho offers the rare loot to his companion, acknowledging her vital role in survival. Though she hesitates to accept such a prize, he insists it is rightfully hers. He gently fastens the bracelet, cementing their bond in this chaotic, broken world. With the reward secured, he suggests their next destination is the local fitness club. The building stands as a hollow shell of civilization against the darkening, apocalyptic sky. Inspecting the structure, he realizes the foundation is dangerously unstable and tilting precariously. They decide to keep moving quickly before the entire floor gives way beneath them. Every step up the stairs is a gamble against a total structural collapse. He prepares to reveal the truth about the killer system to the gathered survivors. Suddenly, a massive, familiar shadow looms above, stopping them dead in their tracks. The muscular giant finally sees a face he thought was lost to the horde. A firm handshake seals a reunion that shouldn't be possible in this nightmare. He quickly ushers them inside, desperate to share news of other survivors waiting. But his jaw drops when he hears the impossible truth about their journey. He can't believe they actually took down a boss that copies player traits. Seong-ho just shrugs it off, treating a life-or-death struggle like a minor inconvenience. He credits his team, knowing he couldn't have survived that slaughter alone. The others look on in awe, realizing they are standing before a true monster. The conversation shifts to rewards, but something about the system feels horribly wrong. If there were no safe zones for them, the game is rigged for execution. The tutorial is evolving, scaling its brutal difficulty to match the player's rising level. Yoo Hyun confirms that helping others is now a valid way to earn points. Escaping a monster or saving a life now offers rewards once deemed totally impossible. This shift means even non-combatants can finally stand a chance in this nightmare world. But before he can plan his next move, a heavy hand stops him cold. The legendary coach demands to know the truth behind Seong-ho's mysterious awakening trait. The system has officially registered a new user, resetting everything they thought they knew. Suddenly, the entire world is awakening, turning every single survivor into a potential threat. Seong-ho reels from the realization that the game rules are shifting beneath his feet. His years of expert knowledge are useless if the world's foundations are no longer absolute. Mi-kyung stands silent, her mind racing over the powerful item she just obtained. The coach's body erupts in a crimson aura, granting him terrifying physical enhancements. Yoo Hyun reveals his bizarre ability to perceive the world through paper dolls. Mi-kyung shares her secret blink trait, forcing Seong-ho to reconsider his own lies. The pressure of deception weighs heavy as Seong-ho contemplates revealing his ultimate power. The group gathers in the shadows, unaware their leader holds the world's greatest secret. One wrong word could turn these loyal allies into bitter, jealous enemies. Suspicion begins to fester as Mi-kyung whispers her doubts to the legendary coach. The fear of resentment lingers, threatening to shatter their fragile bond of survival. He will only reveal the truth to those strong enough to stand beside him. To maintain his cover, Seong-ho finally admits he has awakened a special power. He spins a calculated web of lies, calling his ultimate power simple attack prediction. The revelation leaves Mi-kyung breathless, imagining a warrior who can never be ambushed. He quickly downplays the strength, describing it as seeing faint after-images of incoming strikes. Shifting the focus, he asks the group what their next tactical move will be. The legendary coach prioritizes survival, determined to level up before the world collapses further. He realizes that accessing the system shop was the ultimate key to their survival. Fueled by vengeance, the coach promises to annihilate the bastards who targeted his friends. Seong-ho smiles secretly, confident that feeding the coach information was the right move. Suddenly, she drops a bombshell question that threatens to expose his entire hidden identity. Mi-kyung confronts him with the impossible truth of his solo boss victory. She assumes his elite skills were forged in blood since the very beginning. The young administrator trembles as the terrifying reality of level gaps sinks in. The coach silences the boy's panic with a crushing and playful headlock. Mi-kyung desperately plays along to maintain the illusion of their meager levels. Seong-ho realizes his allies are intentionally shielding his true identity from exposure. Their frantic deception leaves the poor administrator completely unconscious on the floor. Sensing the tension, the survival expert decides it is finally time to vanish. But before he can slip away, the legendary coach calls him back. He offers a gift of supplies, a small token for the long journey ahead. The coach hands over vital supplies, acknowledging the countless times he was saved. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as the veteran warrior prepares to reveal a hidden shame. He hesitates, acknowledging that even for a legend, some secrets are hard to speak. In a bizarre twist, he confesses his marriage ended over a fear of muscle loss. His obsession with gains turned every family meal into a battle he could not win. Placing a heavy hand on his ally's shoulder, he offers a moment of understanding. He knows everyone carries burdens they are not ready to share with the world. Walking away, the expert realizes his friends already suspect his true, terrifying level. The legendary coach bids a final farewell to the man he knows as Hyungjun. He leaves with a promise that the massive power gap will eventually disappear. A desperate plea for survival marks a heavy goodbye between these newfound allies. The legendary coach disappears into the shadows, promising to return when the time comes. Far from the city, the expert battles a sudden, freezing blizzard in the otherworld. Even a survival pro cannot help but curse the system's unpredictable and brutal weather. His massive stockpile is safe, buried beneath a layer of frost and hidden steel. But in this frozen wasteland, he realizes the cold brings a hidden, tactical advantage. The razor-wire defenses are now encased in ice, creating an impenetrable barrier against goblins. Construction on his moat must wait until the permafrost finally releases its icy grip. With his perimeter secured, he smiles, ready to map out his next strategic move. Because in this world, every second is a bloody battle for a true survival life. In the original game, players faced a single, brutal objective: survive the monster horde. Limited slots for gear and skills forced every survivor to make impossible, lethal choices. To reach the top of the food chain, you had to become the ultimate predator. But the calculated strategies of the digital world are useless in this hellish reality. Unexpected variables now haunt every corner, shattering the peace of those who felt prepared. Even legendary veterans realized the system evolved while they were trapped in the dark. Despite the mounting chaos, the expert knows his fundamental mission has never truly shifted. He must continue to hoard every resource to fortify his sanctuary against the coming storm. Hunting for superior artifacts and rare skills remains the only path to absolute power. With his gear ready, he prepares to dominate this world exactly like he did before. Securing the valley requires him to eliminate the monstrous owlbear stalking the forest. However, his true priority is farming festival fireworks to maintain his strategic advantage. The crushing weight of endless responsibilities and powerful allies finally begins to show. Drowning in calculations, he chooses to silence his mind and let instinct take over. As midnight falls and the zombies slumber, he prepares to infiltrate the dangerous district. Selecting the perfect tools for slaughter, he readies himself for a high-stakes midnight raid. Far across the city, a different kind of monster stalks the decaying urban ruins. Ruthless scavengers humiliate their weakest members, proving that mercy is a forgotten relic. In this world, a single mistake is met with brutal, uncompromising physical discipline. Their leader knows that if Seong-ho has truly awakened, the balance of power shifts. A lethal conspiracy begins as they decide to eliminate the man who knows too much. Hidden in the darkness, Seong-ho realizes their obsession will lead to their own undoing. They prepare a cowardly strike, arming themselves with fire to burn his sanctuary down. Watching from the alley, he decides that mercy has no place in this cruel apocalypse. The scavengers freeze in shock as their target steps directly into their path of destruction. He casually greets his would-be killers, claiming he is just out to harvest some fireworks. Terror fills the air as their leader demands to know why he dares wander midnight. He explains with terrifying precision that the undead are currently trapped in a deep slumber. A mocking smirk reveals his absolute disdain for those who fail to understand the system. However, the scavenger drops a bombshell about the hidden requirements for high-level monster spawns. Seong-ho manipulates the system rules, claiming his low level prevents monster spawns. He questions their sources, implying they were fed false information for a reason. Confusion turns to frustration as the scavenger leader demands to know his plan. A terrifying smile spreads across his face as he targets their hidden base. The scavenger recoils in horror, realizing he has underestimated a true monster. His crew moves to engage, still believing they hold the upper hand. Suddenly, a massive impact echoes through the alley, shattering their sense of security. A high-level keeper lunges from the darkness with a hunger for human flesh. Seong-ho disappears into the night, leaving his enemies to a gruesome fate. They desperately try to follow him as the creature begins its bloody harvest. The scavenger believes his useless trait has finally given him a winning chance. His confidence evaporates as a sudden, violent impact sends him reeling backward. Bleeding and broken, he watches his comrades abandon him to save themselves. A terrifying keeper emerges from the shadows to begin its bloody harvest. The survivors split up only for a skeletal horror to seize the girl. A massive blast of heat and light consumes the narrow city street. The force of the explosion sends the scavenger leader flying through the air. He hits the ground only to see a red-eyed predator looming over him. He channels every ounce of his power into one last, desperate strike. It means nothing to the monster that towers over his broken form. A cocky scavenger stares down the abyss, mocking the monster for being truly pathetic. His taunts end instantly as the creature shreds him in a single, gore-filled instant. Seong-ho notes the scavenger's final effort as he readies his own glowing, magical rifle. It is time to end this, and he focuses his energy for one finishing blow. A searing beam of light tears through the air, illuminating the grim urban battlefield. The projectile slams into the monster's chest, erupting in a spray of toxic green. The creature refuses to fall, forcing Seong-ho to realize his magic is fading fast. He doesn't hesitate, raining down a relentless hail of fire until the beast collapses. Standing over the carnage, he feels the hollow victory of taking another human life. A level-up notification appears, but the cost of survival weighs heavy on his soul. He strips the corpse of its belongings, leaving only resentment behind in the dirt. Walking away, he scoffs at the weak who let themselves be easily deceived. Accompanied by his loyal wolf, he approaches a new hideout to claim his prize. Inside, he finds a hoard of luxury goods that will fetch a high price. The search continues at the harbor, where massive crates hold the key to survival. He uncovers a massive festival firework, a tool far more explosive than it looks. Little Dingo stays alert, sniffing out the hidden dangers lurking in the shadows. Terrifying creepers loom overhead, but the hunter remains calm in the face of death. With a heavy weapon in hand, he prepares to cull the sleeping undead horde. One by one, the monsters fall until only a trail of silence remains. Reaching level 14 marks another step toward becoming an unstoppable force of nature. Yet even the strongest survivors face problems that strength alone cannot solve. After a long night of farming, the streets are paved with fallen monsters. The dimensional gate hums as he prepares to move his massive haul of loot. Hoarding luxury goods is a chore, but these supplies are worth their weight. He steps into the freezing unknown, where the climate is his deadliest enemy. Storing these volatile explosives requires absolute precision to avoid a lethal disaster. With his next targets marked, he maps out a path through the villa district. A sudden noise shatters the silence, forcing the hunter to freeze in place. The sky opens up with a violent storm that changes the rules of survival. While typhoons ravage the world, he spends days digging a massive defensive moat. Navigating the frozen wasteland is a gamble he simply refuses to take right now. Every bucket of earth moved brings him closer to securing his ultimate sanctuary. Exhausted and covered in dirt, the perimeter is finally complete against all odds. The deadly ice walls begin to shatter as the long-awaited thaw finally arrives. Sunshine finally breaks through the clouds, making the harsh world feel livable once more. While others remain trapped by the storm, his preparation puts him miles ahead. With his base secured, it is time to initiate the next phase of survival. Accompanied by his loyal companion, he ventures back into the dangerous, sun-drenched woods. In this lawless new reality, a high-caliber rifle is the only true authority. Dingo leads the way through the brush as the ultimate weapon finally unlocks. Hidden in the shadows, he spots a beast that should be impossible to hunt. His loyal companion found the perfect spot to execute this high-stakes ambush. With his enhanced senses active, the entire terrain becomes a tactical grid. The massive predator remains completely unaware that it is now the prey. Only 15 rounds remain to take down a monster tougher than any keeper. Through the cold glass of his scope, he calculates the lethal path of lead. Every bullet is a priceless relic in this world where ammo is extinct. He steadies his breath, knowing a single mistake means certain, brutal death. A deafening crack echoes as the first uncorroded round pierces the beast's skull. The wounded beast senses the hunter's gaze as the atmosphere turns suffocatingly heavy. It turns just in time to witness the high-speed death whistling through the air. A precise round tears through its flesh, forcing a guttural scream of pure agony. The relentless barrage continues, shredding the monster's hide with every deafening impact. Hanging from the canopy, the predator finally locks eyes with its cold-blooded executioner. Seong-ho stares back with a chilling smile, mocking the creature's desperate, dying rage. Driven by instinct, the massive owl freak lunges forward for one final, suicidal strike. But the survivor has already calculated every move, preparing his secret tactical inventory. From the void of his dimensional slots, he pulls out the ultimate explosive solution. With a flick of his lighter, he prepares to turn this forest into a tomb. Seong-ho hurls his tactical surprise, timing the trajectory with lethal precision. He accesses his third-dimensional slot as the beast lunges for the kill. A blinding flash erupts, turning the predator's height advantage into a fatal flaw. The forest ignites in a searing white glare that scorches the creature's retinas. Even high-tier monsters cannot escape the basic biological weakness of their own eyes. Switching to his fourth slot, the survivor leaps high into the air. He descends like a god of destruction, wielding a massive industrial drill. His eyes burn with a cold, calculated hunger for the final victory. Steel tears through flesh, reclaiming the valley in a spray of monster blood. The system chimes as Seong-ho reaches level 15, unlocking a new dimensional slot. Despite the rare rewards, he finds the new stealth and storage skills surprisingly underwhelming. He turns his gaze toward the fallen beast, calculating the profit from its claws. Summoning a heavy chainsaw, he prepares to harvest every scrap of valuable monster material. After the brutal harvest, the survivor finally takes a moment to enjoy a meal. Beside a warm campfire, the duo finds a rare moment of peace in the apocalypse. His loyal companion Dingo barks impatiently, demanding a second helping of the grilled feast. With a chuckle, he tosses another piece to the hungry pup who catches it mid-air. He gently pets Dingo, hoping the little wolf grows strong enough to hunt alone. Watching his companion grow, he realizes the little wolf is becoming a true predator. With a full stomach, It is finally time to push forward into the unknown. Reaching level 15 grants him access to a game-changing feature, the global auction house. The interface looks identical to the game, but the stakes are now life or death. He is horrified to find the system is taxing survivors with a massive fee. Despite the blatant ripoff, he prepares to see what the world has to offer. His eyes widen in pure disbelief as he realizes he is not alone. Someone else has already reached this level and listed a weapon for sale. He forces a deep breath, knowing the race for survival has just turned competitive. Elite combatants are emerging, reaching power levels that shouldn't even be possible yet. Scanning the auction house, he discovers a simple club listed with a suspicious confidence. The seller's comments boast of hunting bosses that no normal survivor could ever face. Seong-ho stares at the screen, a chilling realization dawning on his face. In the world of survival life, absolute anonymity was the golden rule of survival. Players hid behind digital masks, using voice filters and fake identities to stay safe. He recalls a legendary scavenger who once manipulated the entire global chat with ease. The connection is undeniable, linking a ghost from the game to this new reality. These veteran players are wildcards who refuse to follow the developer's scripted path. A cocky player's status update reveals someone hunting bosses for sport. Seong-ho reaches out, finally deciding to engage with this mysterious attention seeker. He offers a simple greeting, testing the waters with this potential ally. The seller immediately demands his identity, sensing a fellow veteran's presence. He drops the name Gimbap Lover, a title that carries immense weight. A tense silence follows before a manic laugh erupts across the screen. The stranger explodes with excitement, claiming they have been waiting for him. They trade secrets regarding government ties and the truth behind the apocalypse. Far away, a shadowed powerhouse watches, hiding his own god-tier traits. Seong-ho realizes that revealing a secret trait in this world is a death sentence. Unexpectedly, the mysterious legend offers to expose his own power to build trust. Since they plan to join forces, the stakes of their partnership have never been higher. The revelation is staggering, as the screen displays an impossible ability for infinite resurrection. At level 17, this powerhouse possesses terrifying resistances that make him nearly unkillable. Now the pressure shifts to Seong-ho as he is asked to reveal his own secrets. He hesitates, leaving the veteran player stunned by his sudden refusal to speak. Haunted by past betrayals, he keeps his closest allies in the dark regarding his skills. He insists on meeting in person before the nature of his power is revealed. The veteran urges him to check the auction house before he can even decline. Seong-ho's eyes widen as he realizes something massive is about to happen. A rare magic ring appears, offering stat boosts that are unheard of this early. The legendary player laughs, offering the priceless treasure for a mere pittance. Shocked by the gesture, Seong-ho questions why such a veteran would help him. It is a calculated move of sincerity, designed to forge an unbreakable bond. Flashbacks reveal the veteran's past bonds, proving his loyalty was forged in blood. Accepting the gift, Seong-ho prepares to repay this overwhelming display of goodwill. He lists his own rare spoils, matching the veteran's trust with his own secrets. The veteran's eyes light up as he sees the high-tier weapons Seong-ho offered. He can't hide his excitement, realizing monsters are already swarming the city of Busan. A stack of grilled fish materializes, a bizarre but sincere token of their new trust. Despite their distance, the bond between these two top-tier players begins to solidify. Seong-ho warns him to stay professional and finally put some clothes on in public. He can only sigh as the eccentric veteran creates an absurd new catchphrase for himself. With the deal closed, the legendary player enjoys his first real meal in weeks. As the storm outside finally clears, he sits alone, contemplating the path ahead. But behind that goofy exterior lies a gaze that has seen the end of worlds. Bathed in a sudden divine glow, he feels a strange revelation taking hold. He wonders if his fallen comrade has somehow ascended to godhood from beyond. Without a second thought, the muscular veteran hurls himself into the chaos below. He crushes a monster's head into the pavement with terrifying, effortless strength. He carves a path through the horde to find his only true friend. He turns his enemies into living weapons with a devastating giant swing. A manic laugh echoes through the ruins as dust and debris fill the air. But amidst the carnage, a sudden realization halts his momentum entirely. The legendary warrior realizes he just ran in a circle back to his hideout. 3 days after the storm, a lone paper plane drifts over the undead ruins. While society collapses, survivors in the gym are finally learning how to adapt. Having reached level 5, Yu-hyun sends his crafted dolls across the city. Seong-ho receives word that his allies have found a new, secure stronghold nearby. Even in this nightmare, romance blossoms as new couples form amidst the chaos. Their strength grows rapidly as they unlock the system shop to survive. To ensure their safety, The expert survivor writes detailed guides for their growth. He launches his instructions back into the wind, guiding them toward hidden resources. But his focus remains on the auction house, tracking the world's most powerful players. Elsewhere, a legendary beast tears through hordes, obsessed with reaching the city of Busan. Entering the hell-level zone means the cost of survival has just doubled. To reach the next stage, he must slaughter hundreds in a single night. But for a master of the system, the impossible is just another Tuesday. He realizes that raw strength alone is no longer enough to stay alive. There are far more complex games afoot than just hunting mindless zombie hordes. 2 hours later, a hidden bunker reveals a secret that changes everything. He holds a blade of pure myth, vibrating with power that shouldn't exist. It seems impossible that these tiny, mechanical creatures forged such a legendary weapon. The rare ores were only the beginning of a much larger, divine mystery. How could these simple dolls create a tool capable of murdering the gods? He decides to give these strange creatures one final chance to prove their worth. Handing over a precious gold coin, he issues a challenge that could change everything. The small creature begins its work, consuming the gold with terrifyingly efficient precision. In a flash of light, a perfectly forged blade emerges from the tiny smith. He stares in disbelief, realizing he has just discovered a god-tier crafting source. But he demands to know why their previous legendary blade was so pathetic. Suddenly, the tiny warriors break down in tears, overwhelmed by a hidden, painful memory. He offers to listen to their story, stepping into the role of their protector. The dolls begin to illustrate a harrowing tale of survival against a relentless enemy. A tragic history of being hunted by monsters has ruined their once divine craftsmanship. Seong-ho presses the tiny creatures for the exact location of their enemy's hidden stronghold. The red beetle points toward a massive nest buried deep within the treacherous forest. He promises to annihilate the threat soon, leaving the small warrior in complete shock. But every alliance has a price, and these dolls must prove their own worth. A dark bargain is struck to incinerate the remains of any fallen foes they find. Beyond the upcoming massacre, he demands they begin forging high-tier gear immediately. They seal their pact with a promise of a long and mutually beneficial partnership. Recognizing their hidden potential, he returns to the surface to continue his relentless farming. Even common zombies have evolved into lethal threats that require absolute precision to kill. He carves through the growing horde, his strength far surpassing the world's rapid decay. He descends upon the rotting horde with a strike that shatters the very concrete. Every swing is a death sentence for the monsters that once ruled these streets. A single blue arc of power carves through their ranks like a hot knife. Even as they scream from the shadows, he does not break his stride. His gaze remains cold and calculated as he prepares for the next victim. Killing has become a mindless habit while he approaches the gates of Eden Villa. But even a seasoned veteran can be stunned by such unexpected, pristine luxury. Standing before a massive estate, he reflects on how much the world changed. Amidst the carnage, a single haunting question remains. Is she actually still alive? Holding a remnant of the past, he prays her survival wasn't just luck. Seong-ho arrives at the massive fortress where the rules of infection no longer apply. He remembers a friend's touch, knowing her survival is guaranteed by a hidden system. But the true danger lies within the strategic location of this abandoned luxury villa. The site sits dangerously close to a billionaire's bunker and government secrets. Calling his loyal companion forward, he prepares to breach the deep underground shelter. A single rope drops into a dark abyss where desperate survivors likely gather. This vertical tomb is the perfect breeding ground for a bloody power struggle. Straining against gravity, he finally reaches the top of the grueling climb. While ordinary men would collapse in exhaustion, he barely breaks a sweat. He notes the professional rope work, realizing he is definitely not alone here. The desolate hallway leads to the mysterious Unit 302. He knocks on the door, unaware of the tension waiting inside. Seong-ho arrives exactly as planned with his loyal companion in tow. A pair of terrified eyes peers through the slot, warning of a murderer. The tension breaks as he offers a warm smile to his old friend. He demands his payment, reminding her of their previous transaction. She scoffs at his bluntness, knowing he is anything but normal. The mention of a killer nearby piques his interest immediately. She welcomes him into the safety of her hidden luxury sanctuary. Inside, the truth about the government secrets finally begins to spill. She frantically explains the situation, leaving him no room to even interrupt. He listens closely as she summarizes the power struggle within the hidden shelter. 3 factions are currently locked in a tense standoff around the facility. The most dangerous group is led by a man shrouded in purple energy. He initially offered to share the supplies and open the doors for everyone. But when the other leaders refused, the peaceful negotiation turned into a nightmare. A sudden, brutal betrayal stained the walls of the sanctuary with fresh blood. A crazed killer emerged from the shadows, possessed by a terrifying bloodlust. This murderer is likely a brainwashed puppet controlled by the leader's hidden trait. But even a godlike power has restrictions that must be exploited to survive. Seong-ho realizes he must conceal the terrifying truth to keep his ally safe. They piece together how the sudden massacre connects to a rejected peace offering. Blood stains the floor while the suspicious leader of Party C remains untouched. A chilling question remains: why force the doors when they eventually open themselves? Soo-yeon reveals her rare healing light but admits its power is barely enough. Support classes struggle to survive in a world where only killers gain strength. Seong-ho begins to formulate a risky theory about the enemy's true intentions. He suspects the mastermind is a puppeteer controlling others like mindless wooden dolls. Desperation for rare materials drives the villain to manufacture devastating weapons of mass destruction. Soo-yeon is stunned by the realization that their enemy might be hiding a weakness. Seong-ho confirms the plan, while his loyal companion Dingo waits patiently nearby. Soo-yeon agrees that managing a massive clan brings a unique set of deadly challenges. She reminds him of his upcoming meeting with the rest of his survival party. The conversation takes a sudden turn as she reveals a surprising personal confession. She sighs in frustration over teammates who seem to lack any common sense. In this lawless world, primal desires often override logic and lead to dangerous obsessions. Seong-ho listens awkwardly to the uncomfortable reality of life within the struggling shelter. Despite their flaws, she still believes there is a spark of humanity left. The expert survivor prepares his gear for a high-stakes infiltration into the time shelter. He promises to remain in the shadows while investigating the ruthless leaders of Party C. Dingo rests, while the chaos of the zombie waves forces enemies to scatter. A rare, glowing lumenstone is offered as a gift to secure a vital alliance. Soo-yeon realizes that the global shop is already open, proving Seong-ho's immense power. He offers a reassuring smile, masking the cold calculation of a true survivor. Accompanied by his loyal wolf, the expert prepares to settle his debts with interest. Meanwhile, at the secret bunker, a ruthless leader oversees a brutal purification process. Reports arrive of more players falling as the cold-blooded hunt continues without mercy. The systematic elimination of rival sectors is nearly complete, leaving no room for resistance. The tyrant shifts his gaze toward the next target, hungry for absolute control. A single order is given to spill more blood and crush the remaining opposition. The secret hunt begins as a shadow operative tracks his targets from the darkness. Soo-yeon is spotted moving alone, unaware that a predator is watching her every step. The tyrant with glowing purple eyes orders his deadliest killer to strike her down. Sitting upon his throne, the leader demands to know the location of the ghost. His subordinate trembles in fear, pleading for mercy as the investigation hits a wall. Frustration boils over as the king grips his seat, his patience wearing dangerously thin. He knows his rival is hiding in Busan, yet the expert remains completely invisible. While his puppets slaughter the undead, the mastermind realizes his power has a limit. Rage consumes him as he discovers his mind-controlled slaves cannot harvest experience points. Time is running out, and a desperate predator is always the most dangerous one. The tyrant panics, fearing he will be devoured by a ghost from the past. If he fails to reach level 15, his rivals will surely look down on him. Frustrated by his own weakness, the captain hears a report from his loyal men. They have rounded up a harvest of the undead, bound and ready for slaughter. Accepting a flaming bottle, the leader prepares to take his power by force. With a cold flick of his wrist, he drops the catalyst for his evolution. Fire spreads instantly across the pavement, sealing the fate of the captive monsters. Agonizing screams fill the air as the trapped zombies are consumed by the inferno. Experience points flood his system, but he is still 6 levels from his goal. Turning to his followers, the monster demands their absolute attention for the next phase. Kwon lays out 3 brutal demands to his brainwashed subordinates. First, they must secure the locking mechanism for a mysterious time shelter. Next, they are ordered to harvest more undead for his twisted experiments. But his final goal is the most dangerous, hunting the player known as Unknown. His cult-like followers shout their obedience, unaware they are being watched. Hidden in the shadows, Seong-ho observes the villain's frantic power grab. A cold smile creeps across his face as he prepares to intervene. He vows to protect his allies before crushing the monster himself. Meanwhile, a desperate cry echoes through the ruins of the old world. Before the collapse, life was simple, fueled by innocent dreams and romance. Even in a crumbling world, some fools still try to prioritize romance over survival. He claims his clairvoyance guarantees their safety, but his timing is absolutely pathetic. She refuses to forget the teammates who died while he was busy playing games. Desperate for her love, he swears the killer is hunting in a different sector. The mental toll of his reckless behavior is finally pushing her to the edge. She rejects his confession, screaming that survival is the only thing that matters now. Disgusted by his delusions, she turns her back and prepares to leave him behind. A sudden, violent pulse in his chest signals that something has gone horribly wrong. The survival manual warned that a racing heart means the killer is already here. His information was a fatal mistake, and now there is nowhere left to run. She realizes they can't outrun a tracker, but they must avoid a total slaughter. He desperately activates his tracking skill to locate the monster lurking in the ruins. Out of the dust, a silent executioner emerges with a blade and murderous intent. The killer stands right before them, his eyes glowing with a terrifying, red light. She curses their luck, knowing that being together has only led them to death. Amidst the terror, she notices a chilling detail that connects the killer to them. His professional suit is an exact match for the ruthless members of Party C. With a sadistic grin, the assassin prepares to unleash his ultimate, world-ending technique. A massive, crimson barrier erupts from the ground, trapping them in a literal cage. The death field is officially open, and now, there is absolutely no way out. Trapped within the crimson cage, they realize hiding is their only hope for survival. The rules of this sick game prevent the killer from running during the hunt. Desperately, she reaches for the one item mentioned in the secret survival manual. If she can just hold out, the legendary savior might finally appear to help. With a sadistic grin, the high-level monster lunges forward to end their lives. The cold blade whistles through the air, inches away from claiming its next victim. In a final act of defiance, she aims the mysterious device at his eyes. A blinding, holy radiance erupts, shattering the darkness of the deadly barrier. The unstoppable predator screams in agony as the light sears his very soul. Against all odds, the desperate gamble pays off, giving them a momentary chance. She followed the manual perfectly, but the enemy's speed was purely inhuman. One brutal strike sends her flying back, her defense completely shattered instantly. She crashes into the rubble, the impact leaving her broken and utterly helpless. Bleeding and broken, she realizes her tactical mistake was a fatal one. The predator stalks forward with a knife, mocking her failed attempt at heroism. Shaking with fear, she begs for help from an ally who isn't there. A selfish survivor flees, glad he never returned her feelings before the end. He runs past her dying form, coldly observing how quickly life can vanish. The killer raises his blade for the end as she finally accepts death. A shadow falls over her as someone asks why her eyes are closed. Just as the blade descends, a shadow arrives to shatter the killer's momentum. The predator's eyes widen in shock as his prey is suddenly snatched away. With a single, devastating strike, the power dynamic of the shelter completely flips. She stares at her savior, unable to comprehend how he found her in time. A gloved hand reaches through the despair, offering a path back from the brink. He tells her firmly that it isn't her time to leave this world yet. Even as she questions their hopeless situation, he reveals a hidden glimmer of hope. The killer stands amidst the ruins, unaware his perfect deathmatch is being dismantled. Beyond the suffocating barrier, a sea of monsters waits for the system's final error. Now, he must lead them all toward the one exploit that changes everything. The ruined skybridge stands as the only path between these crumbling concrete tombs. A heavy thud shakes the building, announcing that the Reaper has finally arrived. The killer's excitement reaches its peak as he prepares for the final slaughter. With eyes blazing a demonic red, the president reveals his true, twisted nature. As the deadly field constricts, a single structural flaw creates a desperate opening. There is no room for error because they will only get one shot. The plan is set to lure the horde away while she makes her escape. Every killer carries a randomized special skill designed to crush any hope of survival. If they cannot escape the barrier, every sacrifice made today will be for nothing. He grips his shield tightly, prepared to sacrifice everything to stop the killer. The deafening sound of a heartbeat echoes through the silent, oppressive corridor. He grips his shield tight, demanding his invisible stalker step into the light. Instinct screams that someone is watching, yet the shadows remain hauntingly empty. Without warning, the reinforced wall explodes into a cloud of jagged stone. The terrifying truth dawns on him as a figure steps through solid concrete. Wantek Jang appears like a ghost, his eyes glowing with murderous, red intent. A jagged blade slices the air, moving faster than the human eye can follow. The killer strikes with a lethal force meant to end the battle instantly. He narrowly evades the blow, sliding across the floor as the air whistles. Facing a man who ignores physical laws, survival now feels like an impossibility. A devastating blow connects, sending shockwaves through the corrupted president's body. Even a strike that would kill any man only makes him tilt his head. His glowing eyes snap back, revealing a terrifying lack of human emotion or pain. Experience from the game proves that physical damage simply cannot stop this monster. The mind control has stripped away his humanity, leaving only a perfect killing machine. He strikes with a mindless ferocity, his patterns simple but his power absolute. The only problem is that this creature is evolving in the heat of battle. With every passing second, his excitement causes his strength to surge past its limits. Dealing with such a persistent nuisance makes the thought of killing him very tempting. Ultimately, he decides that granting a quick death is far too merciful today. To eliminate his target, he must strictly follow the lethal plan he devised. He narrowly evades a deadly blade as the relentless chase continues through the ruins. The monster's bloodlust reaches a boiling point as his power begins to evolve further. A sudden explosion of dust masks the killer's next terrifying move from sight. Before he can react, the mindless president appears behind him like a vengeful ghost. The speed of the assault intensifies, pushing the protagonist to his absolute physical limit. He realizes with horror that his opponent is utilizing a hidden agility buff skill. With no other choice, he prepares to activate his first emergency skill slot immediately. He launches a desperate counterattack, hoping to find a single opening in the defense. A massive shockwave erupts as he focuses everything on just surviving this insane encounter. Seong-ho sprints up the winding stairs as the situation turns critical. From above, his ally watches the perimeter with a look of pure desperation. The barrier is collapsing, and the undead are rapidly sealing their only escape. He orders her to wait for his signal before engaging the enemy. A terrifying figure emerges from the darkness, eyes glowing with a murderous intent. Wantag Jang reaches his peak excitement state, his aura crackling with lethal power. With no other choice, Seong-ho readies his blade for the ultimate clash. The former president lunges forward like a demonic predator seeking a kill. A relentless barrage of strikes rains down, pushing his defenses to the brink. He only needs to survive for a few more seconds to turn the tide. Seong-ho grits his teeth, desperately holding back the onslaught for just a few seconds. His heart hammers against his ribs like a war drum, signaling a final stand. The former president reaches a terrifying peak, his aura exploding into Stage 3 excitement. Sensing a single window of opportunity, Seong-ho roars for his ally to move now. Su-yeon takes a steadying breath, knowing the fate of everyone rests on her shoulders. She sprints into the shadows, leaving the brutal battlefield behind to complete the mission. The entire area is consumed by a massive, glowing red grid of certain death. This lethal barrier traps everyone inside, sealing off every possible way to escape. Undead monsters lunge from every corner, but she refuses to let her pace falter. With one fluid strike, she carves through the horde, racing against a ticking clock. She plunges into the darkness, barely slipping through the closing gap of the trap. Gasps of relief fill the air as she finally escapes that suffocating death field. But her heart sinks looking back at the lethal barrier, sealing her friend inside. Despair strikes again when she finds the only exit crawling with the mindless undead. His roar echoes through the ruins, demanding she run while he faces the monster. He leaps through the crumbling corridors, every second a gamble with his very life. A murderous hand wreathed in red aura strikes, shattering the floor beneath his feet. Terror takes hold as he realizes the killer can phase through the solid ceiling. A mysterious figure emerges from the smoke, offering a truce in this hopeless slaughter. But the former president only smiles, his eyes glowing with a purely demonic bloodlust. The former president stands amidst the ruins, his aura pulsating with a demonic bloodlust. Seong-ho levels his weapon at the monster, offering one last chance to stand down. He cold-bloodedly warns the killer that the world will change before he wakes up. Gunshots echo as a sea of mindless undead swarms the bottom of the pit. A mystical blue gateway shatters the darkness, offering a desperate path through the carnage. The portal vanishes just as he leaps through, leaving the starving horde behind him. Su-yeon watches in disbelief as her ally emerges from the impossible zombie wall. There is no time for explanations as he grabs her hand to begin their escape. They sprint through the decaying city while the killer still hunts from the shadows. Instead of returning home, she reveals their new destination is the mysterious time shelter. Seong-ho reveals a dangerous plan to pit the killer against the rival party. He believes the enemy leader has finally lost his grip on their ultimate weapon. Once the deathmatch concludes, every ounce of brainwashing on the killer will vanish. Su-yeon finally understands the calculated gamble her ally has been playing all along. A ruthless grin spreads as he prepares to unleash hell upon his pursuers. He justifies his dark methods by claiming that injustice must be fought with injustice. Elsewhere, the man known as Kim Do-yoon awakens in a haze of absolute confusion. His hands tremble while gripping a blood-stained ceramic blade he doesn't remember holding. Drenched in gore, he wonders how a simple technician became a monster in this place. Shattered memories return, revealing the president's dark influence behind his descent into madness. Memories fracture as the face of the man who ruined everything finally comes into focus. The former president looms in his mind, a puppet master with eyes like burning embers. Betrayal stings worse than any wound as Do-yoon realizes he was just a disposable tool. Standing amidst the celebratory lights, the technician grips his blade with a newfound, deadly purpose. While others played games, he endured a literal hell that forged him into a monster. A single step forward marks the beginning of a hunt that will end in blood. He leaps into the abyss, seeking vengeance against the man who stole his humanity. Nearby, Seong-ho ignites a brilliant distraction, ignoring the concerns of his trembling ally. Every spark is a calculated move to force the enemy into total paranoia. The president sits oblivious, unaware his perfect killing machine has finally broken its chains. Seong-ho praises Soo-yeon's strategy before departing to find his target. Soo-yeon spots their target arriving exactly when they predicted he would. Deep in the shadows, a man fueled by pure hatred sprints through the darkness. With eyes glowing like embers, the perfect killing machine finally arrives for his prey. The president sits arrogantly in the open, completely unaware of the crosshairs closing in. Like a vengeful god, Do-yoon descends from the heavens to claim his bloody retribution. A brief flicker of movement is the only warning before the world explodes. The impact shatters the earth, sending the president's elite guards flying like ragdolls. Trembling on the cold stone, the once mighty leader stares up at his own creation. Desperate threats fall on deaf ears as the technician silences his master forever. The trap is finally sprung as a bloody blade activates the lethal death field. A crimson grid seals the area while the terrified president realizes he is trapped. Do-yoon tears through the elite guards like they are made of paper. The president scrambles back as his men desperately try to create distance. Arrows fly and energy surges as the guards attempt to contain the monster. The tyrant watches in disbelief as his perfect weapon begins to defy all logic. With a single crimson slash, the technician proves he is no longer under control. No one can escape this dome of death, even the man who built it. The president's eyes glow with a sinister light as he prepares to steal everything. The elite guards charge back in with orders to pin the killing machine down. The technician tears through the elite security like they are nothing but paper. With eyes burning crimson, he mocks the men for being mindless political pawns. A single flash of red energy severs limbs before they can even scream. Drenched in blood, the killing machine marches forward toward his true target. The terrified former president shrieks for his archers to open fire immediately. Volleys of arrows are useless against the unstoppable fury of a man reborn. Desperate for any advantage, the tyrant prepares to burn the entire room down. He commands his mind-controlled slaves to throw away their lives as human shields. The guards desperately grapple the monster, hoping their weight can finally slow him. He carves through his captors while spitting venom at the spineless coward watching. The former president sneers, convinced that his victory was sealed from the very beginning. Trapped by a sea of human shields, the vengeful killer finds himself completely immobilized. Grinning with sadistic intent, the tyrant prepares to end this game with a fiery gift. He hurls the lethal cocktail, desperate to incinerate the monster he created for good. The glass shatters against the pavement, erupting into a hellish inferno that consumes everything nearby. Blazing heat swallows the room as bodies are instantly transformed into living, screaming torches. Kneeling amidst the flames, the technician reveals that his only goal was a suicidal end. The president laughs hysterically while mocking the tragic deaths of the man's lost family. Even as his skin burns, the killer smiles back with a chilling, terrifying sense of joy. Suddenly, a cold blade severs the tyrant's arrogance before he can finish his final insult. Kim Do-yoon is struck amidst the flames, a tragic end for a broken puppet. The technician acknowledges the arrival of the one man who could finally end him. He offers a bloody smile, grateful to be freed from the tyrant's cruel control. Falling into the inferno, the killer finally finds peace with his dignity restored. Above the chaos, the system's red grid flickers as the president's plan crumbles. Won-taek-jong trembles with pure rage, his prize snatched away by an invisible hand. The realization hits him like a physical blow as he whispers a name of myth. He gazes upon the empty battlefield, finding no trace of the mysterious intruder. Desperation takes hold as the former leader strikes the very earth in his fury. Screaming into the void, the monster vows to tear his new enemy limb from limb. After a grueling battle, the survivors walk through the ruins of a broken world. Seong-ho knows that staying in one place is a guaranteed death sentence for them. Overwhelmed by gratitude, his ally bows low for the life he fought to save. He brushes off the praise, his focus already shifting to the next lethal move. Her tactical vigilance was the only reason they escaped the impending zombie swarm. A cold smile plays on his lips as he predicts their enemy's total annihilation. Retreating to a hidden shelter, the hero finally counts the cost of his victory. His body is a map of scars and bandages after facing a true monster. The system rewards his bloodlust with a new level and a terrifying tracking skill. Armed with a legendary blade, the hunter prepares to turn the tables once more. The hunt for survival begins with traps set to catch wild boar piglets. A strange digital confirmation reveals an ally has reached a truly absurd location. Between battles, Seong-ho uses mechanical beetles to reinforce his damaged plastic shield. High above the tree line, his specialized drones scout the treacherous goblin-infested mountains. He successfully identifies the lethal traps hidden beneath the thick, green forest canopy. Even in this nightmare, he finds time to cultivate life within the otherworld forest. On the fourth morning, he steps onto the balcony to exchange vital intel. However, a stationary paper airplane waiting on the cold stone signals something wrong. He reaches down to retrieve the message, wondering if his contact has vanished. The contents of the note leave him frozen in a state of pure shock. The message is a cold warning demanding an end to all secret communication. Seong-ho crumbles the paper as his patience for this arrogant man finally snaps. He recalls how much this traitor benefited from his data and precious supplies. A dark, murderous urge begins to consume his thoughts as he contemplates execution. He wonders if the constant cycle of death is finally breaking his fragile mind. Comparing himself to his enemies, he realizes he is becoming a heartless monster. He forces his racing heart to still and strips away every lingering human emotion. Internal power struggles are tearing the group apart as rivals fight for control. Traitors are already colluding in the shadows to find an excuse for betrayal. He knows he cannot leave his loyal ally to face this viper's nest alone. Seong-ho casts aside his lingering emotions to focus on the cold reality of survival. High above a hidden nest, he prepares to unleash a calculated strike against the monsters. Beside him stands Dingo, a loyal beast whose power has grown alongside his master. His small beetle scouts report back, ready to show the results of their surveillance. They reveal sketches of the targets, marking the exact number of hobgoblins waiting below. With 21 enemies standing in his way, the odds seem stacked against the lone hunter. His tiny allies tremble in fear, worried the sheer numbers will overwhelm their leader. But Seong-ho remains unshaken, his hands steady as he prepares to end the wait. He reassures his companions that he is far stronger than any of them realize. Drawing his glowing weapon, he vows to make this slaughter quick and absolutely merciless. Seong-ho tells his allies to watch closely as the real massacre begins. He sets his sights on the goblin nest, preparing for complete annihilation. A sudden, thunderous blast erupts, inflicting a lethal status ailment on the front lines. He carves through the chaos while his loyal wolf companion strikes with precision. Mid-air and relentless, he reminds Dingo to follow their coordinated strategy perfectly. The white beast sprints toward the cliffs, distancing himself from the main fray. A powerful howl shatters the silence, drawing the eyes of every bloodthirsty creature. The hulking hobgoblin leader pauses, completely distracted by the wolf's provocative cry. The bait works instantly as the entire horde charges toward the false target. Hidden and ready, Seong-ho draws his bow to end them from the shadows. Seong-ho waits in the shadows, aiming his bow to strike the monster's exposed flank. A single, high-velocity arrow pierces through the enemies with lethal, surgical precision. Panic spreads through the goblin ranks as their numbers begin to dwindle rapidly. The hobgoblin leader screams in realization as his entire squad falls into ruin. Dingo tears through the stragglers, ensuring no monster escapes the bloody ambush alive. From his vantage point, Seong-ho notes that the horde is finally thinned out. He draws his blade while activating a mysterious glowing cube to test its power. With a confident smirk, the hunter prepares to deliver the final, crushing blow. He becomes a blur of steel, carving a path of absolute destruction through them. Thick smoke rises into the sky as the echoes of the slaughter finally fade. After the slaughter, Seong-ho celebrates his victory with his loyal swarm of beetles. A sudden system notification reveals a reward that feels insultingly small for his efforts. However, his tiny companions insist on leading him toward a hidden goblin structure. He stumbles upon a secret ranch filled with rare, high-value creatures and resources. Dingo eyes the exotic firebirds, seeing nothing but a delicious, high-tier feast. Cages filled with poison toads offer even more tactical advantages for future battles. What initially seemed like a bust has turned into a massive, game-changing harvest. Moving on, the hunter treks through a searing landscape under a relentless, burning sun. He relies on ice packs just to survive the breaking news level of extreme heat. The mystery deepens as frozen worlds and lush forests exist in total climate defiance. Seong-ho realizes the scorching heat is more than just a natural disaster. The boundary between this brutal reality and game logic begins to blur dangerously. He notices a critical flaw. The undead hordes are no longer endlessly respawning. A chilling theory takes root as he calculates the system's hidden mechanics. Artificial summons are restricted unless the world's most lethal conditions are finally met. Nightmarish creepers and glowing skeletons only emerge when the darkness is most absolute. Even the lightning-charged monstrosities from the tutorial follow a strict, predictable pattern. Suddenly, a game-changing revelation strikes him with the force of a tidal wave. An isolated island sanctuary could be the key to escaping the relentless waves. Exploiting hidden patch notes might allow him to speedrun this entire apocalyptic nightmare. Arriving at the massive rice processing complex, he secures a vital food source. A rare smile escapes him as the pieces of his survival plan align perfectly. Inside, mountains of grain and mysterious portals promise a shift in the game's power. He tightens his gear, knowing that even a moment's weakness means certain death. As dawn breaks, he maintains a rigorous training routine to stay at peak performance. Every muscle is pushed to the limit because the apocalypse grants no second chances. With his body primed, he sets out to complete 3 essential daily objectives. First, he decodes secret messages regarding his allies' movements across the fractured city. Next, he scouts the deadly forest alongside his loyal companion to hunt monsters. Finally, he monitors the global auction house to gain an edge over every rival. Song-ho spots something impossible on the digital interface that stops him cold. High-tier items are being used as a makeshift bulletin board across the global auction. He reaches out to investigate the hidden chat rooms buried within the system's code. A sudden surge of active players begins flooding the network with arrogant taunts. Realizing the danger, he prepares a meal while calculating his next high-stakes move. Tracking Bunny is easy, but the lack of private communication creates a massive hurdle. The inconvenience of the apocalypse is starting to weigh heavily on his strategic mind. While his loyal companion eats, he leans back to process the growing digital chaos. He needs to determine exactly how many players are manipulating the auction house market. Anonymity is a double-edged sword that allows enemies to hide within faked traffic data. He searches for the perfect bait to lure out the hidden shadows. A simple bag of ice becomes a priceless treasure in this scorching apocalypse. He sets a ridiculous price, waiting for the desperate masses to lose their minds. With arms crossed, he watches the digital trap begin to snap shut. The system erupts as players flood the network with shocked and angry reactions. A wave of toxicity follows, with anonymous cowards labeling him a total crook. He analyzes the data surge, confirming the presence of multiple high-level players. The constant stream of insults finally pushes his patience to the absolute breaking point. He screams at the screen, defending the brutal labor required for such luxury. Realizing there is no point in arguing with idiots, he walks away in disgust. He hesitates, wondering if it is time to delete his controversial listing. Shock hits him as the system announces a sale to a wealthy buyer. Far from the chaos, a woman in red claims the precious ice. She finds brief comfort in the cold while the world burns around her. Mocking the poor, she turns her attention to the real game. Purple energy surges through her fingertips, signaling the start of a massacre. Her unique skill activates, bringing the surrounding zombies under her absolute control. The brainwashed monsters instantly turn on each other with mindless, brutal violence. Blood stains the pavement as her undead puppets decimate every living thing. A flood of points fills her screen, cementing her status as a predator. Resting atop her throne, she wonders why others struggle for such meager points. But even for a predator, small annoyances can ruin a perfect moment. Looking down, she realizes her precious luxury has already turned back into water. Boredom sets in as she questions the identity of the mysterious ice creator. She envisions a powerful master of frost standing amidst a field of jagged crystals. A dangerous smile creeps across her face as she decides to hunt this seller. With a single tap, she initiates a contact that could change everything. Her voice carries a chilling charm as she finally makes her move. Using a ridiculous alias, she demands more ice to satisfy her expensive taste. Miles away, the protagonist realizes he just lured in a monster of a player. The digital world erupts as fans recognize a legendary pro within the apocalypse. Seong-ho watches the chaos unfold, wondering if this elite player is the real deal. The conversation turns toxic as a notorious figure demands total submission from the seller. This mysterious hunter reveals her true nature as an absolute psycho during the exchange. He realizes her real-life personality is just as aggressive as her online reputation. The pressure mounts as flamboyant rivals begin to circle like sharks in the water. He knows that revealing his identity now would only lead to a fatal misunderstanding. She marks her prey with a terrifying smile, leaving him no room to escape. A dangerous game of chicken begins between the Frostmaster and the bloodthirsty buyer. Seong-ho finalizes the trade, hoping to finish before the next monster logs in. The legendary bunny princess finally logs in, catching Seong-ho completely off guard. The veteran hunter laughs off his long absence with a cryptic, nonchalant excuse. This mysterious woman in red immediately senses a hidden connection between the players. Her sharp eyes narrow as the pieces of the puzzle fall into place. By tracking the luxury ice trade, she successfully unmasks her elusive target. She prepares to hunt the cheeky brat who dared to ignore her group. These top-tier predators share a dark history that ordinary survivors could never imagine. Seong-ho nervously jokes about an offline meetup that would likely end in disaster. Moving through the real world, he traverses the desolate ruins of the city. Surrounded by debris, he finally confirms the lethal secrets he once only suspected. Boarded windows prove the tutorial difficulty dropped, allowing far more survivors to endure. In the crowded streets, the undead have finally stopped their endless, terrifying respawning. A cheerful survivor calls Seong-ho over, inviting him to a rare rooftop meal. But the veteran hunter remains cold, sensing a deception hidden behind their smiles. He stares down the young man, whose trembling hands betray a deep-seated fear. They speak of powerful trade upgrades that allow players to teleport their entire squad. While Suyin focuses on her food, a lethal tension fills the heavy air. Seong-ho demands the truth about the mysterious wound hidden beneath the boy's sleeve. He instantly shuts down the pathetic excuse of an accident during manual labor. Those blood-soaked bandages reveal a secret that could get them all killed tonight. Suyan exposes the truth, revealing the wound came from a lethal crossbow bolt. She stares down the boy, claiming this attack was a cold, calculated move. Seong-ho demands the full story, as the realization of a hidden enemy sets in. The witness begins her recount, flashing back to the events from an hour ago. She was hauling heavy supplies using a mysterious power when the peace was shattered. A sudden, agonizing scream echoes through the ruins of the desolate city. Panicked and sensing danger, she rushes to the rooftop edge to investigate the noise. Below her, 3 shadowy figures in hiking gear surround their helpless target. The boy is struck down in an instant, cornered by a group of ruthless hunters. Back in the present, she insists that this was an intentional act of violence. Seong-ho's blood boils as the weight of the betrayal finally sinks in. He refuses to let anyone touch the precious allies he has carefully cultivated. To him, these people are more than just pawns in this cruel apocalypse. He envisions a perfect team where every member plays a vital, irreplaceable role. A cold, murderous resolve takes over as he vows to hunt the attackers down. Not long ago, the group shared a rare moment of peace and genuine connection. Even as outsiders, they began to feel like a real family amidst the chaos. But the atmosphere shifts when they realize their leader has mysteriously vanished. Confusion spreads as they discover several members have broken the strict party rules. No one knows where they went, leaving a lingering sense of impending dread. Seong-ho realizes the pieces are moving and asks if the target is secure. Yoo-hyun glows with power, ready to deliver a final gift to his allies. But the energy shifts as he senses 3 powerful signatures waiting at the base. A cold realization hits that their enemies have already activated their ultimate physical enhancements. Without a second to waste, Seong-ho orders an immediate teleportation into the lion's den. Mi-kyung knows that every passing second brings them closer to an absolute bloodbath. She prepares to bridge the gap, knowing there is no turning back from this. A massive pillar of purple energy erupts as they crash into the battlefield unannounced. They emerge to find the bunny player and his team radiating murderous, glowing auras. Seong-ho steps forward, silencing the shock as the real battle finally begins. The fragile alliance fractures as Kyung-hoon erupts in anger at the sudden intervention. He warns that retreating now will leave them vulnerable to the horrors outside. Seong-ho stands his ground, radiating a calm power that demands total obedience. He orders the warriors to drop their combat enhancements before the situation turns lethal. The protagonist demands they settle this through reason instead of mindless, apocalyptic slaughter. Reluctantly, Kyung-hoon yields, though his eyes still burn with suppressed golden energy. Even the bunny player deactivates his aura, realizing that internal conflict is suicide. The deadly glow fades as the group prepares for a tense, uneasy conversation. Frustrated and ignored, Kyung-hoon questions why his tactical advice is always discarded. The veteran coach reminds him that in this world, only the most efficient path matters. Internal tensions boil over as the director tries to justify his questionable leadership. The argument is cut short when a cold hand silences the room with authority. Seong-ho steps forward, reminding them that every action carries a heavy price now. In this dying world, a single mistake means total annihilation for the entire group. He accuses them of betraying their posts to consort with a dangerous rival faction. The veteran hunter can only watch in silence as the protagonist demands the truth. Desperate to survive the purge, she claims their betrayal was actually for the team. They needed intel from the auction, even if it meant hunting with the enemy. With a forced smile, they try to frame their treason as a noble sacrifice. But as the silence grows heavy, Seong-ho realizes he is the one being watched. The traitorous woman spits out accusations, trying to drag Seong-ho down with them. But Mi-kyung refuses to listen, reminding everyone of the protagonist's unwavering support. She points out the bitter truth that their supposed allies haven't offered anything. The tension reaches a breaking point as the group's internal trust begins to crumble. Desperate to mend the rift, Yoo-hyun bows in a display of ultimate submission. He begs for forgiveness, swearing that their secret actions weren't for personal profit. The veteran hunter steps forward, his presence alone enough to silence the room. Yoo-hyun screams in frustration, realizing the group is choosing sides against him. Suddenly, a firm hand grips his shoulder, forcing the chaotic argument to stop. This is no longer just a disagreement, it is their final chance at survival. An unexpected offer of help leaves the survivors stunned and questioning their next move. The veteran hunter reveals the cold logic behind his choice to stay this long. Without a guarantee of supplies, leaving would have been a guaranteed death sentence. Citing their shared history, he demands a clean break to avoid a bloody confrontation. A tense agreement is reached, allowing them to part ways without further bloodshed. In the wake of the split, the remaining core members face a fractured reality. Weary from the internal strife, the warrior prepares to venture into the lawless wastes. The protagonist hides his true feelings behind a mask of casual indifference and humor. But the veteran sees through the facade, recognizing a leader testing his allies' resolve. This separation was always coming, the final step in a plan to ensure survival. Seong-ho proposes a temporary split, promising to return once the coast is clear. His companions react with pure shock at the possibility of a safer future. As he readies his equipment, the heavy atmosphere finally begins to lift. He delegates the next move to Mi-kyung, while handing over a mysterious record. Seeing his teammates energized allows him to focus on the looming shadow ahead. The contents of his parting gift leave the veteran hunters absolutely stunned. They are trapped in a nightmare where hell unfolds exactly as the slogan promised. This world is merely a cruel game watched by eyes beyond human comprehension. Every monster and item has been recalculated to force the players into extinction. Yet he remains the only one who knows the true flow of this apocalypse. The dimensional gates are finally opening, signaling the start of a new nightmare. Whether called dens or labyrinths, these structures are the birthplaces of total extinction. They serve as the cruel heart of the system, summoning monsters to hunt survivors. With his team finally assembled, Seong-ho prepares for the next phase of the apocalypse. He knows the end of the animal raid is just a prelude to goblins. The game offers a moment of false hope before plunging players back into hell. Even with all his knowledge, the exact timing of the slaughter remains a mystery. When the undead begin to walk like men, the true event has finally begun. He can only hope his allies are ready for the terror about to descend. Unlike mindless zombies, these new predators will actively hunt every human behind their walls. Seong-ho realizes the time for talk is over. He must take charge himself. Every weapon becomes an extension of his will as he masters various combat styles. Months of grueling training finally pay off as his physical stats reach new heights. He endures the agony of self-injected poison to build a resistance that defies nature. While resting in the quiet before the storm, a mysterious message arrives by air. The warning is terrifyingly clear. A monstrous predator has entered the urban hunting grounds. A cold smile crosses his face because the true apocalypse has only just begun. High above the ruins, his allies watch a beast that shouldn't exist roam free. The veteran coach reminds his scout that one mistake means a certain, brutal death. With one swipe, the massive tiger shreds the undead like they are mere paper. The sudden arrival of a monstrous predator forces the group to question their environment. They conclude that only the strongest beasts could have survived this long in isolation. Seong-ho realizes the game mechanics have twisted into a far more terrifying reality. The rules of the hunt have changed, and the survivors must adapt to survive. Despite the official chain of command, the group instinctively seeks his guidance. He questions why they follow him when he is not their designated leader. The veteran coach makes it clear that true loyalty belongs to the one who provides. Accepting his destiny, he begins coordinating a desperate plan to secure their future. Securing a stable food source becomes the first step in their new mission. With roles assigned, the team prepares to strike before the next disaster hits. Hyung-jun steps up, ready to use his brute strength for the upcoming mission. Mi-kyung hesitates as the weight of her critical role finally begins to sink in. Seong-ho takes full command, laying out a strategy that leaves the group speechless. He wonders if he overstepped, but the response is unlike anything he expected. The team looks at him with newfound respect, finally seeing a true leader emerge. Moving out, Soo-yeon questions what their real objective is, if not the monster. Seong-ho admits the final decision rests solely on their most mysterious ally. Nearby, their loyal companion shakes off the tension and prepares for the hunt. Dingo catches a fresh scent, signaling that the prey is closer than they thought. With the signal given, the the group charges forward into the unknown urban wasteland. Seong-ho races through the urban ruins, trailing close behind his sharp-eyed companion. The white wolf surges ahead, navigating the debris with predatory grace and speed. Suddenly, they encounter a flock of sheep wandering through the gray, desolate wasteland. The predator lunges forward, catching the unsuspecting herd completely off guard. He lands with perfect precision, scattering the panicked animals across the broken pavement. A low growl meets a fearful bleat as the two species face off. One creature snaps, its eyes igniting with a strange and terrifying yellow glow. It charges blindly toward the threat, sealed by its own frantic aggression. Seong-ho levels his weapon, acknowledging that the lure worked exactly as planned. With a lethal thud, the bolt strikes home and silences the monster forever. Seong-ho curses his failure to end the threat with a single calculated shot. The silence of the ruins shatters as the commotion draws a relentless undead horde. He commands his loyal wolf to drive the frantic herd toward the extraction point. These aren't normal monsters. They have grown powerful by feasting on the weak. Though he could slaughter them all, securing the vital supplies remains the only priority. Surrounded by the hungry dead, Seong-ho calls out for his secret tactical weapon. Mi-kyung manifests instantly, her body surging with a violent and radiant purple energy. He takes her hand, preparing for a series of high-speed teleports through the chaos. They become a blur of light, teleporting past death with incredible, high-speed precision. Having escaped the trap, Seong-ho acknowledges the girl's terrifying potential as a hunter. The director secures the vital livestock, while his allies marvel at his immense strength. Confident in his power, the veteran hunter urges his team to move on ahead. Just as he begins to savor the victory, a silent projectile pierces through him. Agony erupts as his companions scream in horror at the sudden, bloody betrayal. A group of sadistic scavengers emerges, mockingly claiming their lethal shot was an accident. Seong-ho immediately recognizes these faces from a past encounter at the supply store. Fury boils over as they realize these are the monsters who previously targeted Yu-hyun. With cold eyes, the protagonist demands to know exactly why they have arrived. The arrogant leader demands a portion of their hard-earned spoils as a tribute. The director reluctantly agrees to leave one prize behind to avoid further bloodshed. The scavengers leave a single carcass behind as a final, mocking insult. They question why these survivors chose to band together in this lawless wasteland. A chilling warning echoes as the enemies retreat into the shadows of the city. Safe for now, the group gathers behind closed doors to process the trauma. Their wounded leader tries to lighten the mood with the spoils of their survival. But the women know that being too merciful is a death sentence here. Internal conflict boils over as the cost of their peaceful ideals becomes clear. Seong-ho recalls the brutal advice once given to him about eliminating threats permanently. He respects the chain of command, but his eyes burn with cold resolve. They sit in silence, knowing they can never bow to the monsters outside. Seong-ho raises a glass, warning that this fragile peace will soon be shattered. In the cold ruins, the chirping of a cricket is the only sound remaining. But something sinister is crawling through the shadows of this abandoned concrete tomb. Suddenly, the fabric of space fractures as a blood-red light tears through reality. The barrier explodes into a swirling portal, connecting this world to the unknown. By the next morning, the group arrives at a hidden, otherworldly training ground. His strange beetle companions emerge, greeting their master with an unexpected display. They have scavenged legendary minerals that are supposedly impossible to find on Earth. The small creatures even haul a massive chest filled with even greater spoils. Overwhelmed by the haul, Seong-ho realizes his path to absolute power just accelerated. The specialized materials have been transformed into a lethal arsenal of legendary-grade weapons. These masterfully crafted handles prove that his mysterious companions possess god-tier blacksmithing skills. Seong-ho jokingly questions if these small creatures are actually legendary dwarves in disguise. He laughs off the absurdity while wielding a blade that glows with otherworldly power. The time for talk is over, as he prepares to test the true lethality. With a sudden burst of speed, he launches the throwing knife toward the targets. The blade tears through the wood like paper, showcasing its terrifying piercing capabilities. Next, he draws a small red sphere designed to unleash chaotic elemental destruction. A violent explosion of red smoke erupts, engulfing the training field in an instant. Despite the spectacle, Seong-ho wonders if this new weapon actually packs enough punch. Seong-ho initially doubts the potency of his new experimental weapon as red smoke rises. Suddenly, the overwhelming stench hits his senses and sends him crashing to the ground. He realizes this chemical terror is a perfect trap for monsters with sensitive noses. A devious plan forms in his mind as he observes the small beetle creatures. He turns to the mysterious forest dwellers and offers them a chance at survival. He warns the tiny creatures that the freezing forest offers only death and starvation. His shelter provides a sanctuary where they can craft in peace away from danger. He pitches the ultimate deal, promising a future that benefits both man and monster. The small creatures whisper among themselves, weighing the value of his desperate offer. With a joyful leap, the pact is sealed and a new alliance is born. The deal is sealed with the ancient creatures, and there is no turning back. Returning to the ruined reality, Seong-ho and his loyal companion begin their dangerous scout. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the wasteland, signaling the arrival of a new threat. From the shadows, they witness a brutal clash that reveals the true power of zombies. The monsters are finally emerging from hiding, and the real chaos is just beginning. These primitive beasts are frantically constructing a nest right in the middle of the city. Dingo alerts his master that the legendary Goblin Den event has officially been triggered. Following the sharp scent, the duo moves closer to the heart of the enemy territory. A sudden realization hits, as they stumble upon something far more sinister than expected. Before them stands a glowing red portal, looking suspiciously like a trap for the unwary. Seong-ho steps into the swirling red abyss, fully aware of the coming danger. He plunges into the depths, feeling a strange familiarity within this digital nightmare. Deep inside the dungeon, he questions if his unique powers will still function correctly. Tearing through space, he confirms his gateway still connects to his private sanctuary. The realization hits that these event dens exist in the very basement of reality. He reaches out to claim the rare treasures hidden within these glowing loot crates. This neutral third space allows him to bypass the usual laws of the world. Strategic items snap into place, boosting his perception and lighting the suffocating darkness. With a confident smirk, the hunter prepares to turn this trial into a massacre. He sprints down the linear path, knowing no traps can stop his progress. He carves through the goblin horde with a single, devastatingly fluid strike. Reaching a fork in the road, he realizes the dungeon is testing his intuition. He readies his hidden daggers, prepared for any ambush lurking in the shadows. A dance of death begins as he systematically dismantles every monster in his path. These low-level creatures are nothing more than a warm-up for the true trial ahead. At the end of the corridor, a massive presence waits in the flickering torchlight. He skids to a sudden halt as the overwhelming pressure of a boss fills the air. Before him sits a mountain of muscle, a monster that dwarfs any previous foe. The beast looms over him, mocking the hunter for daring to enter this domain alone. A crushing blow descends, threatening to end his journey before it truly begins. With one effortless strike, the massive beast falls before his cold, disappointing gaze. The dungeon clear notification rings out as the goblin boss breathes its last. From the monster's remains, a set of rare adamant arrows begins to materialize. He claims his prize, satisfied with the high-tier loot for his growing arsenal. His next objective is clear as he sets his sights on a mysterious portal. But first, he must track the movements of the aggressive hunters tailing him. He stops in his tracks as he senses a presence approaching from the shadows. A sharp smirk forms as he realizes his enemies are walking right to him. He knows their aggressive nature will drive them to prioritize points over their safety. Right on cue, the ruthless hunters arrive at the portal, completely unaware of him. The arrogant hunters boast about their experience, unaware that they are being watched. But their confidence shatters when they find their target den has already been looted. Frustration boils over as the leader demands to know who beat them to the prize. His subordinate desperately suggests a rival group from another district might be responsible. The leader snaps, refusing to accept such a pathetic excuse for their failure. He reminds them that in this game, ignorance is a death sentence for any hunter. With a disgusted spit, he mocks his own team for their sheer incompetence. His eyes lock onto a small creature scurrying beneath his feet in the dirt. He reaches out, his grip tightening around the helpless animal with cold-blooded intent. As blood splatters, he reveals a twisted plan to hunt down their next victims. Yu-hyun realizes that desperate survivors are willing to kill for a few meager supplies. A blood-stained hand suddenly clamps down on him, mocking his weak sense of morality. His captor sneers, asking if his allies would truly ever lift a finger to save him. To these killers, the legendary Seong-ho is nothing more than a target that needs vanishing. Fear begins to set in as the reality of becoming cold-blooded murderers becomes unavoidable. Mi-kyung and her companion reveal the twisted joy of harvesting points from human lives. The debate ends abruptly, as the group prepares to hunt their next unsuspecting prey. They step through the gate, acknowledging the true danger of the warriors they face. Watching from the shadows, the protagonist tracks every move of the retreating hunters. Seong-ho steps into the portal, determined to end this threat before more blood spills. Seong-ho tracks his enemies, stepping through the portal into a landscape of slaughter. A terrified survivor screams, realizing there is nowhere left to run or hide. From the Crimson Rift, a tide of monstrous goblins begins their violent feast. A sharp-eyed hunter among the monsters readies a lethal, poison-tipped projectile. The dart finds its mark, instantly paralyzing the victim in a moment of agony. Lethal toxins spread through his body, turning his final moments into a living nightmare. In a crimson blur, the pack descends to finish their gruesome, one-sided work. Nearby survivors watch the carnage, frozen by the sheer number of incoming enemies. The group prepares to charge, driven by a desperate need to survive the night. Yu-hyun watches in terror, sensing that a reckless charge will end in disaster. A ruthless hunter tightens the spectral chains, mocking the boy's pathetic weakness. Tempers flare as the captor sneers at his prisoner's lack of resolve. He reminds the boy that he was abandoned for being a liability. Before the argument turns violent, a teammate steps in to silence the bickering. She points toward the shadows, sensing a far more dangerous threat nearby. A massive, hulking hobgoblin looms over the wreckage of the fallen city. The hunter ignites his power, deciding to eliminate the beast before moving on. The group stands frozen, forced to choose between internal strife and survival. Realizing the danger, Yu-hyun agrees that fighting the monster is their only hope. The titan limps through the ruins, unaware that new predators are closing in. Silent footsteps echo through the wreckage as a hidden hunt begins. Bora whispers in fear, questioning if they should continue following the group. The target's artificial movements suggest a trap designed to lure them into darkness. Kyung-hoon insists they need the final blow to secure a life-saving skill. A golden aura erupts around his fist, signaling a surge of raw power. He promises to protect her, stepping forward into the eye of the storm. Sudden realization strikes as he discovers the hunt started without their consent. Rage boils over as he screams at the teammates who left him behind. He confronts the leaders, refusing to be treated like a disposable pawn. With a final ultimatum, he threatens to leave the party forever. A gruesome discovery proves their hunt was a calculated trap from the very beginning. The lead hunter realizes his hesitation has led his entire team into a deadly ambush. Panic erupts as Mi-kyung spots a severed arm, hovering unnaturally in the cold night air. A masked figure emerges from the darkness, looking down at them with absolute, terrifying indifference. The intruder holds a sparking orb, asking the doomed party what they think of death. With a chilling voice, he calls the weapon a mere firework before letting it go. The explosive descends slowly, marking the final seconds of their lives as they know it. A massive explosion tears through the alley, scattering the terrified survivors into the burning debris. When questioned, the mysterious warrior identifies himself only as recyclable trash before disappearing from sight. He leaves them surrounded by a horde of monsters, ordering them to try and survive. Goblins stare down at the terrified survivors while a cold voice mocks their worth. Moments later, the entire trio lies slaughtered as a mysterious blue portal flickers nearby. Seong-ho steps from the light, noting the few survivors who showed a true conscience. He grants them a single chance at life before preparing for the next hunt. Far away, the sound of steel through flesh signals a desperate battle for survival. Hyungjun tears through the monster vanguard with the raw power of a seasoned veteran. Mi-kyung dances through the carnage, her purple aura keeping the goblin blades at bay. High above, Yu-hyun spots a nightmare scenario as they are squeezed from both sides. Su-yeon pushes her limits, unleashing long-range healing to keep her exhausted allies standing. Even with divine support, the sheer weight of the monster army feels truly suffocating. Hyungjun realizes the goblin horde is far larger than he ever anticipated. The monsters play dirty, unleashing poison darts from the shadows of the ruins. Death misses him by a fraction of an inch as the projectiles whistle past. But the relentless green tide surges forward, sensing their prey's growing fatigue. Even a veteran powerhouse has limits, and the first strikes finally draw blood. Battered and broken, the warrior clutches his wounds as his strength fades away. Staring down his executioners, he wonders if this nightmare is his final grave. Suddenly, a blinding flash of energy tears through the monster front line. A familiar voice rings out, declaring that death will not claim them tonight. Seong-ho arrives like a god of war to turn the tide of the massacre. Seong-ho explains that his bleeding wounds are actually the key to his overwhelming strength. Kyung-hoon realizes that the previous attack was only a fraction of the hero's true power. His physical stats have surged so high that a normal bow can no longer cope. Breaking the superhuman barrier grants him abilities that defy the logic of this apocalypse. He casually admits his secret knowledge came from an unlikely source before the world ended. After consuming a specialized recovery drink, he stands fully restored and ready for slaughter. He commands his allies to defend the rear while he prepares to clear the path. With a sudden burst of speed, he leaves his companions behind in a sonic wake. A massive horde of evolved zombies rushes in, sensing a fresh kill nearby. The monsters stand no chance as he begins a one-sided massacre with a single strike. He dives into the sea of weak goblins, a predator among prey. With a single flash of steel, the entire horde is wiped from existence. He stands alone amidst the carnage, waiting for the true nightmare to begin. As midnight strikes, the air grows cold, and a terrifying presence finally emerges. From the shadows crawls the Bone Creeper, a skeleton fueled by pure malice. Its hollow red eyes glow as it walks right into his carefully laid trap. He prepares to lure the beast away, but a desperate scream shatters his focus. An innocent survivor stumbles into the chaos, pursued by another lethal monstrosity. With his survival buff fading, he must decide whether to help or stay hidden. His allies are suddenly forced onto the front lines, fighting for their very lives. Mi-kyung unleashes her aura to save her allies from the looming shadow. A grotesque monstrosity lunges forward with hunger burning in its crimson eyes. They scramble for cover, knowing they cannot interfere with the monster's true opponent. Watching from the sidelines, Seong-ho realizes these survivors are worth the effort. He vanishes into a blur of speed, moving to shield those who remain. Low-level goblins stand no chance against the arrival of a twisted predator. Dropping like a god of death, he strikes to keep his humanity intact. His landing shatters the pavement as the final phase of his plan begins. With a single command, he tears open a dimensional gate to another realm. His survival buff finally expires, leaving him vulnerable for the ultimate confrontation. The Bone Creeper loses its scent as the undead horde swarms the ruins. A terrifying golden glow ignites within the monster's hollow, screaming skull. The battlefield vanishes in a blinding explosion of heat and pulverized stone. Elsewhere, soft emerald light flows from her palms to mend broken flesh. Seong-ho warns that his ultimate skill demands a heavy, unconscious price. With the treatment complete, she offers her strength for the battles ahead. Turning his gaze, the protagonist demands answers from the rescued soldier. Captain Kim Hyun-woo bows low, offering sincere gratitude for his life. Skepticism fills the air as they question the young man's military rank. Fate played a cruel joke, promoting him just as the world collapsed. Seong-ho probes the rescued soldier about his previous post before the world collapsed. The desolate ruins of the Kori nuclear power plant loom like a silent graveyard. Captain Kim reveals his primary duty was monitoring the facility after the initial impact. Soo-yeon grows suspicious of how he traveled 40 kilometers on foot through hell. The soldier acknowledges her sharp observation before preparing to reveal a terrifying secret. He confesses that he only abandoned his post when smoke began rising from the plant. The group freezes in terror as the possibility of a nuclear meltdown becomes real. A worker's grim warning to evacuate immediately if smoke appears haunts the captain's memory. Hyungjun breaks the tension by asking what a core meltdown actually entails for them. The weight of a second apocalypse begins to crush their hopes for survival. Soo-yeon explains the horrific reality of a reactor core failure and radiation leaks. Seong-ho summarizes the soldier's desperate mission to warn the world of the meltdown. Captain Kim admits he was lucky to survive the hostility of other survivors. He understands why a stranger's claim of nuclear disaster is so hard to believe. Seong-ho wonders who would calmly accept such terrifying news from a total stranger. To the pragmatic protagonist, the soldier's arrival is nothing but a dangerous nuisance. The monsters trailing the captain nearly destroyed the group's carefully laid plans. To prevent a catastrophe, Yoo-hyun and Mi-kyung were forced into the dangerous open. Seong-ho demands to know if a captain should be making such reckless decisions. Overwhelmed by the cold logic, the soldier can only stutter in his own defense. The captain drops to his knees, begging for forgiveness for his reckless actions. Seong-ho stares down coldly, cutting off the soldier's desperate excuses with a single word. Red eyes gleaming with lethal intent, he demands proof of the man's supposed loyalty. Trembling under the suffocating pressure, the captain realizes there is only one way out. He snatches the blade without hesitation, ready to pay the ultimate price for trust. To escape this hell, he is willing to sacrifice his own flesh and blood. The steel descends in a flash, aimed straight for his own exposed wrist. Suddenly, a powerful grip halts the blade just inches from the bone. Seong-ho admits he has seen enough of the soldier's unwavering resolve. True self-sacrifice is rare in this apocalypse, and the captain has finally earned respect. The tension finally breaks as the group realizes Seong-ho was only testing them. He laughs off their fear, claiming he needed absolute certainty about their loyalty. But a grim reality looms over their massive stockpile of hard-earned survival supplies. Abandoning everything they have gathered is a bitter pill for the veteran to swallow. Desperate for a path forward, Soo-yeon asks for the master strategist's next move. Seong-ho sets his sights on leveling up their tactical support to peak efficiency. A magical signal from the distance confirms that their scout is ready. He begins issuing commands to prepare for a mass exodus from the city. The group's primary muscle is tasked with securing gear for the long journey. Meanwhile, the captain is stunned by a plan to spread chaos through information. Seong-ho acknowledges the officer's noble heart despite their conflicting views on military judgment. The group's primary muscle begins calculating the most efficient route through the chaos. He suggests a strategic detour to Gimhae to secure vital farming resources and supplies. A nearby military battalion serves as their best hope for finding a secure warehouse. Though enemies block their path, the officer remains confident in their collective strength. Seong-ho finalizes the coordinates for their journey across the devastated southern territories. With no objections from the group, the survivors prepare for their most dangerous trek. The master strategist gives the order to move out before the situation worsens. Elsewhere, a trail of severed heads proves this was a completely one-sided fight. A nearly naked powerhouse stands among the dead, questioning where he actually is. After a brutal massacre, the starving warrior realizes his stomach is completely empty. Desperation sets in as he considers digging through the filth for a scrap. He mourns the loss of his reliable supply drops amidst the growing chaos. Suddenly, his instincts flare as he detects a rat watching from the shadows. Without a hint of hesitation, he reaches for a trophy from his latest kill. He launches the severed head forward with the force of a lethal projectile. The gruesome message whistles through the air toward the hidden observer. Deep within the darkness, the spinning head is caught by an unseen power. A mysterious figure emerges from the gloom, offering a mock apology to the beast. The intruder reveals himself as a loyal servant of the former president. The mysterious messenger extends a formal invitation to the legendary warrior standing above him. He reveals a shocking alliance between the strongest survivors and the remnants of the government. The truth comes out as the subordinate confirms the ruthless president is still drawing breath. They are building a fortress to withstand the coming tides of monsters and undead horrors. Despite the grand offer of safety and power, the beast simply refuses the golden ticket. Desperate to close the deal, the recruiter mentions their endless stockpile of vital survival supplies. The mention of a mysterious woman watching him only serves to irritate the lone hunter. He snaps back, defending his honor against the assumption that he is driven by lust. Dismissing the entire government, he turns his back to continue his journey toward the south. The dramatic exit is ruined when he realizes he is walking toward the wrong city. The recruiter makes a final offer, promising a guide if he visits the shelter. The lone hunter remains skeptical, questioning if this grand promise is actually a lie. Desperate for cooperation, the subordinate reveals his orders to secure him at all costs. Relenting at last, he agrees to visit while standing amidst the moonlit city ruins. Long ago, he viewed human society as nothing more than a group of identical souls. For the young man he used to be, fitting in was an agonizing, unsolvable puzzle. He felt surrounded by empty shadows, trapped in a world where he never belonged. Everything changed when he embraced the chaos, becoming the legendary and eccentric bunny princess. Surprisingly, his bizarre antics drew people in, turning his madness into a strange charisma. Soon, even the most serious survivors began to imitate his wild and unpredictable style. For the first time in his life, he finally found people to call friends. But the eccentric bunny princess knows exactly how a legendary protagonist should arrive. Beneath the bizarre antics, a cold and serious realization begins to settle. Even in a tight-knit group, some bonds are forged while others remain painfully awkward. Walking through the ruins, he admits he never truly felt close to his allies. His companion notes that personal connections are far more complex than they seem. Friendship is just another group where conflict and distance are bound to happen. Meeting face-to-face reveals the hidden cracks in their fragile and desperate alliance. Amidst the silence of the fallen city, a sudden and startling confession is made. He admits the government recruitment was nothing more than a heartless, mandatory order. Hyungjun laughs off the tension, appreciating a rare moment of brutal honesty. They arrive at the designated coordinates, finding only a landscape of desolate ruins. Byam-seuk clarifies that this wasteland is merely a secret meeting point. Suddenly, a mysterious woman materializes out of thin air before their eyes. She introduces herself as Yun-jong, a high-level awakener with the power to blink. The veteran realizes that their true sanctuary is hidden from the entire world. A heavy silence falls as she hesitates to reveal the catch. Getting uncomfortably close, he demands to know why she is being so transparent. Caught off guard by his intensity, she struggles to find her words. She bashfully admits that her teleportation requires the intimacy of physical contact. He offers his hand, signaling the start of a journey into the unknown. Boasting of his immortality, the veteran warrior prepares for the transition ahead. In a flash of light, they materialize within the heart of a high-security bunker. The former president greets them, his presence radiating an aura of absolute political authority. A strange youth introduces himself as the first survivor, with a specialized shelter trait. The boy fanboys over the legend, recognizing him instantly from their past digital lives. Skepticism clouds the veteran's face as he questions the authenticity of their supposed bond. History collides as the survivor insists they were once an inseparable team of 4. Dismissing the tension with a grin, the mysterious youth shrugs off any lingering doubts. He laughs about their shared years of hardship, leaving the veteran utterly disgusted. The veteran's disgust boils over as he calls out the survivor's blatant lies. The mysterious youth responds with a chillingly familiar name that stops him cold. A dark shadow falls over his face as the playful atmosphere suddenly vanishes. Refusing to back down, the legendary hunter offers to settle this with blood. Tension thickens as the survivor takes his seat and proposes a dangerous gamble. Troubled by the chaos, the former president watches his guests with growing concern. Political authority commands the room as the leader forces both warriors to sit. With a mocking grin, the immortal warrior claims to be a mere teenager. The room falls into a deafening silence as his pathetic joke fails miserably. Slamming his fist down, he demands the real reason for this secret meeting. The former president finally concedes, admitting that his desperate plan has reached its end. He hoped that a face-to-face meeting would be enough to sway the defiant veteran. Realizing persuasion is futile, the leader decides to release his dangerous guests for now. With a mocking grin, the immortal warrior celebrates his narrow escape from the bunker. The president waves him off, promising to provide a guide for their immediate departure. A loyal transporter steps forward, ready to escort the eccentric legend back into chaos. Before they leave, a final warning is issued regarding a mysterious government auction notice. A terrifying broadcast reveals a nuclear meltdown is currently threatening to incinerate the South. The tactical genius realizes that following the captain's intel was their only hope. Now the group races toward the Villa district before the entire region becomes a wasteland. Seong-ho discovers that some survivors are thriving while the rest of the world rots. He reaches into the void to retrieve supplies that shouldn't exist in reality. But a terrifying realization suddenly strikes him like a bolt of pure lightning. A catastrophic explosion in a foreign land has already triggered the world's final countdown. The president's broadcast confirms that the cooling procedures are only a temporary fix. Seong-ho clutches his head, feeling the weight of a future he cannot control. He must move his allies immediately before the next world-ending event arrives. Standing amidst the ruins, he surveys a city that is destined to burn. The tactical genius narrows his focus on the two objectives that matter most. With a cold gaze, he steps back into the chaos to rewrite history itself. To survive this hell, he first scouts the area for any potential threats. He lures the mindless swarms into a single location to begin his gruesome experiment. Seong-ho strikes with precision, testing the limits of these newly evolved monsters. A single reaching hand reveals the terrifying speed these creatures now possess. Every narrow dodge provides critical data on their increased agility and movement patterns. He measures their durability, noting how much punishment their rotting bodies can endure. The tactical genius crushes them into the dirt with raw, overwhelming physical power. He intentionally avoids using his high-tier items to gauge his own base strength. A devastating blow to the skull confirms the exact force required for a kill. Satisfied with the results, he continues his cold-blooded slaughter to master this new battlefield. The horde screams in agony as the third reason for this slaughter becomes clear. If he can purge every rotting corpse from this district, the cycle finally breaks. A single blue arc severs their connection to this world, preventing any midnight respawns. By eliminating the apex threats, only the weaker goblins will remain to be hunted. This cold calculation is the only way to tip the scales of survival. He fights so his allies will never have to face true despair again. With the first wave silenced, his gaze shifts toward the next tactical objective. Time is a luxury he doesn't have, yet a strange messenger interrupts his focus. A paper airplane drifts through the twilight, carrying a message that shouldn't be possible. It seems someone has already finished the impossible task he set for them. Seong-ho issues a direct order to consolidate their forces at the designated safe zone. A massive haul of water and food secures their survival for the coming month. However, a sudden realization strikes that their numbers do not add up correctly. Their captain has already departed on a high-stakes scouting mission into hostile territory. The others have vanished into the ruins to reclaim what was lost at home. Fear creeps in as they discuss the one district they must never enter. Seong-ho warns them of a lethal killer lurking within the shadows of the city. A terrifying leader with absolute mind control has turned the district into a trap. One wrong step into that territory results in total subjugation or immediate execution. Now, the spotlight falls on the hidden potential of an ally's secret new abilities. The young survivor reveals a bizarre hidden power, known as the doll bomb. With a single word, the harmless paper creation erupts into a blinding explosion. Seong-ho remains skeptical, wondering if such a strange activation requirement is necessary. Then comes the Smile Communication Doll, a tool for silent and untraceable coordination. The device vibrates intensely, proving only the master can trigger the signal. By holding these dolls, allies can share thoughts through a perfect telepathic link. The crafter looks down, worried that his niche traits are simply too weak. But Seong-ho realizes these skills are the ultimate tactical game-changer they needed. Combining these explosives with arrows will turn every shot into a lethal blast. This newfound advantage finally gives the group a fighting chance against the darkness. Seong-ho pushes the young survivor to stop doubting his bizarre but vital abilities. With a newfound purpose, the boy agrees to lead their critical scouting missions. Meanwhile, in the ruins of Daegu, a terrifying new power begins to emerge. Hidden survivors watch in horror as a mysterious woman herds a literal zombie army. They joke about her obsession, unaware that she controls the monsters they fear. High above the carnage, she contemplates the dark evolution of this broken world. With a single cold command, she unleashes her twisted legion upon the weak. Suddenly, the laughter stops as a rotted hand snatches a victim from behind. Total chaos erupts, while the heartless queen watches her scavengers strip the living. She turns her gaze toward the auction house, seeking her next ultimate prize. A chilling warning appears on the screen for anyone foolish enough to impersonate legends. The ruthless queen of the undead grows impatient, waiting for a response that never comes. Enraged by the silence, she slams her throne, while cursing those who dare ignore her. Perched atop her morbid carriage, she commands her thralls to march toward the coast. High above the ruins, a silent predator locks his sights on the passing nightmare. She remains blissfully unaware, calculating the safest path to avoid a direct confrontation inland. Suddenly, a high-speed projectile tears through the sky, shattering the silence of the wasteland. The bolt strikes true, piercing her undead servant as she sighs at the rude interruption. Rising from her seat, the queen decides it is time to teach these children discipline. With a snap of fingers, she prepares to unleash the true horror of her legion. Introducing her personal legion of undead idols, the notorious Dead Boys. On her command, the blonde beast leaps across the ruins to hunt. Terror strikes two survivors as the monster suddenly drops from the sky. Before they can react, he seizes them in a grip of pure steel. They are dragged through the air, screaming for a mercy that won't come. The captives are thrown like trash at the feet of their new ruler. Looking down with icy contempt, she questions why they ruined her mood. Desperate for survival, the men grovel and shower her with pathetic flattery. She flashes a chilling smile, promising to spare their lives for now. Walking away, she whispers that she cannot simply let this insult go unpunished. The queen demands a blood debt from those who dared to cross her. Her glowing army of the damned closes in on the trembling survivors. Days later, a hidden sanctuary thrives in the shadow of the mountain. High-tier mithril gear sits ready for the brutal challenges ahead. The leader inspects the masterfully crafted tools for his next mission. He praises his unconventional workers for their incredible farming and breeding skills. A new quest begins as he seeks the location of rare shade grapes. The small creatures listen intently to their commander's mysterious request. A dangerous speedrun event looms within the pitch-black darkness. Every item is crucial for surviving the horrors of the real world. The small creature's eyes widen as it reveals a secret long kept hidden. Seong-ho listens intently to the strange buzzing sounds of his loyal worker. He turns his attention to the map, where a mysterious location awaits. The creature points toward a dense forest that no scout has ever reached. This is more than a simple rumor. It is a genuine, high-value lead. Even high-tech drones could not pierce the thick mist covering these ancient trees. He remembers the brutal work required just to clear a path through the wolves. Countless tasks and endless battles kept him from exploring this enigma until now. If even the most elite veterans are clueless, the danger must be astronomical. Preparation is finished as he sets off to claim the unknown for himself. This forest feels different, exuding an aura far more terrifying than the drone footage showed. He warns his companion to stay cautious while they hunt for the elusive shade grapes. But the spirited wolf ignores the warning, bolting headfirst into the thickening mist. Together, they push deeper into the woods to begin a thorough investigation of the area. A heavy, unnatural fog clings to the trees, hiding whatever secrets lie within the shadows. With the sun still high above the canopy, the path forward remains clear for now. Strange, alien flora begins to appear, unlike anything found in the game or reality. Without a system prompt to guide him, he realizes these beautiful plants are utterly worthless. A chilling realization washes over him as the silence of the woods becomes deafeningly loud. No matter how far they travel, not a single low-tier monster can be found anywhere. His momentary curiosity evaporates as the small wolf's playful barking suddenly stops. They stumble upon rare shade grapes, a treasure capable of granting perfect night vision. Harvesting the massive bounty ensures their survival in the dark for months to come. He hears a strange clicking sound that shatters the silence of the deep woods. His hand goes to his hilt, fearing the legendary fang wolves have returned. Drawing his blade, he prepares for a fight while his companion growls in warning. These monsters never wander into barren territory, making this encounter an impossible nightmare. Diving behind a massive trunk, he tries to mask his presence from the predator. He frantically peeks from his hiding spot as he realizes something is very wrong. A massive, clawed foot slams into the earth, ending the mystery of the silence. They have stumbled into werewolf territory, facing a beast with an insatiable bloodlust. Seong-ho sweats under the pressure, knowing a single mistake will be his last. He prepares his escape mechanism, desperate to return to reality before it is too late. A small cub shivers in the shadows, its mind shattered by the surrounding chaos. The blind monster prowls nearby, relying purely on instinct to find its hidden prey. It will not be long before the predator pinpoints their location and begins the slaughter. Realizing a head-on fight is impossible, Seong-ho grabs the cub to start the lure. He sticks to the plan, moving with lethal speed through the dark, misty woods. Breaking cover, he boldly taunts the alpha, inviting the monster to come and get him. The werewolf reacts with a terrifying snarl, ready to end this insolent human's life. Seong-ho sprints for his life, desperately shielding the cub from the apex predator. With the monster closing in, he activates his final escape route to survive. The werewolf unleashes a savage strike, intent on tearing the human to shreds. They barely slip through the shimmering portal before the beast can make contact. Safely on the other side, Seong-ho tells the cub to catch its breath. He gently comforts the shivering creature while calculating his next tactical move. The werewolf slams violently into an invisible wall, realizing it has been trapped. Seong-ho holds his ground, telling the beast to stay calm for now. He brandishes his spear, mocking the predator with a promise of future combat. Without his usual allies, defeating this monster under normal conditions is nearly impossible. A single strike pierces the beast, proving even monsters can feel pain. It howls in agony as toxic green blood spills onto the forest floor. Seong-ho knows that without his dimensional trap, he would be dead already. He commands the gate to close, dictating the flow of this lethal encounter. The impact is completely one-sided, tossing the massive predator like a rag doll. He orders the gateway to open, knowing his window is rapidly closing. A second spear finds its mark, though his strength is finally beginning to fail. From the safety of his bunker, he watches the monster struggle to survive. But a chilling realization hits him as the predator begins to adapt. Primal instincts awaken, signaling that the real nightmare is only just beginning. The beast activates wolf sense, pushing its primal power to a terrifying peak. Its agility reaches impossible levels, turning the entire forest into a death trap. Every lethal spear thrust is caught or dodged with effortless, predatory grace. Even the deepest wounds vanish instantly thanks to its godlike health regeneration. But Seong-ho remains cold and calculated, calmly switching to his second slot. He knows the monster's stamina is fading despite its overwhelming display of strength. The perfect counter to those heightened senses is finally within his grasp. With a single precise shot, he launches his hidden weapon forward. A massive crimson cloud erupts, completely paralyzing the creature's superior instincts. Trapped in a blinding haze, the predator finally realizes it has been outplayed. The beast's primal instincts are blinded, as it chokes on the suffocating crimson mist. Its legendary agility has been completely neutralized by Seong-ho's calculated tactical trap. Now the hunter becomes the prey as the strategist identifies the perfect final opening. With a surge of lethal energy, he launches a devastating and high-speed frontal assault. His blade bites deep into the creature's flesh, drawing a fountain of toxic blood. The monster's agonizing scream echoes through the forest as its godlike regeneration finally fails. Desperate and cornered, the predator lashes out with a strike meant to cleave steel. But Seong-ho's focus is absolute, reading every erratic movement with cold, terrifying precision. He dances through a storm of razor-sharp claws, narrowly avoiding a certain death blow. Landing with perfect grace, he readies his weapon to end this nightmare forever. Seong-ho's blade bites deep into the beast as the final hunt begins. He leaps through the air, narrowly avoiding the creature's razor-sharp counterattack. Metal clashes against bone as he barely blocks a strike meant to kill. He acknowledges the beast's durability as they lock in a desperate struggle. Sensing a stalemate, the strategist decides to change the flow of battle. With a brutal kick, he forces the howling predator into a retreat. He realizes that even with unexpected variables, his plan remains on track. The window of opportunity is closing before the beast can strike back. He deploys a specialized capture tool to finally restrain the wounded monster. He launches his hook, desperate to claim the tactical advantage of the high ground. The metal teeth bite deep into the wood, securing his only path to safety. Relief washes over him as he prepares to ascend, but a primal roar shatters the silence. His blood runs cold seeing the monster below already recovered and hungry for vengeance. The beast enters a blind rage, its combat instincts pushing its power beyond all limits. He pulls himself up with frantic strength, knowing every second counts in this vertical race. Terror strikes as he realizes the predator is closing the gap with impossible speed. With a single explosive leap, the creature launches itself toward its cornered prey. The hunter has become the hunted, trapped between the sky and certain death. The monster catches its breath after the chase, unaware of the looming trap. High above, the tactical genius prepares a deadly surprise for his mindless predator. Driven by pure rage, the beast coils its muscles for one final, explosive strike. It launches into the sky, closing the distance with terrifying and supernatural speed. But the predator's vertical leap leads it straight into the cold barrel of death. With perfect composure, the hunter reveals the lethal answer to his final quiz. A cold farewell marks the end of this completely one-sided struggle for survival. Thunderous gunshots echo through the forest as the creature is shredded by lead. Reaching level 17, he claims the beast's power as his own reward. Seong-ho finally secures the powerful second-tier skill he desperately needed to survive. This new ability grants him terrifying combat instincts, but demands a dark, murderous intent. Before the next trial begins, he must settle a debt with a dangerous rival. Elsewhere, a weary survivor watches the sunset over the ruins of a broken world. A sudden visitor breaks his solitude, bringing a rare moment of warmth and food. But their conversation quickly turns to the growing horrors within the lawless villa district. What started as simple resource gathering has evolved into something far more sinister. Armed thugs have begun systematically looting the remaining survivors of their last hope. Now, the powerful are forcing the weak into a barbaric game of mutual destruction. In this lawless wasteland, people are forced to kill just to earn a meal. Atop a desolate rooftop, a chilling secret about their leader begins to surface. The young survivor hesitates, haunted by the dark rumors of the man they follow. Her companion reveals the cold truth that Seong-ho is a heartless, calculating sociopath. She struggles to understand a man who lacks even the sound of a heartbeat. He explains that those who oppose him simply vanish into the shadows forever. A heavy silence falls as they realize the true cost of their continued safety. Even so, he chooses to stand by the monster to ensure their ultimate survival. A single spark of hope takes flight to protect the weak from certain ruin,